Hello everyone. Now, let me just change over here. Here we go. Much better. Hello everyone. How you doing? Hope you guys are having a good day so far. So yeah, right. Sorry if my voice sounds a little raspy today. I'm a little sick, but that shit ain't gonna stop me from playing game. I'm probably just not gonna speak as much, just so I can rest up on the voice. Yeah. I mean, we're not gonna really do much today. We're just gonna be farming some more kills. Well, we just as usual, we have a podcast on. Maybe comment here and there, yeah, as usual. But yeah, last stream, which was not yesterday, 2 days ago actually, we did some good progress with Overcooked 2. Yeah, we already what, around World 4? Yeah, something like that. At least we are somewhat. We are so halfway done with the main campaign. I say halfway because there's still a lot of those fucking cabin levels to worry about as well. So yeah, those ones are gonna take a bit to finish off, but we'll worry about those when we get there. Then also the other campaigns I have to do as well. So yeah, Overcooked is still gonna take a bit to finish off, but we'll do it eventually. But for today though, we are gonna be continuing on where we left off with Space Marine 1. Last we left off, we were just, as I said, just farming kills. Pretty much gonna be doing more of it. Right. I doubt the trophy's gonna pop today. Yeah, I think we still need like a lot more. But we'll just keep at it until the fucking thing pops. Then we can move on to superchargers. So yeah, with all that said and done, let's go straight to it, shall we? Now, let me just change over here. Right. Also, I haven't really done anything with the power settings on my laptop because I want to test how well it's gonna do with the video playing at the same time in a PNG model. Here we go. Also, yeah, you already noticed that there's an extra game in there. Right. Yesterday I went. I had like $10 to my account here, so I could buy some shit. I got, as you can see, Sonic Adventure and DLC. I got the Red Faction DLC for when we the Red Faction Guerrilla DLC. So when we end up doing the game at some point, which might be probably after Modern Warfare 2. Yeah, probably. And also the last DLC that I needed for Arkham Origins. I need to do that game as well at some point. There's still a lot of other shit I need to do on PS3, though, so that one might take a bit to do, maybe. We'll see. But yeah, let's go straight into the game, shall we? Sorry if there's also more coughing than usual. I already mentioned my fucking raspy ass voice. All it took is me going outside for a little bit. One day, and I got fucking sick. This. Alright. At least now I know what to do. Okay, so we don't lose too much time getting everything set up. Yeah, Kalkys Arena 1. Alright, that thing should be good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then this. Right, let's see how the fucking PC behaves. I don't think I have anything else. Yeah, alright.
My prompt is ugly word or beautiful word.
Okay.
We were in the middle of this one last time, I think.
My word is...
And beautiful's here.
Yeah.
Okay.
My word is... headbutt.
Headbutt?
Headbutt. What would you count as like a beautiful word?
Probably a word that has a beautiful sound to it.
Yeah.
Perhaps it uses the full breadth of the English language to, you know, craft the perfect word to describe the situation.
Yeah.
Headbutt, I don't think is that. I think it's poopy stink. You know, it's kind of like that level of headbutt. You know.
It's very
Already with the fucking ads, god damn it, man. And we would just start the fucking video. There's already ads playing. Fuck's sakes.
Jerry word though.
It's a very Jerry word.
It's like if you know.
And he
if-
just said he didn't like English, so you might
Yeah.
think this is the most beautiful word. He's like, head and butt.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm trying to.
oh, so good. You know, could be. So you know,
It's like just a tier above poop. You know, where it's just like poop.
All right,
Other-
you make me want to put it less now. I'm
Yeah.
putting it there.
I mean, in terms of
Something,
like.
yeah, something that you hear from like a
ugly
fucking Minions
words,
movie or some shit
okay.
like that.
Is it average? Is it better than average? Is the question. Do you think it is a more beautiful than average word?
I don't think it's a more beautiful than average word.
we both think
at
it's
all.
in this half.
Yeah, it's in that.
It's in the bad word half.
Yeah, it's not like
Bad
the
word.
most
Ugly word.
disgusting word. It's not like puke, I guess, or what's the most ugly word I can think of?
I think puke
I,
is just
I
ugly
never
because
thought
of what
puke
it
as
is.
being
I
an
think-
ugly
Well,
word.
word.
Well,
He's not
Defecate.
beautiful.
Nah, it's beautiful.
It's not a beautiful word, but I won't say like it's disgusting or
no one
anything.
uses the word
Oh.
defecate.
Phlegm. Phlegm is an ugly word.
That is a lovely
Yeah.
word.
Just from the everything about it, from the way
Yeah.
it's spelt and how it's not
Oh, the
phonetic
way it's
at all.
spelled is the ugliest
It's
part of
fucking
it.
ugly.
And how it's pronounced as well. 'cause you're like,
Yeah.
yeah.
I can think of an uglier word.
Okay.
All right. Wait.
Smegma.
Oh.
That's the ugliest word.
Bro, why am I not getting my health back? This shit.
And its way of compelling us.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, where are you gonna go, Gon? I'm gonna go there.
I pretty much agree with you.
Okay.
I actually agree with you on that.
All right. Let's
Round
just
about
What happened
say
there? I was not getting my
Like
health
a
back.
neutral word now that we. Oh my god.
Who?
Joey, how is headbutts
crazy.
beautiful? How the fuck is
That's
headbutts
crazy.
What?
It's just
How is it a beautiful
It's
word?
just the image it evokes. You know, think about it. It's
No,
it's a butt on your head. It's a head butt.
That is,
It's
that
not
is-
that.
Well,
That's how it's
That's not a
spelled.
headbutt. I mean, that's one.
How is
That's
a butt
one
on your head a
way of thinking of
beautiful-
a,
It's just
of a
funny.
headbutt.
Oh, pack it up.
It's a funny word.
I fucking knew.
It's a beautiful word. Headbutt. No, the slower you say it, the funnier it is.
Oh yeah, let's look at all the poets through time and see how many times the word headbutt.
I would argue not used enough. Not used enough. Poets use the word headbutt more. It's hilarious.
Oh my god.
Yeah, what the fuck happened here? I was not getting my health back when I was killing these fuckers.
This is what a 5-year-old would think is a beautiful word.
Exactly.
My prompt is genuine person versus phony person. I'll say Chris Broad. Chris Broad.
Chris who?
I'll say Chris Broad. Chris Broad.
It's really hard because he's not here right now. I mean, look, he's a mate.
Get
You
your
know,
ass, you
he's
fucker.
a good dude.
Yeah, yeah.
How much do I want to expose Chris?
How much do I want to cancel him?
See.
I mean, my personal opinion, right?
Yeah.
Chris is pretty genuine in that he genuinely hates a lot of things.
Sure.
And he's very vocal about what he hates.
Definitely.
In a lot of conversation.
Okay,
about-
where are you
I've
going
had-
with this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had it, Chris.
Have a quiz.
Quiz.
Yes.
I mean, I would say you could say a lot of things about Chris, but
Yeah, but
disingenuous.
look, I feel like out of the scale out of the three of us of how much time we've spent with Chris,
Yeah.
it's definitely Connor is the most. I'm
Yeah.
probably the second most, and you're the least. Right?
Yeah.
I get where you put your placement, but
It's so weird. I was
Chris
thinking,
does this
help,
thing
like,
a
even though I
lot.
was
Where
getting
it
hit.
is true. He does, you know, whatever he dislikes, very open about, very genuine about. The things he likes, however,
What does he like? I actually don't know.
he has this tendency to like play tough almost, where
Play
like
tough?
he doesn't want to admit he likes something. Because maybe it'll get people to view him in a different way. Where it's like, I look at it, I'm like, just be honest about it. And he was just like, no, it's shit. It's blah, 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 blah. And then at the end of it, I was like, you know, we could be experiencing something, right? And he'd be like, oh, this is gonna be shit. I hate this, blah, blah, blah. And then by the end of it, I asked him, I was like, so how was it? And he was like, it was all right. Like, he's very like, you know, just doesn't want to admit when he's
He's
enjoys
very
something.
like tough dad
So
kind of vibe.
putting the
I guess.
British,
I mean, the only thing I know Chris truly loves is Camembert.
yeah.
I'm
I'm gonna put him like a little less. Like I'd say, still a genuine person, definitely.
Right. Let's see.
Out of all of the YouTubers I've met, definitely more of a genuine
Yeah,
person.
definitely.
But let's see where
That's
he
cool.
Connor thinks.
That's not saying much, though. No, it is, because there's a lot of fucking assholes out there, especially with
Damn,
the
Connor.
fucking Paul brothers.
So I guess it kind of would have been. I thought it was
slightly less,
Yeah.
slightly less than me.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah. I think I was just on the same thing as you.
so what we've concluded is the more you get to know Chris, the more of a phony he is.
I love Chris. No, I just think it's funny because
It's
yeah,
all
like you
love,
said,
Chris. Don't worry.
we were just bantering, but when he likes something, he's very reluctant to admit it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I'm like, Chris, just admit you like it. It's fine. We're not gonna like bully
This is
you
not
for
from
it.
by the way, this is not from like a public-facing perspective. It's just like Chris is a mate perspective.
Yeah, just as a mate. Yeah.
Come on, Chris, just say you like
Yeah.
it. It's all right.
It's like it's fine to
And
like
then
it,
he'll
dude.
go on his
No.
podcast and he'll be like, I can't
You know,
believe
maybe
what
pull out
you're
my
doing
fucking
about me."
armchair
I'm
psychology.
not a fucking phony person. I
But,
say what I fucking
yeah,
like
maybe
when it's
you
good.
like a fucking
There's
armchair
enough
psychologist for a
good
little
things
bit.
for me.
Maybe it's
That's
like
what
a
he says.
trauma thing.
That's a Chris response.
And it's like, yeah, sure.
That's
Chris.
just my armchair psychologist speaking,
I
though.
also mainly wanted to do Chris because I wanted to see where you would put it.
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
was
very.
like,
Yeah, it might be like something that happened in school or some shit.
yeah,
If it was
for
full
sure.
phony, I would have been like, Chris.
Yeah.
Is it full genuine? Like,
Chris.
yeah. Just because I want to see where you guys put it.
Depends on the day.
That is true. All right.
All right, go
What
on.
are you going for? You guys don't have one. I got it.
Okay, do you want to go?
Go for
Okay.
it.
Okay.
My prompt is art versus not art.
Okay.
Ooh, I skipped over that one because I couldn't think of a good one.
Already another one?
Consuminte e liberta a tua magia.
School days.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I think fucking
Well,
Trassis
knowing
always get the most
Connor,
amount
it's
of
probably
fucking
not
ads
art
in their
all the way.
videos.
Where would you put it, Joey? Where would you put it,
It's
Joey?
not art. Look, I don't mind the show. I don't think it was as bad as people say it is, but it's definitely not art.
I have defended a lot of shows in my life, a
Yeah.
lot of anime. School Days is not one of them.
Yeah.
Actually, do you want to know something?
What?
I actually tried rewatching School Days the other day.
Really?
But
Why?
This
you know
for
what?
the-
Just curious. to
Just
see
felt
how
like
it's
it again.
changed.
I was getting drunk with Sydney, and we were like, let's just put something shit on. We just
School Days
Just
was
put
the
some trash
School Days
video.
was the first one.
Damn.
And you know
Just put on
what?
some fucking trash video.
It's not only bad, it's kind of boring as well.
Oh, yeah,
it's
definitely.
actually like
At the
I
yeah.
forgot how boring it was.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone only remembers the ending.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
90% of that show is pretty fucking
Yeah.
boring.
So that's why I'm saying it's like if I would, as someone who didn't think it was like the worst show ever, admittedly, it's definitely not on the not art side. But just for the last episode, I'll give it slight art points. So it's probably like there. It's not all the way not art.
I mean,
I'll give it slight art points for the ending because it had the balls to pull off.
also,
that
it
ending.
is technically art because it is technically drawings, but I don't think Connor
Yeah,
is
shut
going to
up.
take that into consideration.
Yeah.
So I'm going to agree with that
Yeah.
in terms of the scale.
All right.
Let's
What do
see
we got?
where it is.
Oh wow!
You just
oh,
think
wow!
that thing's I have the same way as like a
Perfect
fucking
point.
turban smeared across the fucking
Wow.
canvases
Wow.
art.
Hell yeah!
I thought you would have gone fully down the middle, but hey, look at that.
Nah. Look.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know.
Listen, I'll defend it to an extent, but sometimes you just gotta admit it's not art. Oh. All right, this is hard actually.
What is the prompt? Guilty pleasure.
Guilty pleasure or actually just bad. So your side is actually just bad. Gon's side is guilty pleasure.
Okay.
Oh, give me a pleasure. That means you actually somewhat enjoy watching it.
I'm contemplating whether I should say this publicly.
Say it.
Taylor Swift music.
Well, it's Joey.
Yeah, that's what I think Joey.
Oh,
I think Joey put it there.
I have not heard Joey say a single positive good thing about Taylor Swift. Now, as
Yeah, it's mostly just because the Swifties or some shit.
how can I say this? Someone who has a mother-in-law who is who sometimes watches his podcast and is the biggest Taylor Swift fan in history.
Come on, call them by their legal names. They're Swifties.
The Swifties,
Gotta
okay.
get
Who is the biggest
Swiftie.
Swiftie and likes to
Gotta get
identify as a Swiftie.
Swiftie.
I'm not the biggest Taylor Swift fan, but I have not heard enough of her music to
Yeah,
really
I mean,
judge.
like, it's just not for me. I mean, I just
Yeah.
don't listen to it.
Yeah.
Gotta get
But, yeah, I don't think it's
Swiftie.
bad.
Every time I hear Swiftie, I just think of the
yeah,
fucking.
probably.
I just fix that fucking song from Rick and Morty.
It's like all the way over here.
No,
You don't
it's not,
think
I
so?
think it's like it's definitely got to be like a here. I think Joey thinks it's slightly bad because he listens to like I don't know, like we're like Comrade, Wisconsin or something, and he'll be like,
Yes,
nah,
my favorite Midwest emo man.
I'm like, nah, they do calculus rock, and I'm like, all right. He's like, nah, you gotta listen to freckled fuckface, and I'll be like, what? This
Fuck
isn't
this
real.
stuff.
And they'll be like, nah, they're so good. They do like jazz with like Chinese Communist Party music. You'd be like, all right.
That sounds fire.
I mean, he's like, nah, you just gotta be in the right mindset.
Damn, he's reading me like a book.
So that's where I would put it. So I don't know. What do you do? So you say like down here? You're more like down here, yeah? A little more down?
Yeah, I'd say a little more down. Joey, come on, you know Joey stays. You know Joey stays. You must think.
Okay, so I'm gonna say it's here.
All right.
Yeah.
All
Okay,
right.
I'll hold this so you can rip it back.
Let's see where Joey has put it.
Oh, right in between you.
In between, huh?
Okay, so I've given Taylor Swift's music a fair shot. I've listened to like most of her albums. Just because, you know, I was curious.
Just out of
like,
curiosity.
what is it about her music or her in general that drives this craze that we're living in right now? Most of it's pretty shit. But admittedly, there's a couple of songs where I'm like, it's kind of a fire song, but I don't want to admit it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
So
it
that's
always
why
tends
it's,
to be
like,
like the same. Some artists. There's always
Yeah.
gonna be
I mean, I
that
just
one
listen
song
to
that
it,
you're gonna
so
really
yeah,
like.
comment.
There's someone
Well, I just
and you
know
just
the
really don't
Shake It Off,
fucking get.
that's all.
Yeah, see, that's kind of a guilty pleasure song for me.
All right, what have you gone for?
Yeah, I got the Swifties aiming at my neck
I don't
now,
think
so
there's that
that's
many
sick.
Swifties that watch the show.
Yeah.
Bruh, another one? What the hell? Find the third one.
Overrated weapon versus underrated.
Yeah, I don't know. Trash Taste views are
Molotov
filled to the
cocktail.
brim with fucking ads for some goddamn reason.
Oh, so overrated.
It's like
this is such
one
a
every
personal
fucking 5
preference,
minutes or
though.
some shit.
Overrated on the left.
Yeah, because it's not about
Underrated on the right.
because it's not about how effective is it, it's how overrated it is.
You know, like so obviously, the
As a
Molotov
weapon?
cocktail is a widely used weapon within video games and media.
Yes.
But obviously, you know, Gant has watched a lot of anime, so he has like all these anime weird weapons to compare to. So perhaps,
I think you're thinking too deeply on it, to be
yeah. But
honest.
so I think personally, I would say underrated. I think it's a sick weapon because I like the fact that
Molotov?
it's a thing we can all make at home
In 5 simple steps.
with these very simple steps. No, I
There's
I agree
there's
though. I think it's
alcohol,
quite underrated.
my personal
a rag, and a fucking
Underrated.
bottle.
Yeah. It really, you know what I like about the Molotov cocktail? It really,
Simplicity.
it's simple and it really shows you the skill difference.
I'm sorry.
If you don't know how to throw something,
That's okay.
you cannot use the Molotov cocktail.
Well, it's
You can't
In fact,
throw
you
for
should
shit.
be holding the Molotov cocktail. If you have a bad shoulder, dude.
I thought you were about to say, I just don't know how to make one.
Yeah, I was gonna.
I mean,
I was thinking that too.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't know many people that know how
I'm
to
not- I mean,
make,
we're
make a
not gonna
fucking
say it.
Yeah,
Molotov cocktail.
I'm sure it's easy, but I've just never been interested to make a Molotov
Right, well,
cocktail.
yeah, but I think Gant probably...
I'd say he put it in underrated.
You think so he's around here too?
Yeah, I don't think what would make it overrated.
I think Gant would be like, he's boring, they use it all the
It's
time.
not even effective.
Can't see it in Fate, you know. None of my summons use it. I don't know what
Is
the-
that your Gant
Yeah,
impression?
you know, I just think Gant would feel it's uninspired and overused is what I think Gant would think. So I think Gant would
I
think
mean,
it's-
with any type of like
Yes.
FPS
right in the
or any game, I don't really tend to use that many
Slightly
throwable
over.
Yeah.
objectives. I
I was
just
closer
worry
to
about
where- So
you think
just
it's like a
me
healer?
Yeah, that's
being,
I also think
being
you'd be
good
right
at
as well.
fucking
This
shooting.
is such a hard one.
Yeah.
So Asa here.
Yeah, just
you
look
say
at like my
yeah,
playthroughs of Call of Duty. I rarely use fucking grenades or Molotovs.
slowly. Okay, I'm trying to keep my thumb in. Okay.
Oh, let's go!
Joey is.
I think Molotov cocktails. When someone brings out a Molotov cocktail, you know some shit's going down. You know what I mean? There's just
God, I would argue
Yeah.
you can say that about most weapons.
no. Okay, someone brings out a gun, you're like, all right, this is just America, you know. But when someone brings out a Molotov cocktail,
Yeah.
you know there's some fucking riots going on, someone's fucking protesting, you know.
Interesting.
You know, the danger level you feel with a Molotov cocktail, it's just like on a, you know. On a whole different, it's a whole different feeling.
That
you know?
is true. You're
And
right.
it's just like whenever someone thinks of a weapon, Molotov cocktail's not normally like the first one that comes to mind, you know.
No.
No.
It's always like, it's always in the game too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's always there.
And it's very effective.
And
Yeah, it's a more
whenever you
very
see it on
common
TV,
weapon
you're
to
just
have,
like,
I guess.
Holy shit, that's a fucking Molotov cocktail.
Also-
holy shit.
Also, what a sick name for a weapon.
yeah, right.
A Molotov cocktail.
They really get that
Hell
down.
yeah. They
Yeah.
knew what they were
Calling
doing
it a
with that.
cocktail is a 9,000 IQ.
They cooked with
For the
that.
brand.
Yeah.
Yeah, they cooked with that one.
Firm versus limp.
Yeah.
Firm on this side. Limp on this side.
Okay.
A succulent Chinese national. I'll say.
Succulent Chinese.
I'll say. Let's think of porn categories or hentai categories. Let's say.
Okay. Oh, how limp or firm we are.
How limp or firm I would be.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Swimsuit.
Damn, that's a good one. Because there's so many different types of swimsuits.
Oh my god, Joey.
Shit, I'm firm just thinking about it. I'm just kidding. Or am I?
All right. Let me think
Oh
about
boy,
this.
Yeah, see-
Swimsuits.
Yeah,
What's
kids
the
around here
first
don't.
one you think of when you think swimsuits?
Bikini.
Bikini.
Yeah, just
yeah. The one,
average
that one,
Yeah.
the onesie, I
Like a
guess.
two-piece.
yeah, like it's. What other pieces are there?
Well, there's the
I did not think that
leotards.
deeply into
There's
it,
this.
Joey.
There's if we're talking hentai categories, fucking school swimsuit is very popular.
Yeah, I was thinking of
If
that
I said
stuff.
school swimsuit, Joey, I'd probably be on a list. Let's be honest, Joey. Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking more like a
It's a
onesie.
very popular hentai tag. We all know this. It is technically a swimsuit, which is why when he said swimsuit, I'm like, that's a lot of variance.
I just went straight to bikini.
You went straight to bikini.
I thought we were on the same page.
You don't
Joey.
think he would have just said bikini then?
When I think swimsuits, I just think bikini. I'm not gonna lie.
All right.
I mean, bikinis are just like, you know, I'm gonna assume kind of thought bikini as well.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, knowing how vanilla Connor's taste is definitely on the firm side.
Vanilla, damn.
He's not gonna be like basic. He's gonna be like, oh yeah, I like that bikini. Yeah.
I mean, nobody nobody hates a bikini.
No, of
you
course
know?
not.
Let's be honest about that.
But I think he'd be firmer than most.
Sorry.
I think he would be firmer than most.
Firmer.
See, it depends who's wearing the bikini. Is it a MILF? Then he'd be like all the way up here, right?
Yeah.
But it's. I honestly think it's just somewhere right in the middle. It's just like a safe bet. It's not like
The middle of firm, you mean?
the middle of firm.
All right, yeah.
Like it's like it's not like the. You know, it's not like you see it in hentai. You're like, wow, must watch, must fucking watch every time. I'm not gonna complain.
Yeah.
I'm not
Right,
gonna complain,
but,
it's there. I'm not gonna say
it's
it's
there,
like,
yeah.
oh shit, I see a bikini. I'm going fucking limp. No, but it's not like it's
Yeah, see, and that's why if it was me personally, I would put it dead center.
dead center.
Because there's too many factors. It depends on who's wearing it, what kind of bikini, what kind of swimsuit it is, what the situation is. It's too broad.
All right, I'm sticking here.
All right, and I'm going dead center.
You're in dead center.
Yeah.
All right, Joey. Let's
Okay, I
Hey,
just have to
see?
stay here.
Corner's on my side, baby.
Oh shit.
Dead
Okay.
center.
I'd say.
I mean,
it was,
slightly firm.
Slightly
There
firm.
you go.
Yeah.
Slightly firm.
Slightly firm.
Yeah. So in between me and
Jerry would
Gone.
have put like what, like dead center is like
Yeah, like there. So I'm closer, yeah.
not bad points.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Not bad. Not
Is
bad.
it? What's your reasoning? It's just
I
too
don't
many
know.
caveats.
I mean, it's often welcomed, but never the highlight.
Yeah,
That's fine.
Yeah.
You know,
it's fine.
Yeah.
I know some people get very enjoy them.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's fine. But it's better than fine.
Yeah. I would rather have it than not.
Yeah.
Definitely.
All right, who wants to go next?
Gone.
Essential on my left versus inessential on my right.
Okay.
Inessential? Is that what it is?
Inessential.
Okay, this is where I'm gonna be getting most of my fucking kills.
Flossing.
Flossing?
Okay, well,
Well,
I'm British, so I think it's like
I mean,
Uh-huh.
as someone who also doesn't floss, I kind of have to agree with you.
I know that Americans like love it.
Yeah,
But
Americans
I
are like, it's 100% essential, but it's like, I can't be arsed, bro.
I just don't think you need to. I know Garnt likes to floss though.
Does he?
I think he flosses. I think he's a flosser. I think Garnt
Just-
is like a.
He
probably like a
flosses.
here.
He flosses all the
Maybe
time.
Even just here.
I think,
I mean, I personally don't think it has any. You know, I know there is a benefit to it, but I just
Yeah.
don't think it's necessary.
yeah. I think, yeah, I would say it's I'd say it's like around here.
I think Garnt's gonna.
You gonna? Do you
I
think he's gonna put up
shock
there?
us. I think he wants to come across as a clean boy. And he'll be like, man, I think it's actually very essential. Shut up, Garnt. No, you don't. So you think it's like here?
I'm sticking to where I would put it. A little bit above. Yeah, like there.
I'll say.
I don't fucking do it.
So you say here. I'll go with maybe let's go here just a bit.
Okay,
Let's have a look.
let's go.
Yeah, I have no idea how many fucking kills I need
Oh,
though.
right in the middle. Right in between.
Damn.
I would have like
Damn.
there's like a fucking counter and
floss?
keeping track of that shit.
Sometimes.
When do you floss and why?
Okay, here's the thing. Sometimes your mouth just feels dirty, and brushing your teeth just doesn't do it. You know, I don't know. I don't know.
understand. That's
Yeah, no,
where,
no,
yeah.
that's where mouthwash comes in.
No,
Mouthwash?
Mouthwash
No one
is
uses
what you do when
mouthwash.
you're like.
I think people
when you
use
feel like you want
mouthwash
better
less
breath,
compared
you
to
know.
fucking flossing.
That's I see.
Mouthwash is the equivalent to like cleaning your carpet with a hose. You know, it's like it just doesn't. It's like you're trying, but it's not quite.
It's like the type. It's the equivalent of weebs who think they don't need to shower, so they just put on some fucking
on some
Axe
Axe
body
body
spray
Oh,
before it goes
right,
to the
yes.
anime convention. You know, doesn't actually do anything.
Yeah,
it
it's a
just,
cover-up.
It just covers it up. You know.
Just don't like doing it.
I don't like doing it either. That's why I don't. Really, even though dentists say you should do it, I'm just like I just can't be bothered.
I don't. It's not something I always remember to do, but sometimes you just feel like
hate it when
after
they do
you
it at the
floss,
dentist. I
after
hate
you
it when they
floss,
do it
you
to
just
me.
feel like, oh, do you not get that like satisfying feeling of just like, oh, I've got something out in between my teeth. It just,
I shouldn't
just
ha- I don't-
feels cleaner.
I don't
You know,
have stuff in between my teeth.
Yeah,
think-
I
you don't necessarily have to have like a piece of food in between your teeth. It just
Me
like
personally,
getting-
I have like
getting
this
that spot in
one
between your
tooth that's
teeth
very
and
easy to
gums,
for food
especially.
to
I
like
know all
get
the
stuck in,
viewers
so
will
I always have to like
sympathize
floss
yeah.
sometimes.
My teeth are
But I
gross,
don't.
British,
I
disgusting. I'm
tend to
sorry.
do it way less compared
we
to
don't,
like
have, we don't have that American dental.
1 or 2
God damn
months
it.
ago.
Well, Jay, what do you got?
All right, I got worst chore versus best chore. So best chore is on Connor's side. Worst chore is on Garnt's side.
Got it.
All right.
Okay.
Washing clothes.
Muda as coisas com a Wallapop. Livras-te dos
Yeah,
presentes dos teus
another one. Shut up. Why the fucking ads so
watching clothes?
prevalent in
I
this fucking
hate it.
video?
Okay, then
I hate it.
All right, then it's gonna be here for Joey. Where is this? Where is this? Yeah, it's gonna be like a here for Joey.
What, you mean like the best show?
I think it's one of the best if you hate it.
What do you mean?
I just think Joey likes it because you don't.
Wait. Where's this logic coming from?
I just feel it.
You just feel.
I just think that Joey doesn't agree with you on this.
What do you think about washing clothes?
It's one of the best.
So we are different. what you have just proved is that we are
Yeah, I'm
different.
not getting anything
Why
here.
am I catching the string?
I feel like we've had this discussion, and I remember it was a 2-1, and I'm one of the one. And I
Yeah, I don't
remember
see
someone
anything
agreeing with
here.
me.
If there
And
is,
if you don't agree with me, he agrees with me.
if this is going by trash taste logic, it should be right in the middle, right?
All right. Well, let's do trash taste logic. All right. Because I think it's one of the best too, and you think it's one of the worst.
I think it's one of the worst.
Okay. Well, first of all, let's just find out what. And then
Okay, let's
we'll
just
make
find
up
out, and then we'll go.
So I think it's like here.
All right. I think it's like here.
Oh my god.
Okay.
What did I tell you? I was right.
Hell yeah, dog. It's the best.
God.
See,
It's the
I
best
told
chore.
you. I remember having this discussion where one of us didn't like it, and only one of us didn't like it, and I liked it.
Yeah.
So it must have been Joe. You liked it too.
He's a trash taste fan.
This
He remembers.
Why is it one of the worst?
Trash
Why is
taste
it one of
fan.
the best? Because it feels like you're doing the most.
There's no better feeling than just clean sheets and clothes.
Nah, the best thing is hoovering. Hoovering is
Hell no.
hoovering is so fucking good.
I agree with you, Gon. It's up there, but not as good as laundry.
Not as good as
laundry is shit. Do you know why laundry is shit? Is because you have to like remember to go back to the laundry, right? So I'm here in my fucking limbo, being like,
Yeah, but you've
is
been
it
in
done?
limbo.
Is it done? Is it done?
That's like the hardest
Hard
thing. That's the hardest thing in the world for you to lock in.
Hoovering is that instant satisfaction. You can see the dust. you hoover it.
Look,
it's done. It's
I
gone.
agree with you, but I think for hoovering to be as maximum capacity satisfying, you have to wait way too long.
No,
you have to
point
let your
two.
house get way too dusty.
Point two, doing your clothes, it's like a multi-step
Oh,
process,
you mean
right?
with the
'Cause you need to
vacuum
remember to come
hoovering
back
as in
after
like
the
with
clothes
the
are finished, and
vacuum
then you need to
cleaner,
remember to
okay.
dry the clothes, and then if the clothes are outside, you're like, oh shit, I need to bring the rooms, I need to bring them inside. Maybe you use a dryer, or there are so many steps to the washing the clothes that it just like it breaks the flow of
There
things,
is no better feeling than when you're holding all the laundry in one hand, picking it up out of the dryer or whatever,
Yeah.
and you just get that
It's
waft
toasty.
of toasty, soapy goodness.
Yep.
So good.
100% agree. It's the
Unbeatable.
best.
Unbeatable.
Okay.
No, give me that instant satisfaction chore where I can see the difference just right away. I don't want to fucking
That's some
wait
fucking power
for that
power
moment.
washing
like cleaning
waste
the toilet.
shit.
Oh, I fucking love cleaning the toilet. Is that not?
Fuck no.
Is that not
That's
like
the worst?
Is that not like just the instant fucking satisfaction
I
as well?
like doing it, but I thought that you wouldn't, so I said.
Oh, I do not like cleaning the toilet.
I like doing it.
Even though 95% of those stains were made by me, I still hate it.
I go raw, no gloves, just fucking sponge.
Okay, well I don't.
I do as well, which is why I hate it.
Sponge.
But I hate it with the gloves on too.
I mean,
Do you know what I found out the wait, you don't go fucking gloves when you clean the toilet?
no, I just have a sponge.
It's fucking disgusting, dog.
I get
Gloves
those,
are
I get those
fucking
like wipes.
Sponge and
Like
fucking
wipes,
gloves
Yeah,
and shit.
those wipes where like you
You talking about the toilet bowl or the toilet rim?
All of it.
All of it?
Yeah.
Bro, that's fucking. That's
Oh
fucking.
well, if it's the bowl, I get like the long brush.
You fucking use a fucking sponge from now and then.
Well,
Bro,
I have a
that's-
sponge that I like throw away after I wash it.
You just like use one side. No fucking gloves. That's fucking disgusting,
What do you
dog.
mean? What do you mean? I just hold the sponge and I get in there and I fucking clean it.
Wait, okay. I thought I was great
Tilt the
because I
sponge.
have no gloves too, but I have the.
Is this not the most unhygienic thing you've
Yeah,
ever heard? I'm not the crazy one.
I use the long toilet brush, so I don't need to wear gloves or anything.
exactly.
Yeah, but I just wash my hands afterwards.
Right.
I'm holding a sponge that has soap on it. I'm not picking up the shit and then rubbing it off my hands. I'm just holding like a fucking dish sponge that I'm no longer going to use.
Oh my god,
get in
that's
there.
disgusting. That is disgusting.
Remind me to never shake your hand again.
I have washed my hands.
Blood's got poopy hands. Bro.
No, I wash my hands afterwards.
Yeah, but it's just I don't know, man.
Yeah, but
I'm
It's
not
just the
like
thought of
getting
it that
the poop with my
was
hands.
touching, I guess.
Toilet brush.
No, what am I, a princess? I don't need that shit. I can get in there. Bro, you think you're
that's a normal human being thing to do.
Too good to touch your own toilet bowl.
And this man judged me for wanting to shit in the middle of the street.
I do not want to shit in the middle of the street.
I don't want to touch the bowl with the fucking
You're
hand.
too good to touch your own bowl.
I also reuse my toilet paper when I wipe my ass as well.
You reuse your toilet paper?
No, I'm just saying that's like the same fucking level we're talking about right here.
I feel like no one is above having to like you get a sponge and touch the fucking toilet bowl.
Why would you want to do that for once?
Why would you want to do it when
is
there are
this-
easier
they
options?
literally invented a device.
The brush does not get in there.
It
Good enough.
does get
does.
in there.
No,
What
it
are you
doesn't.
talking
That just means you got a
about?
shit brush.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't get.
Get a good brush and
You
it
gotta
cleans
get
that
some-
shit
you
off.
gotta
Get a
some
good brush.
power on that thing.
I mean,
Hawk to it.
first of all, hardcore spin on that thing.
All right. Question.
Hawk
Question.
tool. Why the hell do you have to bring Hawk
tool
tool
on
into
that
this?
thing.
Do you use
Okay.
do you use the same thing to clean the toilet bowl with as you do the toilet seat? Do you use that same?
Nah,
fucking
I'll do
sponge?
like because I have those little cube things you can buy in Japan.
yeah.
I'll do like a different cube because that's like it's a different thing that's going on. I'm not shitting on the rim, you know, like you know what I mean. Like I'm not an animal. I don't draw. You know, come on. I have standards, but
All right.
the rim gets
Or
a different
British.
like because you
It's
also
only
used
British,
to
that
like
is.
the fucking like essentially like near like bleach level stuff on the rim.
yeah.
Which I know you shouldn't touch with your hands. I don't give a fuck. But I'm not getting it on my hands. I'm squirting on the bowl. I'm fucking getting in there.
That's wild.
I just think as a man,
He's literally.
They say
I just think
nothing
I
about
just think-
masculinity,
I just
dog.
think as a man,
He's literally.
you should never wear gloves. That is crazy in your own household. I just think if you shit it, you should pick it.
He's literally a monkey.
Yeah, he is a monkey.
Ain't
You
no
literally
monkey
just like
Nah, 'cause
allowing your own fucking shit.
I-
Why even wash the hands?
He's tossing your
I mean,
tossing
obviously
your
I wash
shit.
my hands, but like, you know, it's like when you know, if you had like a moldy ass food or something in your cupboard that you forgot, I would not like get a fucking brush. I would just pick it up, throw it in the thing, and wash my
Yeah,
hands.
but that hasn't gone through your body.
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, why?
Moldy food is not the equivalent
But
to
you can, like-
literal shit.
You could pick up like cow manure with your hand and just clean it. Like, what's the big deal?
I don't want to, but I don't want to pick up cow
And
manure
we
on my
might-
hand.
I don't want to do that.
What I'm saying is like,
I don't go to the farm
that's
and get
way-
cow manure and be like, I can't wait to pick that up.
That's also one, it would exfoliate. That's way worse. Like I'm just holding a brush, right? Like I'll have like a. So what I'll normally do is I'll get like, you know, my dish sponge is like I've fucking used to oblivion.
Yeah.
I'll just get that fucking thing, put the bleach in, and just go ham, and then I'll throw it away.
Right.
But I'm not like actively like fucking touching the bowl. I'll just grab the fucking sponge and shove it in. So you know, I'm not actually like touching the bowl. But
just-
even
it's
if I
just-
did,
it's just wild
even
to
if
me.
I did, I wouldn't mind because I'm washing my hands and I'm a man
We
who
don't.
is accepted.
Also,
what
bro,
I've done.
gloves take like 3 seconds to put on.
No,
It's
I hate
really
it. I
not
hate
that big of a
Yeah, it
issue.
depends on the gloves
get
though.
them
You're protecting
on
your
sucks.
you're protecting your skin, and it's just makes you look less of a monkey.
Right. God. These are so filled with fucking ads. Do you mind?
I don't mind though.
You know,
it's not a big
just going
deal.
in there.
Should be using a fucking sponge, man.
Yeah.
I just don't
If it's a
mind.
toilet brush, that's fine. I don't put the gloves on for that. But
I mean, I use the toilet brush sometimes, but I just feel like it doesn't get in there enough.
You know what I found?
I don't know how. First
Come
of all,
on.
I don't know how
Stuck
oily
in
your
shit.
turds are.
No, because like I feel like for it to be because you know I have the blue light. Sometimes
Right.
I check with the Bristol sponge.
Yeah.
The Bristol sponge just doesn't get like soapy enough or enough to like get
Are you
in
trying
there.
to blue light in your toilet?
Yeah. Because I have one and I was curious.
What are you, a forensics officer? Like,
Well, I was curious because I
like
realized.
leave no evidence.
Well, I realized I was like, how clean is my toilet thing?
Yeah.
And I found when I used the bristle thing that it didn't fucking get in there enough.
Right.
Because it's just like it doesn't get like soapy enough, and you can't get enough power on it.
Okay.
And then when I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna change my life. I'm gonna make a better difference. So I just get the fucking sponge and get in there.
That's crazy.
Is your life changed? Has your life gotten better?
No, I just feel like I feel better about it. Like I feel like it's a cleaner toilet.
Right.
It's definitely not cleaner hands, dog.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
hands are
tell you
definitely not as
that.
clean.
You are definitely not cleaner.
It's toilet in Tokyo, as they say.
Yeah, that's who says. Me.
I just don't think it's that crazy.
I just can't believe it.
I
think it is
I
crazy.
personally have never heard of anyone who does that.
No.
Really?
Everyone,
It's not that unheard
it's
of.
one of two options. It's either no gloves with the long toilet brush,
Yeah.
or it's gloves with the sponge.
Yeah.
No.
But there is never no glove sponge. That's crazy. That's
No glove
animalistic.
sponge.
I don't think it's that crazy.
Well, let's ask around the office. What do you do?
I use the long brush.
Long brush,
long
right?
brush.
What do you use? Long brush. Thank you.
But like sometimes, right?
It's fine.
Sometimes it's been a rough. You know, maybe you've had a couple of meals that were a little rough. The brush doesn't get it out enough.
I think that's more of a question of your
You
diet.
gotta use your fucking bare hands.
Raw dogging toilet.
Connor,
I can't believe you guys aren't raw dogging. What the fuck?
Actually,
Alex, do you long brush?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Yeah.
All of your toilets are not clean enough.
No, it's
I can
clean.
eat off my toilet. It's so clean. I've flamed the fucking black light on that shit. Nothing.
Maybe it's the black light that's the
Black light.
issue. You know, ignorance is bliss, as they say.
It's true. All right, what's up?
All right, what's the next one?
all right. On my side, it is bad, and on Connor's side, it is feels good.
Okay.
Washing the toilet with your back.
Okay.
Washing, gosh, taking a shit in Connor's toilet. No.
It would be, that shit would slide off the bowl. Zero coefficient
Slide.
of resistance on my bowl. Glenn's toilet.
Foot massage.
Ooh. Am I?
What do you personally feel
Am I
about
Quentin
foot massage?
Tarantino?
No, you're Connor. So what do you feel
No,
about foot
you're you.
massages? I don't like them.
I also don't like them. And
Yeah.
you know what? Gaunt's that kind of dude.
What?
He's that guy.
He's Marcel Swallows.
I don't want people to touch my feet like that. I don't like it.
Is
I
he,
feel
is
like
he
just-
Samuel L. Jackson in
I
Pulp
just feel
Fiction
like
where he
Gaunt-
fucking loves the foot massage?
No. I feel like Gaunt hates people touching his feet. It's one of those things that Gaunt would just. I could just see Gaunt be like, no, don't like it.
Right.
So
Yeah,
think
no, I
Gaunt
think
would
me
say, like,
personally,
take a
Yeah. Are you the kind of person where it's like, I don't know about you, but for me,
I'm not fond of it, but
Yeah, I'm
I'll
like that type
endure
of
it.
person
Yeah,
that
it
just
hurts for me.
if someone
It hurts me.
touches
Yeah,
my
a lot.
my
I don't know
foot,
how
I just
people are just like,
start
oh, it doesn't
laughing
hurt at
because
all,
no,
it
it's
feels good.
fine.
But I don't know. There's a part
Not
of me
itch.
where
What's
like
the
I
word?
feel
It's
like,
not- it's not
open with his
itch.
feet.
It's
Like,
more
he doesn't
like
let him breathe. He doesn't like unleash his feet all the time.
that is true. I've
I
only
feel like that is more akin of someone who doesn't want their feet being
that's true. I've only caught glimpses of Gaunt's grippers.
Whereas Joey's grippers, I've seen them more out, and Joey's still like a here, you know.
Yeah, but I'm just Australian.
Yeah, it's true.
sure,
But
let's just
I
go
feel
for
like
it, because
Gaunt
I
doesn't
can't
move
think of
grippers
any
out
other
unless
fucking
necessary.
True. Okay, I'll agree with that spot.
Alright.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's hope Gaunt.
Okay,
Oh, yep. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
close,
None
close,
of us
close,
like the
close.
feet.
Is it also
See, actually, I think you guys are making some wild assumptions there. I don't mind the feet thing. I thought foot massage. I hate all massages.
Really?
I don't like
Yeah,
massages.
where would all massages go?
Yeah.
That's
I just said foot
insane.
massage because it was the first thing that came to mind. This is where all massages go.
Bro, you're literally Thai.
I
They
fucking
give like the best massages.
bro, no fucking. Okay, as a Thai person, yeah, I come out and I feel like I just got beat the fuck out.
That's the best. Thai
Do
massages
you
are
like
the
people touching your
best.
feet?
Huh?
Like if like Sydney's like, let me touch your feet for whatever reason.
And wait,
You're
touch my
like,
feet.
"Ugh."
Like, give me
Don't
those
touch my
grippers.
feet, bitch.
I don't mind it. I'm surprised you haven't seen my grippers because
No, I've seen you do it at your home,
yeah, in my home.
but I feel like
Yeah.
you're not like a guy that's like first chance you get, unleash the grippers.
Yeah.
That's more because I'm worried I have stinky feet. So
That's an honest reason.
yeah. I was just like,
No, I don't even
I'm
think
coming
of
to
that.
my own home. but if I'm
Also
like-
because he's been on the internet long enough and he knows he should never give away something for free that he could
Yes,
he obviously
yes.
get some money for.
But like, I just hate massages. I don't know.
Didn't know that.
I don't.
Maybe you just haven't been to a good massage place.
I've been to many massage places, Joey's.
Really?
Okay,
Joey's?
Joey's.
Where am I going?
This is like sexual preference.
That was
Mine
that.
or women. Joey's like, I just don't think you've had a good enough time.
You just haven't had a good enough massage. Yeah. I think it's the biggest fucking gaslight of all time. People who just like go to massage and they're just like, oh, it feels so good. Oh, I feel so much more free.
It is painful, but that is part of the process.
Yeah.
It's
Sure.
like
There's a reason why, those kinky motherfuckers in the Bible would whip themselves.
It's like yes.
Feels good.
Sure.
It's like yes, I have a pain in my back. Let's just punch. Let's just punch me there. Oh yeah,
It's
okay.
not punching, God. They press it very harshly.
It's yeah, okay. They press it very.
Also,
very
you
hard.
can usually in most massage places you can be
That's too
like,
much.
oh, that's a bit too hard. Can you go
You're
softer?
too British in this scenario.
Yeah,
I feel like you don't
you're
wanna
just
tell
like,
them-
okay, I'm gonna.
You don't want to tell
I'm gonna
them,
man
like,
up
slow
and
down,
just take
bro.
it. Yeah, you can go. You can ask to go softer. It's fine.
No, I've like it's always been either way too weak or way too fucking painful.
Well, then fucking tell them that.
And I don't know.
Stop being British.
Do you find massages
Being British.
relaxing? I find
I'd say my
massages
stop being
the
introverted.
opposite of relaxing.
I find them.
I find them relaxing because I get them so like occasionally. Like it's those. If I went every single time, then I'd probably start getting used to it and just become like a routine. But because I go so
Right.
rarely,
Yeah, it's like once a year for me.
yeah, it's like once or twice a year for me. The rare like I went to a Thai massage place like a few months ago. And it was the best fucking thing I've gone to all year. Like
I
it
fucking
felt
hate-
so
I
good.
fucking
They
hate that
cracked, they cracked my shoulder blades, and you would have thought they'd just like split me in half. But it was the best feeling afterwards. It was so
When
good.
yeah.
I'm like
Yeah.
every time I have someone come visit in Thailand, I have a lot of massage places I can recommend, which I'm happy enough to do because I know Thailand does very good massages. I just fucking hate massages.
Damn fair. All right, give me that.
I got one too.
Oh, you got one?
Alright.
All right.
Okay, so you do one, I'll do one.
All right.
All right.
I got bad mouthfeel versus good mouthfeel.
Oh my god, Joe.
Mouthfeel? Fuck is this?
I'm going fully random with this one. All right, here we go. Okay.
All right, hit me with it.
So, Connor's side is good mouthfeel, Gaunt's side is bad mouthfeel. The first sip of water in the morning.
Problem is that I can't fucking really mute this shit because I can't pause the fucking game.
Good this side, yeah?
Yeah,
Yes.
good that side. Well, that's clearly just good.
Yeah.
Like, who doesn't
good?
love the first?
I mean,
sip?
it's got to be like the best. It's like the best.
how much of a Joey Joe fan is Joe?
Damn it. I blame the ad on that one.
What could be better?
I'm not in here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what is better than the first sip.
I blame the ad on that
I
one.
can't think of
If
many.
it was me, first sip of coffee, then first sip of water. You know, like as the.
Nah, it's got to be like something cold. It can't be something like you don't want something hot in the morning.
I do. Okay, well I'm going there.
Yeah, I'll go there as well.
All right, I'll unveil.
Let's see where he's put.
No, bro,
Guys,
Joey,
there's not
Joey.
much.
you know what's a better mouthfeel? The first sip of water after you've been drunk as shit. That's a better mouthfeel than a first sip of water in the
No,
morning.
because I feel like I'm like
First sip of water-
I'm like forcing myself to guzzle it down.
Yeah, but that's why it feels good.
No, I think this.
It's
first
like,
sip-
oh, finally, liquid
just
that
wrong.
doesn't hurt me.
I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong, Joe.
It's good, but it's not the best.
Yeah, okay, but like you are. That's
You think there's this many things that are better?
that is
Yeah.
still under the
Cup
umbrella.
of coffee in the morning, I think, is better than the first sip of water.
I agree with
Nah.
that. Nah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
Nice.
no.
It's good. It's not the best though.
Nice spitting.
Nah.
I have to get used.
Alright.
Have grown used to not
Hydronomies.
rely on
I don't
fucking
know,
coffee.
there's Real water fans.
Also, you know what's a better mouthfeel? Like the first sip of really cold water after you've been sweating on a summer day.
What's up with your sips of water?
That's
I
what-
guess.
Are we just doing a
What
tier
about-
list
That's
of
a
sips
better
of water
mouthfeel.
now?
Yeah.
Are we just doing?
Situationally, there are better situations to drink water.
Is there nothing else that goes in your fucking mouth apart from sips of water, Joey?
I'm not that big of a Jojo
about
fan.
dragon
Huh? What did you say? Could you repeat that?
Google recipe for dragon cum.
What? What the fuck?
All right, look it up. Recipe for dragon
Can we
cum.
drink dragon cum on the podcast?
Wait, what?
What the fuck?
Dragon cum thick and creamy bones.
What?
That's dragon cum, and it's like, I think it's coffee creamer with,
Hazelnut. Oh yeah, it's
fireball.
We
with
do
coffee
bones,
creamer.
but what the fuck am I looking at?
That sounds horrible. Oh my god.
It's dragon cum.
damn.
That's it.
Dragon cum thick and creamy. Burns a
Why
bit
does
on
it
the way
sound like
down.
milk,
You can
spicy
feel it in your
milk?
stomach. That's awesome.
You know what? 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. I'm making that when I get home.
Yeah, why does that sound like fucking spicy milk or whatever?
All right. I'm gonna do waste of time, good use of time.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Is the final prompt for today. Collecting Pokemon cards.
Why are you attacking me like this, bro?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Clearly, it's the biggest waste of time in the world.
Am I collecting anything?
Right,
Look,
Joey?
yeah,
Right,
look.
you agree with
Look,
that, right?
my opinion aside, thinking about Connor's opinion, how he is not a collection person. He doesn't collect shit.
Yeah. Except for JoJo stuff.
Yeah, and Twitch
Right.
subs.
Yeah.
Other than that, he doesn't collect stuff, so definitely it's gonna be on the waste of time side.
Well, Joey, as a Pokemon card collector, where would you put it, Joey? Where would you put it, Joey?
I have fun with it,
Yeah.
so I would probably put it like here.
Well, can you objectively say that it's a good use of time?
It's a good use of my time. I have fun
Right,
with
but
it.
not for corners, I guess.
Can you objectively say that it is a good use of time?
Depends on what you want to do with those Pokemon cards, because some people collect them to sell and try and make profit.
Are you one of those people?
I guess. No.
I'm not
So,
one of
keep
those
that
people,
shit.
because I can't be fucked. I collect them because I think they look cool and they're nostalgic.
All right, so
It's always a nostalgia
knowing Connor,
aspect.
it's definitely more on the waste of time side.
Connor's gonna think it's a waste of time.
Yeah, I'd say even a little bit lower than that.
A little bit lower.
Yeah,
on the end?
I'd say it's like right there.
I agree with that.
Close your eyes.
Okay.
Oh, I can't see it anyway.
Yeah. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Fuck off.
Oh, wait, you think that?
Look,
Sit, Swan.
it's a hobby.
Show me your binder.
Show
Show me your binder right now.
I don't care.
Yeah.
But look, it's a hobby.
Yeah, as long
that
as
makes
you're
you
having
happy.
fun, you're
I think
not
that's a good use of time.
over wasting
Damn,
fucking
it'd be
money.
very nice.
Damn, I thought you picked that as a
Yeah, it's to roast me.
Do I think you're a loser? No. No, I think. Look, if you like a hobby and you can financially afford it, that's a good thing. And if it actually brings you joy, then it's great.
Okay.
Man, he's trying so hard not
Damn.
to piss off the TCG community.
Look, I think that any hobby.
I thought he was trolling. So
I thought he was about to start a war.
Yeah.
like legit, if you like something, like I think there are.
Gonna get
That's why,
headshot
like,
there.
this would be like.
What's the best use of your time?
Like if you loved swimming. Because that would be like the best thing ever.
Sure.
You'd be very healthy. It'd be
Sure,
great.
sure.
There are no
Like gym.
downsides. Yeah, I think like
I
good use of
guess.
time is stuff that enriches your life in a way that is.
Yeah, and that also
objectively meaningful.
What's the
does
worst?
actually does really well
What's the
for your back.
biggest waste of your time?
Being into like cave diving. You won't make it out to have an opinion. Cave diving, like cave scuba diving.
Cave,
specifically.
yeah,
Like, I think,
underwater cave
like
diving.
something that is just like, I don't know, being into like MDMA or coke. Like objectively just not a good use of time. You know what I mean? Like I think
Right.
here is where it's like, it's an in-between where it's like being a sommelier. It's like, it's fine. There's some good things about being into alcohol, but it's a very like, it's on the cusp of being like, you probably shouldn't be into alcohol.
Where would you
This
put?
one
Where would you put Pokemon TCG?
Because for being an
Pokemon TCG
addiction, I
personally for
guess.
you.
Yeah.
Good use of time, waste of time. I would put it, right in that center.
Where would you be being a 35-year-old man that's a little too into whiskey?
a little too into whiskey?
A little too.
I'd say that's more of a waste of time. It depends.
It sounds funny when you say waste of time. I would think more of, I guess not waste of time, more of unproductive, but waste of time sounds so harsh.
Yeah, waste of time.
I would
It's the
say-
same thing, right? Unproductive.
Yeah.
waste
I
of
guess,
time.
I guess so. Waste of
Because
time.
when I think whiskey, I'm just like, you don't really go out with the boys to drink some drink some whiskey. Whiskey is like what you do to appreciate
a
when
me
you're by
time thing.
yourself. It's
But
a
I think
me
like,
time.
for example, like maybe Pokemon cards, you know, it's non-detrimental. There's no,
There's
adverse
no
health
harm
effects,
Yeah.
no
to
harm.
anything.
I feel like maybe being a little too into whiskey or like alcohol in general, like have like
How- wait.
a sommelier.
What's your definition of too into whiskey?
Like if you're a
No,
sommelier,
having
that's
fucking
your
kidney
job,
failure.
you've made it work. You've
Yeah.
hit the jackpot.
Yeah.
If you're like, you collect whiskey, you drink it every night.
Right.
It's like maybe you should chill out.
So an alcoholic.
Well, you're getting
Yeah,
close.
somewhat.
You're getting very,
You're getting
very
close, yeah.
You're
Getting
more
kidney
like- you're on the
failure.
cusp of alcoholism where it's like, is this really worth this being your hobby?
Yeah.
Like, maybe you should find a different
Is this a hobby or is this coping?
Yeah, it's like we're getting close.
Right.
Look, as someone who is into wine, I can objectively say that it's just like
It's like a waste. Like it is. Like I like beer, and I like, but I wouldn't say it's a
Yeah.
hobby because I don't care to fucking remember anything about it. I just
Sure.
like
You
drinking
just,
it.
Yeah.
you just want to drink it.
Yeah, is there a difference?
I didn't get into wine to appreciate it. I got into wine because
But like people who are
I
like
enjoy the taste.
my personality's wine. I'm like, it's
Yeah.
a fucking waste of time.
Yeah.
Like you should just get something else. It's like not detrimental to your life.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Or like I don't know, being into cigars. Like,
Cigars.
It's objectively a waste of time.
yeah.
You
it
know,
is.
or you know.
But like, okay, where would you put like most hobbies? Do you can you even like tier list
I
hobbies?
think most hobbies are here because most hobbies don't ruin your life. And
Like most of them,
and then
anyway.
It depends how heavy you go into the hobby.
and how much you can spend. I think the only reason my Pokemon cards, you know, is here, but maybe could be like a here, is that for some people they might spend way too much money.
Yeah.
You know, so I think the perfect hobby is one that, you know, is maybe
Okay,
like a
so-
sporty one where you don't spend as much.
So okay, here's the thing. Yeah, where would you put gaming? I'm not.
This is
No, I think gaming is like the perfect like here. It's like you could be the person who plays it occasionally, and you get a lot out of it. You get to see a cool medium. It's like movies. But if
Right.
you game like I do, it's probably down here. But then I made it my job, so we're back here.
Yeah.
We're back here.
We're back. We bounced back.
Like when I used to play League of Legends
Oh, yeah.
during like fucking when I should be working.
Yeah.
It's gaming is like a down here hobby.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
It is. I think gambling would have been more like less detrimental to my life.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
At least you have a chance to get
It is.
something.
Like, hobbies are totally like, but like generally hobbies, they're
It's
good.
not
Yeah.
like
It's good to have a
It's
hobby.
about controlling. Yeah.
right.
There's a
and
balance.
knowing when
Yeah.
to
And
stop.
speaking of your hobby, you should join the Trash Taste Patreon.
Look at all these people
That's
have
your new
made
hobby.
supporting Trash Taste on Patreon a hobby.
Yes, sir.
They're enjoying it.
Yeah.
Tell them about it, Joe.
It's a great use of your time. That should be all the way at the end over here. Do you know why?
should be.
Because not only are you supporting the show, but you're getting weekly exclusive Patreon content. In fact, we have a brand new one for you guys right now where we actually did another little session of Wavelength. Here's a little clip. My next clue is soft versus hard, limp penis.
Okay, that's
Okay.
It's just that soft.
Okay.
Yeah.
You said it was something.
Yeah, we
Limp
made a
penis.
joke about it last round. So, guys.
What the fuck?
Joey, what the fuck? We just made a joke
you said
about
what's
it.
softer than jelly? My limp penis.
My limp penis.
I was clearly joking.
How could we know that, Joey? You said it out loud. Oh, my god.
Oh, God.
So,
Jelly is
my
than a dick. But hey, if you want to check that out, as well as a
Yeah,
bunch
my
of
dick.
other Patreon exclusive content, head on over to patreon.com/trashtaste. Also follow us on Twitter, send us memes on the subreddit, and if you hate our face, listen to us on Spotify.
Yeah, so
But
many
we'll
of them.
see you all next week.
I'm surprised the fucking PS3 can even withstand all this shit. Alright. Alright. Now I can't really fucking put the damn video playing. So I can't pause the game at all. So it might take a bit. Or when it calms down. Sheesh. Whee! Out of the way, bitch. Yeah, once I get to like the end of wave 4, I'll put on the other video. I can't really fucking do much. I need to focus on the game right now. Alright, here we go. Get rid of that. And what do we have here?
What's going on, internet? The Black Okage here, aka TBH, and to be honest, I'd like to welcome y'all back to the Gaming Illuminati podcast. We are the Enlightened Gamers, and you're now tuned in to episode 160. If you're watching the video version of the show at youtube.com/GI Updates, know the show is available on Apple, Spotify, Amazon, and all other major podcast platforms. Be sure to rate us on 5 stars on
okay.
Apple or Spotify. Your 5-star rating helps us move up the charts and bring in new listeners. Also, if you're on social media, be sure to follow us. We drop daily content on our
Go off
pages.
again.
We're available on TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram. Our handle on every platform
There you
is
are.
at GI
Bitch.
Updates. And if you want to join the Discord is discord.gg/GI Updates. The link to all our social media platforms will be in the link in the description box below. Now, without further ado, allow me to introduce you to my co-hosts. The first of which, he's a proud Puerto Rican, but he isn't one of the Latinos who voted for Trump. UTX Florida Man the Don. Say what up to the people.
All right, now next time you say that lie about your girl asking me those questions about me being a Puerto Rican when I think about stuff, I want you to refer it back to this podcast. This man make the joke almost every single pod, non-stop.
She's never seen the podcast, so
there's no way. There's no way. You
Sure.
She thought she was Puerto Rican. I didn't tell her that. I was like, whatever, bro.
Hey, come on, man. It's a lot of
How the hell do you
different
think you're Puerto
Hispanics,
Rican?
So how do you land
You
up
are or
Puerto
you are
Rican?
not?
I don't think it's a coincidence.
My second co-host, she's been caught in a trance known as the Monster Hunter World Beta. Miss 5000.
Beta?
Wild. I'm sorry, Wild. My bad. What? That's not the new one. My bad.
Hi, this is actually a Monster Hunter hoodie. It's a monster from the game.
Does it have a hoodie on the back? Like, is it a
Yeah,
monster?
it's got teeth.
How much that cost?
It's directly from the Capcom store in Japan, and like the dollar to yen right now is so good that I think it was like 50, maybe.
Not for long.
And that, not for long. I'm buying it all right now. I've already placed my order for all the other stuff I want.
Get it now.
Gotta get
I'm getting it now.
There's a fire N7 trench coat I put Ethos on for Mass Effect, but it's $400 though. They BioWare wilding.
Ooh,
It is fire.
400.
400, god damn.
You imagine the winter you wearing that shit? That shit kind of high.
Oh, I live in California now, dude. So
Oh, yeah, you
Is it a coat or a jacket?
No, it's
no,
like
it's
a trench coat.
It's a trench coat.
A trench coat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Damn, 400
That makes more
bucks.
sense.
Freaking
It's
hell.
Big
It's long. It
sponges.
covers a lot of your body. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just black and has an N7 logo. I'm like, why is that $400? Like, I don't get it. And last but certainly not least, I know this guy's getting old because he's been talking about football a lot in the group chat. He's reached his UNC status. Ethos, say what up to the people.
Oh, what's up? Go Lions, baby. I will cheer for the Lions.
status.
Also, fuck you, Houston. I saw that shit you put on Twitter. You aren't slick. We're going to blow you guys out by at least 30 points, so get ready.
I have no
Belt
clue
to
what any of that
Nothing.
you just said.
I know, you don't know about football. I know.
Yeah, if it was basketball, then maybe
was when
you will be
Shad Moss
you will
ruined
be
the,
more
the
into
Super
it.
Bowl for the Hawks, which was a great day on Twitter.
I say that because he plays a lot of NBA.
But yeah, welcome back to the show. We got a bunch of interesting topics for you guys. A bunch of games have came out because it's been like a month since we've done the podcast. We were supposed to do a show last week and then a week before that, but something always kept coming up.
And then schedules didn't line up.
Yeah, they lost power in Detroit or something. Like, what happened again?
My master switch, or what do they call it? The master breaker, it blew out. So I had to get an electrician, and the house has like a old, like it got updated, but it had like some of the parts were like older, and the business, the company that made that switch was out of business and got bought out. So I had to spend like a week trying to find this like very obtuse part that was like very hard to find. That was like out of stock. It was.
I mean, couldn't you just switch the whole thing though?
People have been mad Thursday with the podcast. Now y'all know we going through real life stuff. Fucking the Shocker from the Sinister Six obviously absorbed all the electricity.
Sinister Six.
That's why he wasn't able to get on the show. But it is what it is. Let's get into these games. A bunch of games have came out since the last episode, and the first one we're going to touch on is one I believe we all got at least some time with it, which is funny because I just brought up that that BioWare trench coat, the N7 Mass Effect one. It's the latest game from BioWare, Dragon Age the Veilguard, which is originally called Dragon Age Dreadwolf, and then they changed it somewhere down the line.
Why?
It's been, I believe, what, 5 or 6 years since the last one? This one's been caught in a little bit of
No, I think it's probably 10.
Yeah, it's been a long
The Inquisition was back in 2014.
This one's been
That's
getting
because we're old. Yeah.
a little bit of controversy because it's a little bit more focused on the combat's a little bit more action based. Also, it's not as dreary, like dark as some of the previous games. There's been accusations of the game being woke, but some people are also saying that BioWare is back. I've seen a lot of 9s, some 8s. I've even seen some lower scores, but it's mostly like 9s and 8s, like depending on who you ask. And if anything, one thing I can
depends
take out of
on
this
who you
game
ask,
is
though.
this is why it's important to try games for yourself, because the reviews
Yeah,
have
no,
been
it tends to be
divided.
very
Like, they've been
mixed.
all over the place. So it's
Yeah.
I can understand
Some
why
people
it can
like
be
it, some
hard for,
people
the
really
average
don't
consumer
want-
to be like,
really
who do I
hate it.
trust? So I'm gonna give you the floor on this one because you're a big BioWare fan, Ethos. Give us some thoughts on Dragon Age the Veilguard.
It's a big game. I am 50 hours into it.
God damn.
I played a lot of it. Oh my god! Where do I start? Like, what am I supposed to say? Like, just is it good? Is it bad? Like,
Is it woke?
Well, you could start from like combat, narrative, characters.
so big. Like, yeah. The problem is this game has had so much like messed up conversations about it from 5 different angles. It's hard for me to even like pick a point and go at it because like there's like everyone that asks me like, oh, what do I think about the game? They come at it from like 4 different angles about like, oh, what about this or this or this? I like it. I actually was a little bit worried when I first started playing it, like the initial part. But then when I started to get into Act 2, things started to get a lot more interesting, and I was like, okay, I actually think I like this a lot. I don't think it's as good as like the older BioWare stuff though.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
I will say, compared to what they've been dropping in the past 7-8 years, this is the best thing that they've made. And the thing is, I think it's
That's not
important to say
saying much,
that
though.
this is definitely a improvement, which is good to say. But there's always, I think there still is room for critique of it to help them get better at it. I'm not as I'm not as confused as I think some gamers are to believe that BioWare will ever return to what it used to be back in like old school RPGs like Dragon Age Origins or like the original Mass Effect or like KOTOR. Like that, those days are gone. I don't think BioWare will ever create a game like that anymore. Like I've kind of just accepted like what they have turned into.
Most of the developers that worked on those games are
me,
pretty
like,
much
a lot of
gone,
their
so
games
they're
have
not
always
going to
been
do
as,
anything like that again.
I want the games that are like, this is a group, you're playing as this sort of like hero, and there is this group of diverse individuals from all different walks of life within this universe, and you work together towards some goal. That seems to be like all, like Mass Effect and Dragon Age, that seems to be the main theme throughout all the games. Regardless of what anti-woke people tell you, it's always been like that.
Oh yeah.
And I think Inquisition has like, it nails that. I can see how, granted, like, I've had experience, and I think TBH you two have, and JG I think too. We've had experience. Maybe watch you two have had, like, we've all had experience, like getting early access or playing a preview event or something like that, and seeing snapshots of something. And of course, it's always important that I think a lot of people forget is that we always try to say is like, it's not, we can't say what we're saying is going to be accurate for the entire game.
They eat up a
but
lot
from
of
what they
fucking
showed
health.
us, it does look promising. And I can see how like some people like they come out of it and they say this looks really good, or BioWare's back, or this thing. I can see how maybe based off some things they saw that they believe that. I think they're on the step of the right direction. I wouldn't go as far to say like they're fully back, but I will say that like it does make me, I can breathe knowing that if this is what they did based off of what we've learned about how Dragon Age was originally going to be a live service like co-op game, and they finally woke up and was like, no, we can't. After Anthem and whatever, they were just like, no, we can't do this. Like, this is not sustainable for us. So based off of like rebooting it and the time they had, it is impressive that they were able to turn the game into what it has become. And it's not a heap of trash. So yeah,
in terms of like the game itself, I heard the stories
really
of
like
actually the writing's actually pretty
it
shit
takes a while
though.
for it to click, but I'd say it's more of I'm gonna say looter shooter, not even a looter shooter, but it's more of a like Diablo-esque type of like later in the game where you're really like there's actually builds and stuff like that, and you're actually like doing synergies with the other characters. I really thought that stuff was like really cool, but I don't think it's for everybody. I think that this game though lacks a little bit in like the role-playing department. I don't really feel like I can make Rook the character that you play as. I don't really feel like I can make Rook who I want them to be. Like I feel like for Shepard, you could make Shepard like in Mass Effect the good guy, or like the asshole but still the good guy, but it's like willing to like whatever it takes basically to like do what needs to be done. Or you could be the Paragon who's like, I'm just gonna be good no matter what, morally good, you know, the high ground type character. Rook doesn't really have that. It feels like you have like different shades of the same type of like it feels like they wrote out who Rook was supposed to be, and then they made different shades of like that similar things. Like either they're like this like outstanding moral person, or they're kind of a like sarcastic person, or they're kind of this like coach.
After all, the fucking leaderboards just
like
stopped
telling you to lock
working.
in.
I think that's
feels
what
like
it
the
is.
3 shades, and there doesn't really feel like there's an opposite, like how Shepard had like it's more like renegade moments, which a lot of people really engage in some of the older stuff. It doesn't feel like Rook has like those like renegade moments. Like there's moments where you can definitely do some, like you can punch people in the face. I did it a couple times, but there's not that like definitive like I want my character to be an asshole. Like in like you could do a Mass Effect asshole run and just be a dick to everybody. That doesn't really exist in this game, which I'm not really I'm kind of indifferent to that. I would be a little bit more upset about that if I was from Mass Effect. But Dragon Age, I kind of, it's not really that big of a deal for me. Graphics look great. I have the environments look great. Character models, I think some people depends. It's definitely an acquired like over time, but I've come to like actually like it. But the environments are really beautiful. The game runs extremely well. I played 20 hours of it on Steam Deck. It ran surprisingly really good. Played it then the rest on my desktop. Was nailing 60 FPS. For some reason, the latest patch has caused like my game to start crashing randomly, not like consistently, but every once in a while. But, like when I was playing it before the patch, I had like no crash issues, so I don't know what that is about. Like I said, I'm on like Act 2, near the end of Act 2, getting close to Act 3, so I'm curious because a lot of people say Act 3 is the strongest part of the game, so I'm curious to see why that is. I think a lot of people compare it to like the suicide mission in Mass Effect 2, so I don't know, I'll see if that lives up to what they're saying. But yeah, I enjoy it.
Yeah, I always like listening to like the different sides of the same, different sides of different opinions of the same thing. Does seem like a different way of looking into the same topic.
Like, oh, this is cool, but I still can say there are areas that I think the game could be better or be improved.
Because
on,
again, I didn't play the game at all, so I cannot comment on it.
I think it's perfectly fine. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed my entire time. I wouldn't say that like I've been upset playing the game at all. I've genuinely been surprised a couple places too. So yeah,
I'm about 15 hours in, and the best way I can describe this game is I would say I've seen some reviews say BioWare is back. I like they're comparing it to Mass Effect 2. I don't agree with that. I would say I would define this game as BioWare is back on the right track, but it's not quite there yet. It's not quite there. I think my favorite part about the game is the actual combat. It's fast-paced, it's frenetic, it's a lot of cool shit going on the screen. The best way I can define it, I would say it's basically if Batman Arkham and Mass Effect had a baby. The hand-to-hand combat, they have light and heavy attacks, and then there's a counter button, and it's literally the timing's a little different, but you'll pick it up if you played Batman Arkham. Like there will be something that'll flash above the enemy's head, and then you can counter, and then you can combo off of that. And then it has the same priming and Spider-Man system as Mass Effect. If you didn't play Mass Effect, maybe you played Anthem. It's the same system. So you combine Batman and like Anthem or like Mass Effect's combat, and like that's what it is. I think it's very fun. I think my issue with the game, where I think it's a little bit lackluster, I do like the plot. I like the plot. I do find it to be engaging. I've seen people complaining about the dialogue being cringy, maybe because I'm not far enough in. I haven't seen anything cringy. That's very subjective. But what I will say is I do feel like the dialogue is watered down. I don't feel like the choices are as deep as previous BioWare games. It's very just straightforward. Let's get the bad guy. Every once in a while, it'll give you an option to click more. And even still, like you remember when you would play Mass Effect, you click more, it'd give you like 5 dialogue options, and it would let you get so much meat on the bone about this character, the world, what's going around. It'd give you maybe 1 extra dialogue option, but other than that, it's pretty straightforward. It's to the point where I'm like, you guys might have just did kind of cutscenes if you're going to do that. Because I do think the plot is interesting, but like,
motherfucker, do you stop teleporting everywhere?
You should make it to where the choices matter a little bit more. Now there are choices that are going to be like, you're going to make some heavy choices. I've done a couple so far. What is this guy doing?
Just fucking teleporting everywhere.
The thing I do love about this game is I do love that they have now popped a UI to say like when you did something that mattered, it tells you because you did this has happened. Like there is no longer the I think there's been some people who are disingenuous about choice games now, where they'll try to say your choices don't matter. There's nothing in this game. It doesn't change anything. This is the big problem with Cyberpunk, because Cyberpunk's choices are so layered, hidden, like deep within that like you have to dig into guides to really understand like how little things actually cause like actual changes in that game. Because a lot of people said Cyberpunk originally had no choices in it, but I was like they're there.
They were
it's just, but you have to look. They're very small
they're
details
not going
that all
to affect much of the main
in this game, I do like how the UI just straight up says like, because you did this. And I will say, in the middle of Act 1, there's already a big choice that you make that does make a big change. Like it impacts a companion. I don't know if you got to that point, TBH, but there's like a big choice you make that you probably did it. That straight up locks away a part of the game.
That's
like
literally where I ended last night.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like that off rip. When I saw that, I was like, oh, so this isn't even like a small thing. Like it is like a companion got pissed at me. Their stat line changed. Like they wouldn't do certain abilities for me. They were more aggressive towards me. They leave the party for a general amount, amount of time, and say, basically like go fuck yourself, effectively. Like I can't follow you. And I was like, that was stuff that I remember like old Bioware, like they experimented with, where like if you could piss off certain companions so much, they would just like never listen or never follow you anymore. There's flashes of it, and even in Act 2, there's actually even more of it. But I don't think there's kind of what you said. It makes sense how with the knowledge of the reporting that this originally was a live service game, and then they ripped it out and changed it into this, back into what it should have been originally. That's where I think, which is how you feel about how the dialogue, it doesn't feel expansive as like how we know Mass Effect is, how we know the older like Inquisition was. I feel like, what you said, they didn't have enough time. They just didn't have enough.
It's not just the dialogue either. You could tell they reworked it from a live service game to a single player game, because there's moments where it's not any dialogue, it's just a cutscene playing. I don't know if you noticed it, but like the cutscene will end abruptly to the point where like I stopped and I was like, there's not more. Like I thought you were gonna keep going, because like it'll just stop, and like I was like, oh yeah, you could tell that they had to rework like some sections, and they were just trying to do the best they could.
It needed like two more like back and forths, like back and forths. Like,
yeah, just like a little bit more meat on the
But
bone.
I think the biggest problem with Veilguard is just
but I think the music is really
the game
good.
itself isn't half bad. And yeah, I think that's like the biggest fucking thing that I hear. And fucking, shut up with shit. Fuck's sakes.
Graphics, the game is optimized like a motherfucker. I haven't had any problems.
Performance is really
As I was
good.
saying.
I like the world.
And
I feel
as
like
I
first
was saying,
impressions based off
the
like
game
15
itself
hours I have
isn't
so far, it
half
feels like a solid
is
eight.
alright.
I don't
It's
see
just the
9 that
plot
IGN
and the
gave, but it
writing
feels like
that
a solid 8
that
so
the
far.
people
There's
are
room,
really
it's good, but there's room
aren't big
for
fans of.
improvement.
I think that's what it
And
is.
I heard the same thing, Ethos. I heard the ending is absolutely fire, and that's kind of what's keeping me going as well. Although I genuinely do like the game. Yeah, I'm curious to see will that change my perspective and bump it from an 8 to an 8.5, or maybe like even a 9. For the people that are wondering like why are the reviews kind of like all over the place, I've been watching a lot of different reviews, and I think what it is it depends on where you started the series. I think because the only other one I played was Inquisition, and I didn't beat it. I wasn't a big fan of it outside of the co-op. I think I came into this game with a little bit more of like an open perspective. I didn't really care about the previous Dragon Ages. I just wanted to play something fun, and what's here is it's fun. But from other reviews, that the ones that weren't great,
It's not very much like a Dragon Age game.
The vibe I got was it wasn't what they wanted it to be.
It's an alright game, but not very good
If you played the previous games,
Dragon Age game. Same way that Resident Evil 5 is a good game, but not a very good Resident Evil game.
I've seen some people say that like I don't know, like the world building like wasn't the same. It's just like little stuff in comparison to they wanted to be more like the old games. But then I guess the counter argument to that would be, from my understanding, aren't all the Dragon Age games very differently? Can somebody correct me if I'm wrong on that?
All of this is the problem. Like, you know how Mass Effect has an identity off rip. Like, you play from 1 to 2, but you notice that like Mass Effect had this weird thing where it went from Mass Effect 1 and then 2 like 180s, goes way more action based, right? And the RPG elements get watered down a lot. Then 3 tries to find this like middle ground between like, here's some RPG stuff, like mechanically speaking, and it still has the action that like 2 had. Dragon Age has been like inconsistent. It like 1 felt more like Baldur's Gate, like kind of CRPG, not turn-based, but had more like of that like isometric perspective, that sort of thing. 2 kind of like Mass Effect, because EA was pushing a bunch of action games. They 180'd from that, from hard RPG to action based. Like it's extremely action based. And then Inquisition tried to find this like middle ground. But I remember when me and Black played it,
it's almost something that
it felt like an MMO. It felt like an MMO light, like a World of Warcraft type of game. So like it's always been around, all different and has different identities. But I think that's what makes Dragon Age cool, is that like I think it's cool that there's a franchise that like every iteration has tried to mix it up and try something different. That's a lot of franchises don't do that. They get stuck on one thing and then they stay that thing the entirety of their life. And if ever they try to switch up, the fan base either hates it. I mean, think of Call of Duty. Like, all these are perfect examples of this. I think Dragon Age is like the opposite of Call of Duty, where like they just every time they're just changing something about it. And I feel like for better or for worse, it causes new fans to enter into the fandom, and then at the same time, it causes other fans to be like leave it or just not be happy with it. So, yeah, fair enough. So, yeah, it's been different. I will say, one thing I disagree with though is I don't agree with the criticism of how they said the game isn't dark. At least from my experience, it's hard for me from what I played for 50 hours for people to tell me with a straight face that they think this game has no.
I feel like I've seen dark shit in it already. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like off rip, like you're dealing with already a massive scale of loss, And
I think they
the
mean
game
the overall aesthetic, not the
That's
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
The,
Yeah, I'm like, yeah,
the
I'm like
general
that.
image
It
of
has
it,
to be
like
the
stuff that you
aesthetic, because
mostly
I'm like,
see
even
on
if
YouTube
we're
and
talking
fucking
aesthetic, there are still
TikTok and
parts,
Twitter
like,
or
especially
whatever
with the
with
blights
clips.
and like the darkspawn areas. Like it is like, I don't know if you got into the swamp part where the Grey Wardens are. It's very dark. Like it is some Witcher like dark level, like where it's like darkspawn and monsters that are attacking you. Like it doesn't really feel like high fantasy.
Saying
While
they
other
didn't get that far in the game.
I'm not accusing them of not getting that far in the game. I highly doubt it, because I'm pretty sure those
Wukong kind of proves some of these reviewers don't be beating games, because that Wukong reviewer said that there were no women in the game, and that game was full of women.
Yeah, I don't
It
know
is
how
what
to say
it
that,
is.
but I guess it would have to be maybe like how they feel about the overall aesthetic of it, because there's definitely some still dark elements of the game. I don't feel like I have noticed some reviews, and maybe they're not doing in good faith, some of them, but some of them were trying to say that like there's no darkness. It's all like rainbows and everyone's happy and everyone's likable and likes each other, and there's no companions that dislike. I'm like, from what I've seen, I've already had a section of the game where two companions actually were at odds with each other because they were pissed about like you were supposed to do this thing and you failed at it, and they were pissed at each other because they both failed doing their task or their job. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being BioWare fan or just giving them too much credit, but I don't know. I feel like some people are being a little unfair on that point. But all the other stuff though, I kind of agree with.
Before I toss it to Watts,
Yeah, I guess it just really depends on the point of view that you have. If you're either like a new player or just one that played the older games, or it just depends on which one you started.
I do feel like they're repeating some story beats from previous BioWare games, and I'm worried. I'm like, I hope that it peels off and becomes its own thing. And like, I can't go too much into detail without spoiling it, but there was literally a moment last night I was streaming and I was like, wait a minute. I was like, there's a plot point that's revealed, and I said, wait a minute. I was like, where have I heard? I said, this is Mass Effect. I was like, this is kind of Mass Effect, but I don't want to go into detail what exactly it was. I just hope it finds its own little footing. I don't know if you ever felt that way while playing the game, Ethos.
Like MCU, like I saw some criticisms about like saying like the writing felt like it was like MCU.
No, there's
yeah.
a straight up plot point from Mass Effect 1.
Can you give me like a hint so I know? Like, well, can you explain what the Mass Effect one is? Because I don't think
the Reapers are coming back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but that again, that's not something that's exclusive to Mass Effect. That's something that
it's the way they told it. It was very familiar. It was the way they did it. I was like, I feel like I played this before. I was like, huh, I hope it changes into something else.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll tell you once I get to Act 3.
True. Watts, how you feeling about the game?
So I'm also super early, still in Act 1, and I don't know how I feel about the game. I feel it's one of those games where there's parts that I'm like, this is really good. Like the
there are parts that
environments
are really
insane
bad.
looking. They're gorgeous. Combat like feels good, although I do think it even quite early starts to feel a bit repetitive and not as satisfying as other combat systems. And then there's the cutscenes that I think look really good, and then there'll be, I think, the one thing that I do agree with when it comes to dialogue, again from people that aren't just grifting, is that it kind of feels like they're telling you what's gonna happen or like how we're gonna do stuff in a very like tutorial kind of way, instead of it being like a natural conversation that you'd have to like hint at what's happening. It's like, it feels like you're playing a tutorial, right? And they really need you to understand what's going on. So I have felt that some of the writing hasn't felt like real characters a lot of the time. It very much feels like, I guess you could say MCU kind of writing. But I don't think that makes it a bad game. I think it's just, you know, what you're
very standard,
feeling in the mood for.
or stuff that you've already seen like a million fucking times. Again, the MCU movies.
Metaphor into playing Dragon Age.
And people nowadays are pretty fucking sick of those types of superhero movies.
It's a 180.
It's a 180.
I think it's a bad idea because Metaphor is like very politically intriguing, and there's lots going on, and there's different factions, and it's written very well, and all the characters are like really good. It's probably like peak historical political writing in a game. So if you're going from that to something that's a bit on the lighter side of how they're dealing with all this stuff, it might not hit you the way it's supposed to. So just put a bit of a gap between you and Metaphor and Dragon Age. Do something else. Get a bit of a palate cleanser. But Yeah, I think it's just probably not my kind of game, to be honest. Like, I can recognize that there's a lot of it that's really good, but I don't think the combat is gonna satisfy me for how long this game is. If it was a shorter game, I think I'd be like, yeah, it's fine. I can have a good time with it. But yeah, I just think it's not my kind of game, really.
Holy shit! Wash just said it might not be for me. That's crazy.
It might not be for me.
Crazy.
And she had no agenda push alongside it. Like, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
Freaking Jay, how you feeling about the game?
I have no thoughts. It's another game that I am skipping simply because it is too long, and I'm not a Dragon Age fan. I tried playing Inquisition. I did not like it. I watched some previews, and I was like, the combat looks all right to me, and then the whole woke stuff started, and that honestly just turned me off. Like, I'm kind of just done with the whole, like, before the game comes out, we're gonna just put all this grifting, say the game is woke, say this and that, and then when we get to the end, then it still ends up being divisive, but not just because of the wokeness, because of Dragon Age fans, as you mentioned before, who expected something different, and they didn't get what they thought that they were going to get. So I'm just going to skip it and just move along to something that's, a little bit more palatable for me and casual.
Shorter, there's no controversies or whatever, just to worry about being more of a good game than anything.
Mais Via Verde, numa só app, junto útil ao descarregável, na nova app Via Verde. Descarregue já.
Now this is only one ad still.
Yeah, you.
No, I only beat Andromeda, and I played the remastered Mass Effect 1, and I don't even know where I'm at on that. I haven't played it since.
This man, I don't know about this guy. Uncultured.
Uncultured, man.
So where are you, based off where you're at, Ethos? Because it seems like we're the two that are going to finish it. Watch respectfully dropped it. JG's not playing. Based off where you're at right now in the second act, what would you rate the game? How are you feeling about it so far?
I can see how it gets 8. I right now, like when I was in Act 1, it was like a 7 for me. But then when some story, kind of what you said, the plot has kept me engaged because I was like, oh, okay, this is interesting. And then there's been, I think the best writing for the game is when you do the companions. Like, they do the same thing that Mass Effect 2 did, where it's like you got to go off and do a companion mission with them, but they expanded it. So you know how like Mass Effect was like, Miranda, help me with my sister, and then I'll be loyal to you, and that was it, right? Like, this game expands that, so it's not just a one-time thing for you to truly like bond with somebody. It's a multiple things. And then the best part is, which I think is awesome, because again I totally see how they made the Mass Effect 2 comparison. It's just like Mass Effect 2. Once you make them loyal, or you become truly friends, like you truly understand this person, there's a choice you make. I won't say what happens, but Harding, the little the dwarf that you have, so she has a whole arc, which is very interesting. I won't say what it is because it's a big plot point within the universe that actually opens up a lot of possibilities from a story standpoint. But in it, at the end of her story arc that you go on her with some companion side missions, there's a choice, and you get to pick it. And they're two drastic different ways that you kind of the thing that she's fighting internally, her internal turmoil. There's two ways you can give her advice, and the way that you pick chooses how she decides on resolving it. And when she does that, she changes as a person. So you have two different versions of Harding that can end up, and because of how you do that, she unlocks, kind of like Mass Effect, she unlocks her like a new power. So it's like a hero of the Veil Guard. So now she unlocks like a brand new armor and a brand new ability that like is now like her. Now that she's come to accept this thing, she now has this new superpower or something like that. That now she can use within combat. And I think all the characters have this. And I think that's like the best part. I think I agree with you, what you said too, Watts. I think when you're doing the main story, it feels too predictable. I think that's what it is. It's very predictable, but it's still nice. Like when you still reach the destination, you're like, oh, okay, that still felt pretty good. But there are points where it's like when you see like a twist coming, it's like there's only been twice where I think a twist I was like, oh, I didn't expect that. But most of it has been, oh, are they gonna do kind of what you said, that relatability where you're just like, this reminds me of Matt. It's like that where you're just like, are they gonna, oh yeah, and then it happens, you're like, I knew that was gonna happen. But it's not, it's like you still feel like satisfied overall. But I will say, when I got to Act 2 and they dive a little bit more into Solus, then the game started to pick up to an 8 for me, because there's some very good, interesting backstory and right in between Solus and Inquisition, because he's like your ally in Inquisition. Then he turns on you at the end of Inquisition.
I'm a little interesting though, because now I'm seeing like a very distinct opinions about the game.
Hidden away, or not hidden away, but he's basically
I'll probably rather play the other games first before I play Veilguard, just so I have a better opinion.
See his perspective. And when I got to see that, I was like, oh, now this is some interesting stuff that I wanted to see in Inquisition that I never got, that I'm getting in this game. And now it's kind of changing my opinions on certain things of the world and Solus and the characters to moving into Act 3. So now I'd say it's like an 8 for me right now.
Okay. I agree with that.
We'll see after Act 3. I don't know if it's enough. Act 3 would have to be one of the best things I've ever played, like Baldur's Gate 3 level. It'd have to be that for it to push to a 9 for me. But I wouldn't be surprised if Act 3 at least is like solid. I end up finishing it, I'm like, I give it like an 8.5. If everything, as long as like it doesn't crash and burn at the end. But right now it's like, it's a solid 8 right now.
2024 has been the year of the 8. The year of the 8. It's been
I feel like that. I feel like it's been a lot of really good games, like really solid games, but I don't know if there's really been games that I've been like, oh my god, I love this game, outside of like Shadow of the Erdtree, which can't be in the conversation for like game of the year kind of stuff because it's the DLC.
Right, because it's DLC.
I mean, well, listen, is Mr. Jeff Keighley gonna give?
I hear what Jeff Keighley says. For the GI Awards, it will be nominated.
GI Awards.
It's definitely my favorite thing I've played. Well, can I nominate a beta for game of the year?
No,
that's crazy.
Okay.
You're out of line.
No.
Yeah, I think that's where we draw the line right there.
No.
Yeah,
Unless you're talking about
like brand
the
new
beta
games,
for
I was
the new
kind of thinking about it. I'm like, there's a lot
also
of games that
they had some good
really
memes.
enjoyed.
What about so my take is, I know a lot of people are talking about game of the year. I don't know if TBH, I'm about to enter into a different topic that you were going to point into, but for you, Watts, is it, because this is me from the outside, because I haven't played it, I haven't beat it yet. I plan on playing it before the end of the year, but I haven't beat it. I feel like the two right now is like Helldivers, but that's kind of a different reasoning behind just community-wise how people like were crazy about it. But I feel like Metaphor seems to be that game where it seems like everyone's like, it's better than great. It's like, this is phenomenal. Like, it's up there.
Yeah, I haven't finished it either. I will finish it because I think it's a great game. I think by the time I finish that game, that might be the one that I'm like, okay, this is my game of the year for me. Although I think Rebirth is probably up there for a lot of people.
I was gonna keep it in the realm of RPGs. Let's segue into that. Talk about it.
Metaphor.
So Metaphor ReFantazio is the new RPG from Atlas. These are the same people who brought us Persona, but it's a brand new series, very political. You play a character who's basically trying to become is the prime minister, the president of basically the country, because the king dies. And what happens is the prince that's supposed to take the throne, they think he's dead. None of this is spoilers because it's a 6-hour demo. You can play it. This is just the beginning of the game.
This is also literally the opening cutscene before the game even starts. Before you even press start.
The people think the prince is dead. So basically, you're tracked with trying to win the hearts of the people, doing different types of missions, so that you can, become the president of this country, or the king, the new king. My bad. That's kind of like a super simplified version.
I get the point of being 4,000 because the fucking name of the game.
There's a villain that you're going head to head with. Also, there's a plot twist with the whole prince and stuff like that. I don't want to spoil it. I'm just trying to give y'all a little bit of it. But it's a really big game.
Couldn't have been like 20,000.
It is turn-based. I've been making the joke, by the way, because I'm gonna toss this to you on. I've been making the joke, and I gotta get this off. Metaphor ReFantazio, because I've been preaching for the longest, these grifters don't play games. Start asking them what games they play. Metaphor is a game that proves my point that they don't play games, and anybody who played the game, you know what I'm talking about. The reason I know these grifters don't play games is because they all scream about how every game is woke. We're tired of talking about tolerance and fucking diversity. Metaphor ReFantazio is literally a game that preaches about fucking tolerance and diversity. The racism is rampant in this game, bro. It is super political. And it's not like preachy, like you need to do this, that, and third. It literally sits you down and it gives you different type of life lessons that makes you think. It does it in a very tasteful manner, all while being a cool action game. And if they played games, this Metaphor ReFantazio, by their definition, is the wokest game of 2024, but they didn't play it, so they don't know. But anyway,
definitely the wokest game.
Not because it's anime shit.
How we feeling about it, Watts?
Oh man, I really like it. It's like you said, there's a lot of racism. You walk up to someone, they'll start saying something nice, and you're like, oh yay!
Not as much racism as
they
on
say
Twitter.
Elda with a hard A, and you're like, God damn it!
Fucking elves.
You really go get it. Dude, that kid in the first town. I hope I get to beat his ass one day.
Damn, the kid's racist too.
He's super racist.
Everyone's
he
racist.
has lines at different points in the story to tell you how much he hates you because you're an elder.
Game. Love that.
They'll be like, you come to shopping, you're an elder.
All the time, constantly. It is constant because for people who haven't played it, there's a bunch of different tribes, which I guess you could say are the different races, and we, the main character, are a part of a tribe that is like the lowest. The people hate it. It's like the thing is that whenever something bad happens, it's because of you, because you were there. That's why the bad stuff is happening. So you do not get treated very well by anyone in that game.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I've really enjoyed it. I think because obviously this is a JRPG, and I think the thing that JRPGs struggle with a lot of the time is really grabbing you right away. Like there can be people will say after 20 hours, you get really into story and you're really feeling the world and it's great. But I think what Metaphor does really well is right from that first cutscene, I was invested in like the world and what's going on, and I was intrigued by the politics and all of that, and I was like, I'm in. This sounds really cool. So I think they did that really, really well, just making you feel intrigued right away, because I guess it's kind of like if you had Game of Thrones, but it was in a Japanese mythological fantastic world. It's kind of like that, because everyone's just fighting to be the king of this country, and you do learn a lot of things. Like they don't just say racism is bad, although I guess everyone says racism is good in this game. But they also talk to you about different kind of like economies and different type of political stances and like why it's good and why it's bad. So they'll bring up something really simple, like if you vote
racism bad.
They talk about it, so it's really good. There was one where they were like because they're kind of comparing it to like a mystical fantasy world that seems like our world, but then there's also the fantasy world that we are currently in playing as. And in this fantasy
when
world,
you're in a competition of being the most racist in your
politicians or kings or whoever say what they're going to do, and if they don't do it, they get kicked out for the next person to come do it. And it was like, oh, this is a great idea. But then the story also goes into like why that could potentially be a bad idea, and they really give a balanced look at like all the positives and negatives of stuff. So I find that really interesting. You can find these in just like side stories or talking to it.
Muda as coisas com a Wallapop. Livras-te os livros que nunca mais vai.
Another one. Shut up.
To an NPC.
Can I also state too, like when you're talking to NPCs throughout your adventure and they give you these little stories about their life experiences, whether it be about racism or whatever, there's things at the top of the menu that go off. If you listen to people's story, like your tolerance level will go up, which in turn unlocks like extra skills. So the game rewards you for just being empathetic.
It does. Yeah, it really does. And it's part of like the values that you have as like a king or whatever. So wisdom and tolerance, it's all part of it. And but yeah, the game, the characters, I think also I really got into all of the characters right away. I think they're voice acted like fantastic if you're in English or in Japanese. If you're playing in Japanese, you're basically playing with like the cast of Demon Slayer by your side, which is pretty cool.
Okay.
And then also
Nice.
like your Forger from Spy Family, so that's also pretty cool. But there's also you have all this dark stuff, and it sounds like really dark. And so racism everywhere constantly, and there's politics. But there's also a lot of really fun stuff that happens in between with the characters. You'll find yourself not just being like, oh god, Jesus, all the racism. It's also just really fun. There's a lot of comedic relief. Action-wise, I think the combat is really great. Like you have these different archetypes of classes, and there's a ton of them, and then there's advanced classes, and you can make anyone any class you want to be. I think that all of the cutscenes with all of that looks really cool, and there's some really interesting archetypes like the merchant, who you throw coins at enemies to hurt them.
Make it rain.
Which is great. You're making it rain. And there's actually this isn't much of a spoiler, but in when you go and do some dungeons, they'll be like, oh, this monster's weak to fire, or this monster will heal when you do this. They have some really interesting stuff in Metaphor where there's like one enemy where if you are using the merchant and you throw money at them, they get distracted, so they lose a turn because they're so greedy and want the money. So if you do happen to like use money in that dungeon, they lose a turn. And this is all stuff that you can learn about by buying information from an informant. So before you go into any dungeon, you can go to this informant and buy all of it, read up on what you can do, and it's just great. It's a great world to be in. They've really fleshed out that world, and I'm fully invested in the story. And combat is so fun.
Yeah, I think it's because the plot is not only just really interesting, but I think what captivated me, the two things, is I'm playing in English. The English dub is fucking top tier. Like they really put their foot into it, and the more the music is top tier
gonna have a really good
the
dub.
battle music, the world music. I'm humming the entire time. I'm just like vibing out. I thought Stellar Blade was gonna win best OST. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's going to Metaphor now. I was like, this shit kind of bang, bro.
It's so good. Did you see the clip of the actual monk who does the chanting at Tokyo Game?
So it's a monk that's doing that? I thought it was like an Italian.
Yeah.
No, I didn't know what that was.
They got like an actual. He's a pretty famous Buddhist monk to do the chanting.
That's dope.
Isn't it? It's so
Okay.
good.
Freaking, the combat really surprised me too. So like it's a mix of action and turn-based. The way it starts off is you're running off like in the world, and you'll actually visibly see the enemies, and you can catch them off guard and attack them from behind to give yourself an advantage. And when you hit them, if you hit I think square again, it'll enter you into the turn-based combat. Or if they're lower level, you can one-shot them, or you can keep attacking them maybe like 2 or 3 times to kill them. So it gives you different ways to play the game, which I appreciate, because when you're working your way through like forest areas trying to get to like the obvious boss fight, you don't have to sit there and turn-base every goddamn thing. Some of it is just action hack and slash, but even the turn-based combat, there's a lot of depth to it. I quickly figured out the game is really about trying to figure out how to cheese the boss fights, because because you'll come in and you'll like, all right, I got these new abilities, I'm just gonna use these, and each turn by the end I'm gonna win. But like sometimes you really have to use specific type of builds to get past these enemies, and some of it comes from the fact that you got to go to those snitches, those informants, and get the info that you need. And then some of it you could just straight up cheese. Like there was one boss that I ran a triple warrior setup, and like you get an ultimate move that you only can get if you run the triple warrior lineup, and you do like early game you can do like 1500 damage, and I one-shotted a boss that I had been struggling for like an hour to beat just using the regular like lineup. And I was like, oh, so the game wants you, if you're struggling, the game wants you to go back to the library and try until you unlock it in the menus, to go back and try different like what, I don't know what them joints is called. It's kind of like
archetypes.
The archetypes, to try out different archetypes and like lineups and stuff like that.
They're like jobs, right? Like Final Fantasy.
They're like a job system.
Yeah,
typical
and what's cool
RPG
is,
stuff.
it only costs money to unlock it once, because I thought you needed resources every time. Once you unlock it, you're good. So you can constantly be switching between archetypes if you ever get stuck, and I think that's cool because it switches up the gameplay. I think the world is super interesting, like the traveling, the different every cutscene is like super interesting.
The actual like animated cutscenes are insane.
It's a full-blown anime, like the actual like it has cut. That shit is like, it's fire. I was like, wow. I think what shocked me about this game is it wasn't even on my rate. I mean, I had heard of it, but like people were like, just try the demo. By the time I got to the end of the demo, I was like, fuck, man, I got another game I gotta play.
100 hours, god damn it.
100 hours, but I'm glad that I give a W to the chat. Y'all rarely get one. Y'all put me onto this one, because I've always liked Persona's music, but like the teeny bopper shit always turned me off. I couldn't get into whatever, but like this political stuff, it's like some Gundam Wing type of shit that I really fuck with. And this was, I think this and Astrobot are the only games that I played this year where I'm like, yeah, these are like definitive. I can see these being nominated for like Game of the Year, and to the point where like based off what I played, I feel like Metaphor is #1 for me right now. It's in terms of Game of the Year.
All right, fuckers.
Jay, you got some time with it. How you feeling about it?
Yeah, I still didn't even beat the demo yet because I ended up getting trapped in another game. So But for what I did play, I was similar as yourself. I took your advice, which you said you took the chat's advice to try Metaphor. So I decided to try it out, and surprisingly, it wasn't bad. Like, I was actually quite interested in it, you know, more from a story standpoint than anything, and I was very surprised that I was. Also, the turn-based, once I got into it, it didn't bother me. I know some people are just like hardcore. I just want to play a pure action RPG, but for me, since I played like a dragon
the last time I did a
over the last few
fucking
years, like I'm
role-playing
more back into the turn-based
shit.
But I do like how it's more of a hybrid, as you described already. You know, you can, you know, at some
maybe
points with the
Pokemon Emerald.
enemy,
That's
just,
about
you
it,
know,
though.
roll past them, just hit them and get them out the way. But once you get into the more difficult enemies, then, you know, you can strategize a little bit more once you get into the turn-based sequence. So with that being said, I do enjoy the actual combat. I do think that's quite interesting, and it keeps me engaged in it. You know, once I actually figured out, you know, what the game was trying to show me when it comes to how to navigate the combat. I know, like, you were watching my first stream, TBH, and you were like, oh man, you're too weak, so you can't one shot them enemies yet. But he was like, but that's how you know you're supposed to do it. You don't have to get into a turn-based sequence every single time with those enemies. And yeah, it was very interesting, just like in the first, because I have like maybe 4 hours into the demo, and you know, just the whole part of getting into the military from the start was very, very interesting from a story standpoint. And yeah, no, I can see how this could definitely expand more into the whole racism aspect into it, because
to some town folk, you'll find out.
I just love
I saw that. Yeah, just speaking to some random people, I was like, dang, like y'all really don't like me.
I love an RPG with racism. That shit is lit, bro. It's trash in real life, but in games, it's great.
I really thought I had this conversation with friends, like we were talking about like Attack on Titan after it was done, and I was like, now that I think about it, I was like, I think the best pieces of media that I've ever played that I love, like, you gotta have racism in it. If you don't have racism in it, like,
honestly, like Final Fantasy 16, like when you did a lot, especially there was a side quest. Dear God, there was one side quest that was crazy. That was essentially like there was a little girl being like, "Come and visit my pet," and it was a dead woman who was her slave. And I'm like, yeah, well, okay. Final Fantasy 16 had a lot of like really dark slave stuff with like the people who have the powers. They just want to put them in the military or like work them to do something, and they don't believe that they're actual people. Yeah, it helps flesh out a fantasy world when you add stuff.
But you know
like
that everyone else is racist.
Yeah, so I told myself I would at least finish the demo, but it's I was like, man, Atlas. I've told myself that I'm just going to avoid all these Persona games, all these Atlas games, just because of the sheer amount of time that it would take in order to complete these. Like I'm a totally different gamer than I was like 10 years ago. Like,
everyone has the exact same amount of
I'm
fucking
way
time
too
for
busy.
shit.
Like, if I could sit there and play one of these games like every day, you know, for at least 2-3 hours, and that'll be a different story. But like, I just physically cannot now. So like, I do avoid a lot of the game just for that aspect alone. But I am going to get through the demo at least, and then if I end up thoroughly enjoying it after that, then I might pick it up. But again, don't expect me to beat that game anytime soon if I do end up purchasing it.
True. Ethos, how you feeling about it?
Yeah, I'm kind of like in JG's boat. I did play a little bit of the demo. I didn't beat it, but I got pretty far into it where I was like, okay, yeah, I'd probably pick this up. But there was just like, there were so many games I think coming out around that same time, or that were like around that time. I was like, I can't make myself play 100 hours, because I know that would fit into basically the rest of the year of me playing it, which is still going to be the plan.
Right, yeah. That's why I much prefer playing shorter games, just because
a couple of other games too that I had to catch up on.
Yeah, it's gonna be like the same shit that happened in Watch Dogs, where I'm gonna spend like a fourth of the year just playing that one game over and over again.
Was it 5? 5 was the last one. I did play Persona 5. It's crazy that we also had another Persona game that came out earlier this year too.
There was also Shin Megami Tensei, wasn't there?
Yep.
They had Atlas put out like 3 games this year.
A lot of games this year. Yeah, they dropped 3, and they were all bangers. I think they all scored very good. Yep. Yeah, and when I played it, I was kind of like, oh, this is basically Persona, like, just, you know, but it's not in a high school setting. I'm not playing with like high schoolers, but it's more mature in the writing and like the thematics. And I remember when I saw it, when they first revealed it I think Xbox revealed it like a year ago, and I remember some people were just like, "What the hell is this?" Like the art style was very striking, and people were just like, "What the? Like, I don't want to see this shit." But
then
like,
people actually play the
I
fucking
was like,
thing.
"Oh, you know what? Like, you know, Atlas is working on it, and you know, I'm gonna give it a shot." I enjoyed Persona 5 for the most part, but I do agree. Like, there is that. There's that weighed down aspect of just those games just take so much time.
They're so long.
Persona 5
Yep.
burnt me out. I don't
Yeah,
even
at
think I
least
got to like my friend told me like, I was
RPGs
at
in
the end
general
of the
take
game
a
and I
really
didn't
long
even
time to
finish it
fucking
because like, I was
finish.
so burnt out because I played it like for like 2 months straight trying to beat it, and I was just like, this just takes so much. I wish like that sometimes these games would just be like, if they could just cut down to like under 50, like 40 hours, I would be in love with them. But that's just me. Like, younger me would love it, but like now it's just like, please, could you just be like
don't have the
40
fucking
hours,
time,
like 30
man.
hours?
That's why I'd be so confused when people be complaining about game length and man, this shit only 40 hours. I'm not buying it. How many hours you need in your $70 game? Like,
that's perfect. It's literally perfect. Like, don't get me wrong, like I've gotten farther. I put like almost 50 hours into Dragon Age, but that was because like I got engaged on it like about on the 10-hour mark, and then I just kept going like really far, like late into it because I just wanted to do all the stuff that the game had. And hopefully that's the same reaction I'll have with Re-Fantasio, which I hope is like I'll get into it, and then once it gets its claws into me, then I won't be able to put it down. But yeah, it's just kind of what you said, the whole palate cleansing thing. I kind of want to take some time and then reset my mind to mentally prepare myself to basically be locked into like one game for like a good month. Because that usually takes a lot out of me nowadays because I'm old. I used to be able to play 3
Everyone's
games like
getting
this,
old, motherfucker.
all at the same time, but I can't do that anymore. So yeah, I'm excited about to play it. From what I played, I really enjoyed it. Shout out to racism. Once again, if you guys
That's
were,
cool.
there was racism in Mass Effect, goated. Witcher 3 had racism in it. Cyberpunk had racism in it. I'm just saying some of my favorite games got racism in it. It's a great tool to utilize to tell stories. Obviously, as long as you're not condoning racism in them. But I feel like they do allow for some really powerful writing, some really good character writing. You can see different shades of humanity, I think, through unfortunately, some of the most vile aspects of humanity. So, yeah, shout outs to Atlas. Oh, to answer your question, TBH, because you asked about why woke people won't bring it up, I can tell you why. It's because woke people are under the belief that the Western game media has basically become so corrupted with wokeness that only Japan, this was their argument about Stellar Blade, was that only Japan was freed from diversity and all this like woke stuff. Like these games were freed from it. Like there's big titty girls and all this sort of stuff and bouncing boobs and all that sort of stuff. And that's the last bastion is Japanese games, and that those Japanese games don't care about political correctness. So when you have a JRPG made by a Japanese studio making this, like effectively, honestly, the most like woke actual mechanics involving wokeness, actually involving progressive ideas and ideology, and then even with some comparisons with our own life and our own society, it breaks the
mold.
Their cognitive dissonance. It breaks what they expect. They thought A equals B, and A doesn't equal B here. So
you know what they end up saying? They end up saying they like it, all the political stuff and all that stuff in games when it's done well. Is what they end up saying.
That's the good part. They can't tell you what is well. They don't want it, and then they'll bring up games that have it, and they'll be like, "But then it was done well back then." It's like, well, what do you mean by that? Like, what does he mean?
What do you mean by that?
It wasn't done well, and a lot of time, from my experience, from talking to some of these special people,
Special people? You mean
for me, the way
dumbasses?
I gathered their explanation for it has effectively been, I wasn't able to comprehend that it was woke when I played it, and that's why it was good. Was because even if it was woke, I didn't comprehend it, and since I didn't comprehend it or it went over my head,
So you mean you're too stupid to realize then it's good for you.
Genocide. It's the same thing. It's like if that happens to them, that means it's written well.
But if it's like a great example of that.
They don't.
Bioware,
It's always
because they're calling Dragon Age woke, but I'm like, yo, did you play Mass Effect? Because you can literally you can fuck dudes, aliens, women. What are you talking about, bro? That shit's always been in the game, and it's always been optional. It never forced you to do anything. What are you talking about? And I would know because I fucked them.
I fucked them everywhere.
Older, I was like, I remember when Mass Effect 1 got criticized on Fox News because you could fuck aliens, and that was literally like it was a section of like them saying that this is something that they're letting kids play. I remember how in Mass Effect 2, The entire theme of Mass Effect 2 is literally the thing that they yell about the most, which is arguably like one of the best BioWare games, is literally in order for us to overcome overwhelming odds and obstacles, we must work together as a group of diverse individuals from different backgrounds that don't agree with each other, but we have to come together for a greater good. And to do that, and we realize that together we can amount and we can defeat any obstacle or any problem. That's the entire thought of that. That's the entire like theme of Mass Effect. Like, I just see it just go whoop. It's just fucking wild to me. So
it's like I saw people trying to say that like One Piece isn't political, and we're like, hello. It's like,
bruh.
what do you mean?
Star Wars isn't political.
What do you mean isn't political? You fucking dumb or stupid.
Pirates and jumping around and stealing booty and stuff like. Like Luffy would punch half of you in the face.
Is your stupid brain being fucked? Is your stupid?
Keep it in the realm of
Is your dumb brain being fucked by stupid?
Since the last podcast, there was a Monster Hunter Wilds beta. I think you're the only one that got time on it, but lucky for us, Watts, you got 100,000 hours on it. So give us the good, bad, and the ugly on it.
There was a beta, yeah. It came out on PlayStation first because Sony has some kind of not like an exclusivity deal, but they have like a marketing kind of deal with Monster Hunter. So they got the beta first on PlayStation 5.
I guess what happens? Are we on the PS4s last when
on PlayStation 5?
Sony had like some exclusive shit. We mostly like Assassin's Creed.
I think it performed really well. I think the
Call
only
of Duty,
thing is
like
that
they'll get some maps early
seems
on.
like there's almost like a gray filter over it, especially on performance mode, but when they were at Tokyo Game Show, they were playing their current build live on stage, and it looked way better. And they kept saying, like, this is obviously an old build. The community manager on a stream said that, like, the game is already running better than this, and they're obviously still working on it. That's kind of all they're doing now. So I could expect it to get a lot better. But it performed really well. Like, there were no server issues, which was, like, a big part of this because they have 100-player lobbies. 16 players you can like see in front of you, and then 4 people like you go out and hunt with, and it's got crossplay, which is the first time they've done crossplay in Monster Hunter. So that was like a big part of this beta. Was like, we want to make sure that all of this is working, and there were no server downtime at all. I was able to connect with people on all consoles all over the world, and it was flawless and perfect. So that was great. This is also a pretty extensive beta because they allowed you to play like the first mission of the game, which kind of acts almost as a tutorial. It lets you like pick a weapon, and you get to fight a monster that's meant to be a punching bag. That's his job. So you go and you do that story mission, but then they also just let you out into the first area of the game. There's going to be, we know of at least 3. I assume there's going to be 4, maybe 5, but this is like the first area that's a desert area. And they let you go out into that world, and you can hunt for monsters. You can fish, you can swim, you can collect things, you can explore. Like, they kind of just let you go crazy out there. And yeah, I thought it was great. I tried a bunch of different weapons. Going back to an older Monster Hunter after playing this one now makes me appreciate just how much quality of life is in this one. Like, there's so much. I was playing Monster Hunter World, and I'm like, oh man, I miss doing this. So they've done a lot, probably even more than you would expect in terms of quality of life. And my favorite weapon, which is the bow, feels fantastic. I think all of the monsters were also really good. They had very good telegraphing. They were, especially for like the first area, I felt like they were very, very fair and fun, but they could mess you up sometimes if you're not careful. Yeah, I thought it was great. And then it came out on PC. So I played it on the PC beta after that. And on PC, so there were some people having performance issues, usually if they had an older CPU, which has been the case for like every PC game that's come out for the last like 2 years, I feel like.
Right.
So luckily I was totally fine. And it ran super smooth. I was like hitting around 120 FPS. It was beautiful. Again, all of the network stuff was totally fine. Colors also looked really good. I didn't have that weird kind of film over it on PC. So yeah, I was really impressed with the PC version because it's gonna just keep getting better. I know that I can personally run it well. There was actually a really funny bug where people were coming into contact with polygon monsters. So it looked like
then also there's another glitch
earlier
where
than, like, a
people have to
PS1
shoot
game.
your character makes
But
like an
apparently
ugly
that wasn't
face or some
because
shit.
of like a performance issue. It was actually a bug of like pulling the right thing into your game to load the monster. So people ended up enjoying it though. They were kind of making fan art of it, of the polygon monsters, and they asked Monster Hunter to do like an event quest when the game is out and have polygon monsters. So I'm sure that will be fixed by the time it comes out. But that was a thing.
Okay. And coming out of the beta, how are we feeling about this? Like, what did it feel like to you out of 10 from the beta?
I would be surprised if this game doesn't end up being my favorite game ever, to be honest.
That's a bold claim. Okay.
I'd be very surprised. Like they've done a thing with combat. So I've played, if I compare like the latest Monster Hunters, which is like World and Rise. Rise is like they're made by their portable team, because for people that don't know, Monster Hunter has like 2 teams that work on it. One does this like mainline Monster Hunter, which is why they're called like 4th generation, 5th generation, 6th generation Monster Hunter. And then you have a portable team that makes things for like any portable device, the PSP, the Switch. And Rise was a Switch game that was then
but the console
to
stuff,
PC
the main
and
console
consoles.
stuff, but then there's
and it plays a lot more like
the
arcadey,
handheld
right?
stuff.
Because
Gotcha.
you have to fit this hunt into someone on their
Shut up. You fucking ants.
train journey. So you can't have them running around for 20 minutes trying to find the monster before they even fight them. So it's very much so like you get in there and you fight the monster, and combat is like really fast. So a lot of the weapons were like super fast. It was like very anime, very arcadey. And then World is a lot more like slower paced, and Wilds is like right in the middle. So you still get like a lot of the flashy stuff with weapons, some of the really cool stuff that makes you feel like you're doing some badass things, but it is a lot more grounded and weighted. So I feel like the combat is in like a perfect place. Also, I think the armor looks really good that we've seen so far, and the weapons look really good. The music has been really good. They have super dynamic music. So Ray Dow, which is like the big thunder monster, he's like the big guy of the area. When he rolls in, it will play like his theme song, but when he starts running away, it like slowly goes out of his theme song and it goes to more of like an acoustic, slower version, and then goes back to the exploration music. So the dynamic music is like, they have music.
So the music changes depending on what's going on.
It's really, really cool.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, and I
love when games do that shit.
That was awesome. I went and bought some cheese.
A good example of that is Rayman M or Arena, whatever the fuck you want to call it,
like
depending on the region.
For it to cook
It's like
with, but you can also get items, like, you know, when you're sharpening your weapon,
on-foot racing
there's an
game where
item that can like make
the song
sharpening super fast.
changes depending on
So you
who's
can use that instead
on the
of
lead.
the traditional way. You also have like healing items that you
Like
can
if
get
it's
from
Rayman
fish as
on
well.
at
And
first
from when
place,
they were
he's gonna
playing
play
at
his
Tokyo
theme.
Game Show,
It's like someone
it
else
looks
they're
like
gonna
there's
play
be, like,
his
some
theme.
cosmetic stuff linked to fishing, kind of like your first time fishing, maybe even like catching the biggest fish or something. You'll get some kind of customization stuff for yourself.
Okay, and that drops February, I believe.
February 28th.
Does this thing carry over from like World or whatever it is? Like, is there any things that carry over?
No, there's no parody like at all. There's some like online theories that some of these characters are from like an old Monster Hunter, but if anyone is like, I've never played Monster Hunter, do I have to go and play the one that came out 20 years ago?
Yeah.
No, you're free to just jump into any Monster Hunter. It's like, it's kind of a fresh thing every time, like with Final Fantasy, right? You don't need to play the others. So you can just jump in right away. One thing that did carry over from the beta though was character creator. So you know how they did that with Dragon's Dogma? I love that they did that with Dragon's Dogma. So if you made your character in the beta, that is gonna carry over to the full game. And I wouldn't be surprised if they do another, probably a demo rather than beta eventually, because normally Monster Hunter does do like demos for everything.
After this one, I'll try doing like
So I
a
wouldn't be surprised if there's
public Exterminatus,
So my
see if
goal
I can
now
find someone
is to
playing this shit.
complete
And maybe get
Metaphor
like
and
the other
Dragon
arenas,
Age
I don't
by
know.
February.
Yeah,
So I'm ready for Monster Hunter and Assassin's Creed.
Well, you know, there's a lot of games that drop in January too. I don't.
What come out? What come
What's
out?
coming out in January?
I just know like this,
Give me a
I think it was this year and the year after that.
Because I don't have a PS4 PC anymore. I have my 4080. I'm ready for a Monster Hunter.
Listen to this guy.
It's ready.
2025. Oh yeah, Freedom Wars remaster. Are you gonna play that, Watts?
Freedom.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe actually.
I love that game.
I still got my copy. I'm not buying that shit.
That game was great. That game was. Well, I
Got my
heard.
Vita.
This is what I heard. I heard Bandai's remastering this because they're thinking about making a sequel, but they need to see.
Maybe I popped in.
And they need to see the numbers.
Yeah, because I really love that shit on the Vita. But basically, it's like Monster Hunter, but it's like sci-fi Monster Hunter, right? I think pretty much, kind of in a way.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah.
That Yakuza game come out in February too. I wanted to try that. That's, oh my god.
You know they moved their release date because of Monster Hunter.
Oh, so it's not in February anymore?
I don't know what the new date is. I think they only moved it by like a week or so.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, it says February 21st, and then Monster Hunter is the 28th.
Oh, they probably moved it to like a bit before, so it wasn't coming out the same
play
time.
Yakuza? Hello?
Yeah, I've been told you that the Pirate Hawaii one, that one, like the combat one, that looks fire. I was like, oh, I'll try that one. When I see them doing all the air combos and shit, I was like, okay.
Is that the one where
Like, I've been saying, like, yeah, this might be my jump into Yakuza, but now I'm seeing these games.
previous
I still
one?
want to try it, but it's gonna be on the back burner probably.
Oh, Shadows comes out in February.
That's what he was saying. He was saying Assassin's Creed, yeah.
Yeah,
Avowed not to get lost.
What's in January though? Honestly, I need to look
Yeah, I
up.
think I can start a public match by myself. Then I'll just wait until someone else joins.
Ain't nothing in January, bro. Yeah, I got a couple months. I'm gonna beat these games, bro.
Are you trying to play Spider-Man 2 on the PC?
No, then that shit ain't coming out on DLC.
Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is coming out.
Right, that.
People are excited about that. So it's not really for me, but I know a lot of people are really excited about that game.
Yeah, I'll have to see a little bit more, but I might play that. But I am excited to play Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, I wish there was someone else I might be able to make some actual fucking progress with the rest of the
because it's like all the old school Yu-Gi-Oh!
arenas.
games. Like when I was a kid, they're all remastered, and I was like, oh, this brings back memories because I never beat all these because they were too hard. But I'm gonna beat
Games
them
back then were hard, man.
Yeah, but I'm gonna beat them now. I'm a grown man. If I can't beat them now, I'm good.
Turn that shit off.
I'm looking at December, and I forgot Indiana Jones comes out.
You playing it?
Wait, no, it
right.
comes out this year?
It does. It comes out
This year, yeah.
Remember, we talked about this. Microsoft don't promote their games.
1 month?
They don't.
They're not Call of Duty. They're not promoting the game.
They don't.
Right.
Marvel Rivals and Indiana Jones.
We're playing
Yeah, I
Marvel
mean,
Rivals
it's
in
almost the
December,
same
that's
shit
it.
happened with the
I did
Sci-Fi
not know
Rush.
that.
Sci-Fi
That's
Rush.
crazy. That's like their
The only
one of their biggest
publicity that
games.
fucking game got was
I don't even know why.
Well, this is the same thing with Metaphor,
fucking,
right? It's like people
presentation
who love those types
at
of games
E3 or
didn't
whatever,
know
the day
that it was
before
coming out or what
fucking
it was.
released them.
That's
And
wild.
Xbox has the marketing rights for it, so.
That's wild. Well, at least Call of Duty was good. I don't know what.
Metaphor still sold $1 million in the first 24 hours.
It did
though,
do well,
despite
yeah,
despite,
definitely
no
did well.
promotion. Freaking speaking of Call of Duty, let's move into that. The Game Pass. You're the
That's
Game Pass
perfect.
Bishop.
Yes, sir.
Black Ops 6, it has come out since the last podcast. Black Ops 6 features the new Omni movement system, which allows you to basically squirm and worm in any direction when you're sliding or in the air. Obviously, there's a new story mode. There's a couple maps in the zombie mode, a bunch of different maps. I mean, it's Call of Duty. It's Black Ops 6.
Right.
The thing that is different, though,
Call of
is
Duty
now
will
it's
always be
available
Call of
on
Duty.
Game Pass for free if you have the Game Pass. So it's been recording record numbers of people playing. And people have been wondering, is Call of Duty back? You're the Game Pass Bishop, the Game Pass ambassador. Ethos, give us the good, bad, and the ugly. How you feeling about it?
COD is back, baby. COD is back. I've always said Treyarch was the best at doing this shit, and every single time they prove me right. I think this is the best
Treyarch?
Call of Duty we've had since.
Right. Infinity War was the Modern Warfare one. Treyarch is the one that made Black Ops and World at War.
Black Ops 3.
I'm trying to think if there's anything
after Black Ops 3. Was it Black Ops 4?
Black Ops 4, Modern Warfare 2019, Cold War, Vanguard, World War II.
Yeah, now that I think about it, I agree with that statement. Yeah.
Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3. I think it's better than all of them.
Yeah, I feel like Black Ops 3 was the last time I genuinely had fun with a COD. I agree.
On Call of Duty, yeah.
We didn't like 2019? We hop back on 2019.
No. The maps was ass.
The campaign was solid. It was
Think
pretty
about
good.
it. How long did we play Modern Warfare 1 and 2? How long did we play them bitches?
Well, I didn't play 2 at all, but 1 I played a little bit. That's when we came back.
I was on the
majority with GI was when we came back.
Those maps were booty, and the people
They were, but they were bad.
Don't get me wrong, and all the people, I think people just have short-term memory. All the people that are trying to talk about how bad Black Ops 6's maps are. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying they're great, but I'll play them any day of the week before I ever have to play 2019's maps ever again. Those maps were absolutely garbage. They were terrible. There was no flow to them whatsoever. I don't think 6's are... amazing either, but since they've added like Nuketown and they're adding some new ones for season 1, I think we're gonna get some.
Right,
Hopefully
yep.
those maps are good.
Always bringing Nuketown. That's
there's
like
maybe
a
3
standard,
maps in the
standard
multiplayer
nowadays.
I enjoy playing on, but most of them I'm just like either tolerating or like I just dislike them so much. Like especially that snow map, I hate it with a passion. Multiplayer's fire. Like I said, I really think the gameplay loop is good. There's no bullshit. I feel like that's always been the problem with Call of Duty. There's always been some bullshit in Call of Duty's multiplayer, like some mechanic, some gun, some annoying perk, or something that was annoying. I think the only
That's gonna become the advantage, just make everyone make everyone overpowered and shit.
Anything like that. I know the community has been complaining about the recon perk. But compared to like how like other Call of Duties have come out with some busted annoying thing, Recon is pretty tame. Yeah, you get like wall hacks for like 1 second, but it's way better than Black Ops 4 where everyone had those specialist abilities and they were doing wall hacks through walls and blowing us up and all that sort of stuff. Like I genuinely think it's a really well thought out, well designed Call of Duty game. Not saying it's like the best shooter you'll ever play. You gotta understand we're always comparing this to like the sphere of Call of Duty when we're talking about Call of Duty, not like some of your best favorite shooters of all time. But I will say, I played the campaign. It was actually creative. It didn't even feel like a regular Call of Duty campaign. Like it wasn't just go from point A to point B and just shoot at like a wall gallery. Like it was a Hitman game at one point. You had to like, it had dialogue in it. You were like grabbing intel and like manipulating people to do what you want in one mission. Then the next mission, you're playing a horror game. You're playing like something that's like out of control, or an Alan Wake. It's like it took a bunch of different like types of games and different styles of games that like you've played in the past 5 years and mixed them all into a campaign with like psychological aspect, thriller, spy stuff, stealth game. Sorry, JG, stealth. You know, straight up like you still has that straight up like Call of Duty, you know, bombastic experience still littered in throughout each of the levels. It just nails it. I just played some zombies today. I enjoyed it. I don't know what I'm doing half the time, so don't take anything from don't take any advice from me when it comes to zombies. If it's great or not.
Let's take a little break before we move on.
YouTuber, but from what I play, at least just my personal experience of just playing like
right after this, after the break, we'll start doing.
I enjoyed it. So
we'll start doing Exterminatus public. See if I can find like someone joins up.
Are we past the honeymoon period with this game, or are we still in it? I don't know.
I feel like we're still in it.
I think we're still in it.
Yeah.
So far?
We'll wait until the end of the year and we'll see. Yeah, we're still playing it.
Yeah, I'd say my impressions of the game, I agree, it's probably the best one since 3, but I've been struggling with the idea of, is it really that fun to me, or is it just I don't give a fuck because I got it for free off of Game Pass? Because like when it kind of does change the way I think about the game when I don't have to spend $70 on it. Like I'm just not as stressed about it anymore.
I mean,
yeah, I guess that also goes into it, because if you have Game Pass, you get the game for free. I mean, how much is Game Pass nowadays? Is it like, what, 12, 13 bucks a month or some shit like that? But yeah. Before we do more Exterminatus, let's take a little break, because I want to do some public ones. If we find someone else to do this, we'll just go and do the other arenas. But yeah, let me just do this. And then this. Alright, we'll be right back. And we are back. Now, let me just change over here. Alright. Right, let's see if we are lucky enough to find a random to do the rest of Exterminatus with. Yeah, let's see if we're lucky enough with that. Right, because I have not seen a single fucking random while doing this. Mostly just because I think we always been doing private lobbies. No, except for Exterminatus, but when we did that, we always did with a group of either 3 or 4. So it was very rare to run into randoms. And also ones that actually have the fucking DLC. Alright, yeah. I mean, can't I start a match? Or can I only join them? I guess after a while it lets you make a lobby. I don't know. Start the match in public. I don't know. Or maybe it only starts if 2 players are searching at the same time, some shit like that. Yeah, I think it might be that. Right, so I can't quote unquote start a public match. Public stuff only starts when there's like 2 people. Okay. Gotcha. Alright, whatever. Guess we're just gonna be doing the exact same shit. Alright. Where were we?
I mean, you just wouldn't play it.
Yeah, but I still spent $70. I didn't like. I pay for Game Pass up front, so I dropped 120. But the thing is, I'm getting 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games throughout the year, so it pays for itself. So by the time we got to Call of Duty, the Game Pass has already paid for itself. So to me, it's free. So like, I'm trying to juggle. I'm like, do I like it enough that I would pay 70 for it? I'm still not there, like, because I don't feel the need to own the game. Like, if I stop paying for
Call of Duty games, I
access
definitely don't see me spending like $70 for it. Plus all the plus the
The
DLC.
capability of just turning it off and not playing anymore.
Yeah, if it was 70 for everything and for the main game and DLC, then yeah, sure. But seeing how fucking expensive the DLC packs are for Call of Duty games that might tend to be, even for the older stuff, even for the older games.
I only went with crackheads on that game.
My old ass eyes, I can't play for more than like 2 hours. After about an hour and 3, I'm like, I'm done. I gotta get off, y'all.
My playthrough is only slow. It's slow enough for me that I can keep up. I can't do all the hard point shit. I can't do that anymore.
Right.
Gunplay
I guess he only does. Usually he gets his eyes tired because he's constantly staring at one screen.
My perspective is coming from multiplayer.
I don't get my eyes tired because I'm always moving. I'm always like looking at different screens.
Tolerable, but there's not a
Mostly
single
just
map
because
in
I'm
this game
streaming.
that I just genuinely love.
Babylon.
I still don't like.
Yeah, I agree with that. I like Babylon a lot.
Yeah, y'all were shipment boys, wasn't y'all?
No, I hate shipment.
I love shipment.
I Shipment 3, I get pissed every time we got shipment.
Babylon, I tolerate. That's in the tolerate one, but I still don't love anything in that game in terms of map. And that's because like the more we play it, I've learned the map and like I just know where to be. So then like I'm going off. But even still, like I feel like there's not a single map in the game that has a really great flow to it. So it really comes down to your situational awareness, peeking corners, and and I'm trying to think, and just knowing your gun. I will say one thing that does piss me off about the game the most is more so the community. It really pisses me off that they implemented this new Ani movement system where you can virtually do anything with the movement, which is like the main thing y'all say y'all love about Call of Duty, the movement. That's the difference between the casuals and the pros. They give us the best movement we've seen in a long time, and a lot of y'all are still dick in the dirt in the corner, just camping. I don't understand it. Like, bro, can we have some fun? Do you have to run the meta every goddamn every map, every gun, every setup, just sitting in a corner? It's mainly the community, but I'm enjoying it. I do think the game is on the clock a little bit. I want to see some better maps drop. I think that'll determine how long I play it. But for now,
well, here's the thing.
Almost fell down.
There's no competition.
Fell down there. Sheesh.
They blew it X Defiant, so that's dead. They don't care about that.
What about your background?
Is MIA.
Concord Studios got shut down.
Right. Right, yeah. They said that was going to be the Call of Duty killer. Yeah, they're always going to say it's going to be the fucking Call of Duty killer until the new Call of Duty game comes out. They just completely forget about the fucking game.
No, Apex just did a reboot. They did a reboot.
No, it's a joke. Let's be real. It's a joke now. And then you got Overwatch, a joke. What do you have, like Marvel's Rivals, which isn't really the same type of game?
It's not
but
the
like,
same, yeah.
I mean, it's not even out though.
When does that come out? Splitgate 2?
I don't know what Splitgate 2.
So I guess it's not a threat. We don't even know when it comes out.
Not right now, no.
Halo is just vibing with its 1,000 people. They just vibing along while they work on the new one.
I think this game benefits from the fact that I'm just old. Like, the older you get, like, there was a point where, like, I think we're all like, fuck Call of Duty, it's the problem. The older I get, the more I understand why Call of Duty is still popular. I'm not gonna lie.
Right. Because it's just short matches.
Run for an hour or two, we get off, bro.
I mean, honestly, that's how a lot of it goes for a lot of people, because, like, you know, getting into a new game,
they get work,
back
they don't
into,
have
like,
enough time to fucking play.
It's a lot more mentally taxing on you. So when you come home from work or you've had a busy day, getting into something that's familiar is kind of the way to go. So even if it's a new Call of Duty, it's still Call of Duty. So you're like, oh, I'm gonna get on the new Call of Duty because it's comfy and I don't need to learn anything and I know how this goes.
Yeah, going back to what Ethos said in one of his earlier videos, most recent videos, is that's another one of those franchises where it's just comfortable. You're like, you're so invested throughout all these years, and then financially invested as well. Even though this is an annual title, but still,
that and also the fucking DLCs are super fucking expensive
every time the new Call of Duty comes out. So it's going to be extremely tough for you to move on to something else. Like, it's just, again, what you're familiar with keeps you into that ecosystem for years upon years, and now we're talking decades of Call of Duty at this point.
That's why BZ won't leave Apex.
Yeah, he's invested. He's invested. And we think that, like, it was like, yo, like, can you break yourself from, like, the Matrix at this point? Yeah. Like, it's hard. You can't. You're already there. You're stuck.
I get it. I played Valorant since the pandemic. I played it for 3 years straight. I put a lot of money in that game. It took me a long time to break out of that. Every once in a while,
forgot about League of Legends all the time.
Yeah, remember League? Yeah, I broke out. Oh, that was the best chain I ever broke. Oh man, I think.
Right, I don't think I was ever really financially hooked into a game. Even when I tend to be hooked on a particular game, I don't really tend to pay for additional shit.
I don't know if you guys are watching it. I'm pretty sure watch.
I watched it today.
Like, I play like since it stepped out for like almost 3-4 years, and I didn't spend a single fucking dime while playing it. I stopped playing it because there was nothing else to fucking do in there.
And you need to watch Love Is Blind DC.
Besides no farming for fucking donuts and have nothing to fucking spend them on. And also running out of room for all the shit, the new shit that we're constantly getting.
Whether this game would be worth $70, and, you know, the reason why he's playing it and somewhat enjoying it because he got it on Game Pass. I think for me, definitively, with everything else, because I think for like the last Call of Duties, outside of Black Ops 2 and Modern Warfare 2019, I only strictly played multiplayer or didn't play the game at all. Like, I avoided all zombies. I didn't want to play zombies anymore. I didn't really care about the campaign. But for this game, I think it did like bring the full package to me. I am enjoying the campaign so far because it is different. It's not just a standard linear, you'll go from one part to another, then boom, 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 step 1, 2, 3, 4. I like the overall
Just get
aspect.
stuck
I
in
like
the fucking
the
corner
secret
waiting
set
for
that you
people
can
to
find.
go near you.
Zombies was actually pretty fun. I was like, dang, like I felt like I was missing out and not
I
playing
mean,
zombies. in Black
of all the
Ops 2,
fucking
so
modes that I
zombies was
play in
actually
Call of
pretty
Duty,
fun. And then the
multiplayer,
outside of
online
maps,
multiplayer is like the one that I spend the least amount of
it's actually
time.
pretty fun.
It's
Like,
always either
I'm
the
actually enjoying
campaign
it. Like, I wanna play it
or
right now.
zombies. I'm just doing trophies.
You in there with the homies right now, so
Yeah,
it's like
regular
they're
matches
playing.
with other people, I don't
I thought I was like, hey, we
I
gotta
don't
get
really
this
don't tend to
podcast.
spend that
This is
much
the first
time.
time
I know, right?
I'm gonna grind some weapons this year.
Exactly. So I think for me personally, just speaking for myself, I think I would actually get my money's worth if I paid $70 for it. But I got on a Game Pass too, so it is what it is. But I think I wouldn't be disappointed with my purchase if I did actually have to shell out $70 for it.
If it was 70 this year, I think, and like we were playing, like everyone was like, all right, Siggy gets it, I get it, and we all were like, oh, we'll pick it up. I think I would still feel the same about it. I think I would enjoy it. I'd be like, this one feels like I was worth every dollar. It's just this time the Game Pass provides. And I'm a PC Game Pass ambassador now, so I have to disclaimer that now on everything I say.
Hopefully they keep it on the Game Pass. That's what I like.
Right.
I mean, at least with this
But
franchise,
they don't do like a
it is
last
what it
minute
is.
thing where they just remove that out
Unless
of
for some
nowhere.
reason Microsoft goes belly up, I think that they're pretty okay with having
Because I don't know,
that
Sony's been
Call of
really
Duty video game
has
pass.
been really bad at like
Reaction,
removing
has Microsoft said
fucking
anything
games
about,
out of PS
because they
Plus
said
or
it's so-
PS Plus
has it,
Premium
like,
or
It has
whatever.
like big. I know you said it had.
I don't tend to
most
see
amount of
Microsoft
people-
doing that as
is it
much.
ever?
I saw it had crazy sales on Steam. Like, it didn't really affect the sales number like the Game Pass, but it was still doing good.
Like even on Steam compared to the last one, it still was a bunch of people who were willing to pay 70, 40 on Game Pass. Okay, that's good.
So I mean, if you need an opinion on Black Ops 6, that's kind of where we're at with it.
We'll see in December.
Yeah, we'll see how we feel 2025, top of the year, if we're still on it. But it's fun for now. It is definitely fun for now. I think that's what surprised me this year, that we were playing that so much. What also surprised me is how quickly this game is dying off. The next topic.
No, wait, hold on.
Which game?
Let's just say I'm so happy. This is the one time I'm actually happy that the podcast got delayed, because if we would have talked about this a month ago when it first came out versus now, things would have been, I might have tiptoed around how I actually felt, but now there's no need to, because what I've been saying, my agenda I've been pushing is coming into fruition.
Get your agenda off.
My agenda is Dragon Ball Sparking Zero is overrated. I thought it was going to take 3 to 6 months to die, but according to reports, player percentages have dropped off by 90% within the first 4 weeks, which is crazy because you guys screamed this was going to be Game of the Year.
And now nobody's fucking playing it.
At Evo, I'm never going to stop playing this. And I said the reason this game was going to fall off, not because it was a bad game. I actually think it is a good game. It's like a solid, it's like a solid 7, 8 on a good day. It's a solid 7, 8 type of game, right? But I said the reason this game was going to fall off is because the average gamer is 35 years old nowadays. And when you guys come home from working that 12-hour shift, I predicted most of you are not going to want to sit on your couch and teleport for an hour straight on one
And
match,
get
play unlimited Ultra Instinct Gokus and
right, and deal with fucking tryhards or whatever.
Gogetas and shit like that. There's 200 characters on the roster and y'all play 5. Y'all tried to turn a game that they specifically said was designed to be a fun couch game, a game you play with your boys.
Yeah, because
y'all
of
tried to
fucking
turn it
salt
into an
match.
esport day one. Now, I uploaded a video yesterday. I went on a whole tangent about the player count dropping off. And respect to everybody in the chat. Everybody admitted. They was like, yeah, I stopped playing it. I can't deal with this shit. Also, it's not as good as I thought it would be. It's not as like in depth or whatever. And I just said, hey, listen, I don't like to be right. I just said, this game would have did a lot better if y'all just let the game be what it was supposed to be, a fun party game, and y'all didn't allow it. Esports is ruining everything. That's my agenda.
Yep.
But
just enjoy playing the fucking game.
When will you learn that your actions have consequences?
Yeah, your actions have consequences, bro. That being said, I still think it's a good game because I don't want anybody thinking
it's just
bad.
people
Like,
ruining
it's
the
cool.
fun for everyone else.
I just remember JG said something in the group chat. I remember I put in the group chat, I was like, yo, has anybody else played this game after like the first or second time we streamed it? And he was like, I played it once and I feel fine. I never need to play it again. And I was like, you know what? That sums up how I feel about it too. Jay, I see you nodding your head. Talk about it. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, and I sucked at that. I have not played it again. I have not played it again. I did the tutorial. I was like, okay, well, here's everything I need to know about the game. I played through Goku's what if mode, and I put the game down. I never hopped online. I never did anything. Literally, all the clips that I saw and all the complaining that I saw was good enough for me. I don't need to experience that for myself. I'll watch it through y'all. And I saw the bull crap happen almost every day. Like the first couple of weeks were pretty bad, and they got into debates on, is this game going to be an Evo, or is this game even good enough to be an Evo?
Now it's not because it's fucking dead. No one's playing it.
What do you turn off? What characters do you ban? Yajirobe was one character who was ruining the meta, and then he got nerfed. Like, it was those random characters. Android 19, you heard the same things, and people were just like going crazy, literally splitting their brains trying to figure out how to make this game competitive yet fun, and there was no way.
And it didn't
they were just
work.
literally broken. There were characters, they were literally broken, and for all the the high tier, the advanced characters, they did exactly what TBA said. You barely could even fight. You'll try to hit somebody, they'll teleport, you'll teleport back, and it's just teleport until someone's energy is run out, and then you can fight for a couple seconds, and then just rinse and repeat. And that was it. They literally tried to do like their first tournament, like professional, like high up there tournament, and
everyone was teleporting.
The finals, oh my god, the finals was ridiculous, mostly because of how long that it took to get through it. And I saw that and I said, nope. Don't even try to make this a competitive game. This isn't going to be an FGC title. This isn't going to Evo. You're done. Keep it as it is. It's supposed to be casual. Leave it as such.
Give it more context. What he's talking about, they held the tournament in Tampa a couple weeks ago.
Terrible.
The top prize, first of all, y'all ruined this game for $50. The top prize was $50. And in the final match of this tournament, it lasted 45 minutes of them teleporting back and forth. It was so bad. One of the dudes got up and just gave up. He just gave up. I said, this game's dead. I said, y'all gotta learn how to have fun, bro. What's wrong with just enjoying the game with your friends?
Have fun with it, man. Like, if you're a Dragon Ball fan, like
the second it becomes professional, you just start
for Dragon Ball
sweating.
fans, and just like enjoy the game for what it is. Not every game needs to be a competitive game, especially one that is clearly made to be like more accurate, right, for the characters.
People have different ways of having fun.
Are just gonna be way stronger. Because that's the way that they made the game. They didn't set out to make it competitive.
Quote, having fun, just fucking farming kills over and over again.
But then again, you have
it is monotonous, but it's still kind of enjoying it, just fucking slaying everyone. So it's a little monotonous. I would prefer just like someone else doing this with me.
Like, people were spamming Hercule and his gifts. Like, I seen some crazy clips. Like, people were just doing some cheesy crap, and I'm like, this cannot be competitive at all. There are characters that you literally have to ban because people have abused them to the point where it's not even fun. Why would you even try to make anything like that competitive? It was ridiculous. And I said it from the beginning, even before the game came out. I said nostalgia is going to get y'all. All of y'all were hyping this game up to the high heaven, saying, oh my god, Tenkaichi, I really care about
that. And then now nobody's fucking playing it because of all the sweaty shit that's happened. That always fucking happens for these types of games.
I'm gonna put it down because it's not going to give y'all that same feeling that it did years ago. And sure enough, once y'all try to get online, because now it has online, and y'all get out there with the people who don't care about whether you're having fun. They don't care about you actually trying to, experiment with different characters. They only want to embarrass you, and they're going to have fun cheesing. They're going to win by any means. And sure enough, that made the community upset. And there was a patch that came out, and yes, some characters got nerfed, but then again, it killed almost the entire player base. So there you go.
I think the icing on the cake is just not just the fact that they refused to embrace it was a party game, but also just how toxic the community was. And it's not like the toxicity goes two different ways, right? What I mean is they were toxic in the sense that like any type of criticism of this game, that first like 2 weeks, everybody told you shut the fuck up, you're stupid. People were calling you out of your name, only to regurgitate the things that we're saying right now on this podcast, which is crazy. That's why I said one day y'all gonna give us our flowers. And then two, another reason they were toxic is just the denial of certain things, right? So like the first week this game came out, the Sand Saga, the big thing that week was at the end you had to fight Vegeta when he comes to Great Ape. That's the final boss fight to get to the next chapter. And people were complaining it was too hard, and it went viral on Twitter. It was trending for like 2 days straight. It was trending so much that Bandai Namco tweeted about it and said, hey guys, if you're struggling with this boss fight, don't be afraid to turn down the difficulty. So like at that point, I think, because remember they paid $100. Y'all paid $100 to get early access and quit it a week later. That's crazy. That's a whole nother different conversation. But that's the people that were playing early access. They were complaining. By the time I got it on Friday with everybody else, I remember I got to the boss fight and it took me about 20 minutes to beat it.
I fucking hate when games do that shit.
I just said, I was like,
that's the most condescending the most condescending shit out there.
In Shadow of the Erdtree, everybody was struggling with. That was the first wall everybody ran into. The moon chick. I was expecting like
Rilana.
Yeah, I was thinking like Rilana, like that level of difficulty. I got to it and then I figured it out. I was like, oh, you just spam energy beams on them. I'm like, yo. So then I uploaded a clip to Twitter and I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I was like, I think you guys just suck at games. I was like, this wasn't hard. What are y'all talking about? That tweet went viral. It had, last time I checked, it has like 20,000 likes. I got about 100,000 replies, people saying the same thing. It only took me 2 to 3 tries. Oh, okay. So first it went viral saying that it was hard. Now it was easy. Everybody beat it in 2 tries. I'm like, y'all liars, y'all delusional, y'all trying too hard on the online. I said, y'all are a toxic community. This is why we got to bring back fun in games, okay, guys? It's okay to just play games with your buddies. It won't hurt you. It won't
just have fun. Honestly, it's probably a big part why I don't play a lot of like PvP
the game did look kind of fun. It's
just
just
like
always the online shit.
Like, let me load into this match and see how much fun I can have. It's always like
fucking
something more than
try
that.
hard.
I do just want to hang out and have a good time.
That their whole life's just to do one fucking game, just having no losses or whatever.
Have fun.
Why are you smirking like that, Ethos?
Nothing. I just nothing at all.
Yeah. So when the game first came out, Jay, they were screaming the community, the Dragon Ball community, that this was going to be Game of the Year. Do you think this will be Game of the Year?
Nope.
No, not a chance. Not a chance.
It'll be your Game of the Year, right?
It'll be that.
Like
it'll be your truth.
A game in Japan.
I don't think this will be nominated for Game of the Year. I'm gonna be honest. Best case scenario, it could win Best Fighting Game, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't even think it'll win that. That's probably gonna be Tekken 8. I don't think this game is winning shit. I don't think it's winning shit. But Dragon Ball
I haven't really heard much from Tekken
enjoy.
though.
I'm gonna be playing Metaphor, which is funny because the video that I uploaded yesterday, a lot of people in the comment section said they dropped this game to play Metaphor. I was like, interesting. I was like, you see, y'all see the light. Y'all see the light. The real Game of the Year.
Yeah.
That's all I got for the leading conversations. Let's move into the news section. The news section. Since the last podcast, Xbox held the Xbox Partner Preview, which is like their kind of state of the play, and they revealed a bunch of new games, including some Alan Wake DLC, this new horror game called Chronos.
Right, trying to get the fucking money back.
Look at that. Some more
because they did the dumbass
shooter,
shit, making an Epic Game exclusive for like a year or whatever.
Some anime shit, some of this, Mistfall Hunter. Was there anything that stood out to y'all? Was there anything that like really?
Like, what the fuck happened to Epic Game Store?
What would y'all rate this, Watts? How would you feel?
The first thing I heard from Epic Game was just how much of an advantage it was gonna be because the developers are gonna get a bigger cut, and then after that, it's just become an absolute fucking shit show.
So that's the game that I've been following for a little while now, and it seems like it's actually getting close to maybe coming out. Maybe we'll see. But I thought this looked really cool. There was a bunch of like abilities in this game that just look crazy. So for context, I don't know exactly what kind of game this is going to end up being. It's been listed as an action RPG. It's been listed as a Souls-like action RPG. It will probably be somewhere in there, but you get the thing. You fight bosses and you you have RPG stuff in it, so you get it. But yeah, it's a game that's set in like Chinese culture instead of being like Japanese, and it is a Chinese studio. We are seeing Chinese studios come out with some really good looking games
pretty much
recently.
blind.
There's a lot.
Pretty much went into the fucking thing size to pop out of nowhere.
Because you know what it is? It's because Chinese game studios.
I don't even know the fucking thing's even going up.
Funding for like mobile games because
just have
that's
to pray
where
that it
all
is.
of the money is. So anytime they were kind of just like trapped in making mobile games, whereas now, and I think Wukong is going to help this out a lot because they've seen, investors can see how well a game like that can perform. And now they've got all of these studios who have been making mobile games for like 7 years, and they're like, I made $7 quadrillion. Now I'm going to make the game I really want to make, and I don't even need an investor or anything. And now they're making these kind of games.
Is just quick thought. Are them tariffs gonna affect this game?
It will probably affect everything, right?
Everything. I mean, I remember it's 10 to 20% on any import, but then 60 on Chinese. So like, it's 60 on Chinese, and this is a Chinese game. That's why I'm like, just a random thought.
It's probably fine if I buy it digitally.
Yeah, digital.
Just don't buy and don't buy the statues or stuff, I guess.
Yeah, right, because there's gonna be a bigger tax to it or some shit.
I agree though.
Customs.
This is the one game that that kind of stood out to me. I think the reason that like I've kind of really started to enjoy these Souls-like games because it does look Soulsy. Not saying it is, but it does the eye test. I think it gives me that happy medium between something challenging and fulfilling, but it's not multiplayer. So like
exactly, that's where I am.
Personal challenge.
That's where I'm at.
I can play it at my own pace. I don't have to keep up with the meta and shit like that.
Right, just worry about your own stuff. Don't worry about having to be better than someone else that has like 100+ hours into the fucking game.
You can just one shot you. I think it's gonna at least be decent. And then that Chronos game that they announced, they only showed like 30 seconds of gameplay.
That looked cool too.
But at least the bare minimum, the atmosphere looked really interesting. I was getting kind of old school.
This is Bluebirds, right? Bluebirds game.
Bloopers.
Yeah.
No, the guys who made
Bloober team.
Oh,
it's the people who did the Silent Hill 2 remake, and Bloober is like a really interesting developer because they have really cool ideas, like super cool
they don't
ideas.
implement them
and you play
well.
the game and you're like, yeah, I could see some kind of like their original games, not ones that they've like remade and stuff. And you can see where they're going with it, but they can't really stick the landing. So I'm hoping that this game they can do that because it also kind of reminded me of like Returnal. Because Returnal had this whole like sci-fi psychological thriller thing going on, but in a roguelike. And then, you were out there in like your spacesuit, but then you were also in the house, and that's kind of what this shows. You're like playing chess inside a house, but then you're also exploring this like sci-fi place. But it's a sci-fi survival horror, and it definitely intrigued me. We didn't really get any gameplay, but the premise looked really
5 seconds of it at the end of it. They're like, oh,
the premise looks
Yeah, it should be somewhat close to 40,000. Maybe I'm already in like the 30,000 plus or some shit. I don't know.
Let me
I just know that this shit's still gonna take a bit.
It's like a first-person shooter where you're like completely in the dark and it's like 3v3.
Again, it would've been nice. There was a fucking counter for it to keep count of this shit.
It's already out.
It's on.
Yeah, I've seen somebody do some gameplay of it like 2 weeks ago.
Is Yakuza Pirate? Is that going to be on the Game Pass?
All the Yakuza games are on.
And because those games have been on the Game Pass, but not day one. And I know they showed it here at the partner preview, so there is a chance that this one might be the first one. So we'll see. Okay, we'll see about that one. Other than that, Mistfall Hunter was another one that I was looking at. It's another Souls-like game.
I remember this one.
Yeah. So that one looked cool too. But obviously, Wu Chang was the one that took the most attention. But this one looks
this game is a PvPvE extraction RPG.
Extraction?
But it is said to be like basically a Souls-like extraction game.
That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so we have Dark and Darker, right? Which is like a medieval extraction PvP game. And I guess this is kind of doing a similar thing, but it seems like it's in third person and there's like really tough bosses and yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it ends up being. It's one of those games where it's like, I'll see what it's like, but it looks really cool. Visually, it looks really good.
Yeah, so
there we go,
we're
nice.
going to get
Mine would start to get out of the damn thing.
Of these Souls games and Souls-like and Souls-light action RPG that's kind of in the middle. We're just going to get like a huge influx of these games now because I mean it's been working. So like I said, I'm not sick of it yet. So you keep on coming with these type of games. I'll play them.
Yeah, I don't feel like a good one comes out enough to where I'm burnt out by it. Because I've seen a lot of people have been complaining like there's too many, and I'm like, besides Shadow the Erdtree that came out this year, what else came out that was like a...
This year was really light on those kind of games. Like we had games that were Souls adjacent, but not like a true Souls like. And when you go and play these games that are Souls-y, but then you go and play a straight Souls like, you're like, oh yeah, no, that's different.
Or Souls light or whatever.
Flintlock, but a lot of people didn't play that because y'all said it was woke. So that's the only one I could think of.
And Notria came out.
Notria,
yeah, that was a...
Do you want to count Wukong and Stellar Blade? Like I said, they're not really, but...
Nah, Wukong I wouldn't count it. It was more action, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there wasn't much this year. And then even in terms of good ones, like, Lies of P was really good. And then besides that, last year. This year there's not really been that many Souls likes in general, let alone like good ones.
You guys will be okay. They'll be like, man, I just feel like there's too many Souls like, and then you bought Black Ops 6. Like, I don't want to hear it.
Like, let us enjoy this current meta. I'm fine with it.
Freaking, I would rate this partner thing like a C though. It was okay. Like, there was a couple things I saw, but it didn't blow me away.
A couple things I'm interested in.
What is blowing me away though is all the drama that Ubisoft keeps catching themselves in.
Oh my god,
right, yeah.
Ubisoft
just
I got 4
fucking
different
catch a break.
Yo, Ethos, why are you sending me TikToks while we're doing the show? What are you doing?
What are you talking about?
Did you press a button by accident?
Oh, never mind. You didn't send me one. It says don't. No. TikTok sent the notification. It said don't let the streak end because he's always sending me fucking TikToks. He's telling me to send
on TikTok.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that were streaks.
That's why I keep bugging TBH.
Gotta keep the streak going. Assassin's Creed Shadows Early Access officially canceled as Ubisoft drops the collector's edition price by $50 amid delays and scrapped the season pass.
$50.
So they are removing certain things out of it and dropping the price. In a post via their Discord, they confirmed several factors, including the Assassin's Creed Shadows delay, the cancellation of its planned season pass component, and the removal of 3 days of early access planned as part of its original November 15th release date, dropping the price from $280 to $230. While the content will mostly remain as initially advertised, some design elements may change. Ubisoft confirmed.
It's still very expensive though for a collector's thing. Unless it's like a big ass statue. Like shit, they seem like
collector
Epic
items and a
Mickey
statue of the
Rush.
game's protagonist. Any of y'all were y'all planning to pick up this version of the game? Did y'all care about this?
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't drop in the money for this, so like I don't care.
No.
What I will say though, because although this is negative news, I do feel like this is a chance for Ubisoft to make a good PR play. It seems like they're betting all their chips on this game and getting them back in the good graces of gamers. And if you want to, a piece of advice I would give you is,
as long as the game is actually fun to play, I don't want to give a shit about it. It's just more Assassin's Creed.
It is. If you plan to just like stop developing it altogether, if there's any chance you still want to do the content, why not just give it away for free? Like put the game out for $70 and then maybe like 3 months later, drop that season pass content for everybody and just be like, we're sorry, we're trying to do better. Do y'all think that would like put people in the good graces?
I guess. That wouldn't be the first time they did this. They made the DLC for Unity free. That's one where I think it was the new king, the kings or whatever.
A ton. Like it's almost. I would bet that if Assassin's
Creed it wasn't nothing special. It was just your typical Assassin's Creed DLC expansion.
Like all these other moments that we've been seeing. Like I think this might be the end for them. Like if Assassin's Creed doesn't hit.
Oh yeah,
it does progress with the story though.
If you look at their stock price right now, it's $2.88 per share.
I think it is like Arnold trying to cope for the fact that spoiler alert,
I think once you get
the
down to
main
like
love interest kind of dies at the end of the game.
That's when you can get delisted. Like it's close enough.
It's saying where now you should go back to being an assassin.
Like that's way too cheap for such a big company to be $2 a share.
Yeah, cool if you're more into like the character, like more some sort of character development. but
So
that's not much.
They're gonna come back. I didn't say that. But yeah, that's not a good look. They need your money, but you only gonna get it if the game is good. Other Ubisoft news I got too: the Prince of Persia Lost Crown dev team, they were disbanded, which is a shame because this game was actually really good. It reviewed really well. Everybody liked it.
Actually looked really fun.
Well, last time I checked, it only pushed 300,000 units. There was a lot of people who dismissed it because it wasn't what they wanted, and that meant a lot of different things. Some people thought it was woke because it was a black guy, and then also some people just didn't want to play it because it was 2D Metroidvania style. A lot of people are still waiting for that Prince of Persia Sands of Time remake, so they were like, what the fuck is this shit? So I think a lot lot
Right, I didn't get it because my PC isn't strong enough, and B, I'm waiting until I have like
PS5. And it's a shame because that is probably
because it actually looks a pretty fun
best
game.
game in a long time.
It is genuinely very good.
Really good.
Yeah, I was actually surprised at how good it was. I was like, wow.
Really.
Yeah, when I actually start making an income, I'll probably just start buying brand new games or some shit. I don't know. We'll see.
And they further messed up. Like, what's going on? Why'd you make another Prince of Persia with another developer? Like, it was just it's some weird stuff going on.
Isn't it interesting how they call it the Prince of Persia with the black guy woke, but not the one with the purple guy?
What purple guy?
Damn it.
Interesting.
What purple guy?
And then let's see what else I got for you. Over 700 Ubisoft France employees go on a 3-day strike. They are striking out there. This is actually an old article. There's another one that I forgot to save, but apparently the Italian offices are joining in too. There's a couple more hundred people, employees. So like they're revolting.
That's fed up, man.
They are revolting because they want. The reason is they want higher pay. They want to rework their contract. They believe they do too much work and they're not getting compensated correctly, which, you know, I agree. Pay these game developers. My only thing is, like, you guys picked a very interesting time to demand this because I don't think they got the money to give to you.
Right.
So it's going to be a tough negotiation.
Because the game's probably not going to sell well.
Which I think it could potentially further delay Assassin's Creed if they continue to refuse to work. And then
this was another one too, because before we move on, but they wanted them to come back into the office too. And I've said it before, like, if you're comfortable doing remote work now, that is literally one of the worst things that you can do. Is force your employees back into the office. It's not going to happen, and people are going to push back. Where they're not going to just sit there and be like, hey, I'm just willing to come back. No, people have their new lifestyles working remote. They're not going to spend that commute time going back into the office, especially if you force them to.
Also, like, there's a lot of people that got hired during that time
where
they don't live there. So it's like, come back to the office, but that means I have to relocate. Yeah, it's no, it's ridiculous. If your workflow is doing well, and we've seen plenty of studios doing some of their best work while being remote, there's no reason why.
Yeah, just look at all the shit that happened during COVID.
Not having to spend an hour plus in a car.
Most of the development is done on computers. You guys can hop in a Zoom call, a Discord call if you need to collaborate, send files. Like, it is what it is at this point. If it's working,
it's the way of the dodo, I guess.
And then the other one is X-Defiance producer denies claims the game will shut down after season 4 because the numbers apparently are dwindling. Last time I read, they're struggling to hold 20,000 players, which is a far fall from when they had 10 million at their peak concurrent players. And so rumors were circulating that the game is about to shut down, especially with them struggling. But the producer came out, Mark Rubin, and said that was a lie. We're still going strong. We're fighting the good fight. But since this article came out, Black Ops 6 came out. Do y'all see anybody talking about X-Defiance since Black Ops 6?
I haven't seen it in general, and like people were enjoying the game too. But it's that thing where I think a lot of people are like, yeah, I like it.
Moving on to the new
finals too. Yeah, gameplay's fun, but there's no reason to stick around. And I don't know how you really solve that.
Especially compared to the better competition.
I don't know how you solve it.
I think just it's a shooting game and they still hadn't fixed the shooting, like the hit registration. Like, we're going into season 3 and they didn't fix the basic core gameplay. That's why it fell apart. And then Black Ops 6 kind of sped things up. At this point, I kind of feel like we're just waiting for the inevitable. I don't think that game is coming back. It's really hard to.
I don't think
so. It's always the same fucking thing when a game calls itself the fucking Call of Duty killer.
In that joint.
The new Call of Duty comes out and it's gonna get completely fucking forgotten about.
And they have a new game coming out next year, and I cannot wait to see what a brand new game comes is like from them.
Well,
after
some
they
are
learned
better,
all
some
of
attempts
this
are better
from
than us,
so
but
many
yeah, it's always
years
the
of
results of the same
reiterating
shit.
on
Though.
No Man's Sky. I'm really excited to see that.
Tell us more lies, Sean Murray. Tell us more. We're ready.
Did you have the other Ubisoft thing that they did recently in there? On October 29th, I think it was.
That's hella ominous. What the?
What are you talking about?
They launched a full-blown NFT game.
Oh, right, the NFT shit, man.
Uh-huh.
They're still onto the NFT shit. Yes.
Who's still indulging in that scam? Like what?
Ubisoft,
Quiet.
apparently.
It's quiet.
It was a quiet launch. They're like, we finished it, we gotta put it out. Put the game out.
Remember
Don't
when
tell anybody.
they got in trouble last time for doing this? What was it?
Those NFT like add-on items.
Yeah,
for,
with
like,
Assassin's Creed or whatever.
Like, was it Tom Clancy's? Ghost Recon. Yeah, they ain't learned their lesson, man. Bless their hearts, bro. Ubisoft, what are y'all doing?
Shit, that
Yeah, money corrupts.
Yeah,
That's what
they
it is.
launched it,
Money
and
corrupts.
everyone's like, really? Now, it would be better if you just canceled it and like took your losses, right? Because you have all this stuff going on around all of you. You're closing studios, Assassin's Creed stuff, all this stuff is really bad. And then you're like, here is our NFT game. It's called Champions Tactics Grimoria Chronicles.
That sounds horrible. And don't
What
forget
is that
that they
fucking
also
game
said
title?
that they are entertaining buyouts. And the lead person for purchase is the Tencent company. And if Tencent buys Ubisoft, expect to see Assassin's Creed with 100,000 microtransactions in it.
But I mean,
it's gonna be for worse.
they've all Assassin's Creed's already onto that shit though,
Don't
so that's not
launch an
saying
NFT
much.
game when your studio is like dying, please.
They start with fucking Origins.
Like, you're trying to make a quick buck. Like, people are legit. Like, they're saying no to any type of NFT game.
And one of the figurines, I think, is $50,000
Ugh.
that you can buy.
A digital thing or whatever.
Anyway.
Yeah, keeping it kind of in the realm of NFTs, because that's what you just described in that game. That's a microtransaction. Let's actually talk about microtransactions. This article is very interesting that I didn't really see too many people talking about. So a lot of people, when they think of the word microtransaction, they think of games like Madden, 2K, Call of Duty, Fortnite. But a lot of you that don't know
but
the history of
Bethesda started the
microtransactions,
whole
the real
DLC thing
Patient
with the
Zero
fucking horse armor.
was Oblivion. That was the first major microtransaction in the console game with the horse armor.
Yep.
And back then, this was like a big drama. This is like during the Xbox 360 era. I think it was like $2 or something like that.
Or horse armor.
And you could add armor to your character, your horse, and people were really upset about this. So this article came out from the former lead of Skyrim, and they said, basically, it sold millions and millions. You guys are making fun of it, yet you buy it. Let me read the whole quote, because I want to get your guys' take on this. Players felt nickel and dime and made that very clear when they had their voice, and the rest is history. Naismith, who's the lead on the game, says that Microsoft and Bethesda were caught flat-footed at the response to it and did not anticipate the backlash at all. In fact, only in hindsight could it be seen that it's not what the people wanted, and that we basically thumbed our nose at them without realizing it. Anyway, despite being very angry about the whole thing, players still forked over a whole bunch of money for the horse armor, which that tracks with pretty much every other massive gaming controversy since. Per Naismith, horse armor sold in the millions.
Yeah, why do you think Skyrim always gets fucking real? It's because people keep buying that shit.
That was kind of a head shaker for us. You're making fun of it, yet you buy it. It's hard not to be reminded of the metric picture of a boycotting Modern Warfare 2, blah 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 blah, that other shit. So I want to hear your take on this, Jay. How you feel about this? He said y'all say y'all don't like it, but y'all buy it, and that's why we keep doing it.
This is America.
This is America.
This is still going on. Like, I totally don't get it. If you're going to show that, hey, you don't like this thing that is trying to be pushed, then don't buy it. You know, we always talk about vote with your wallet. And if you're not doing it, and you're showing these companies that, hey, you're still buying the thing that we threw out here, even though you're complaining about it online, then what else are they going to think? Like, the company, the execs, the shareholders are going to be like, hey, keep doing more of that, because they're stupid. They're going to keep doing it. It doesn't matter how much they're complaining. You still are giving us good press and you are still making us tons and tons of money because you're still buying these quote unquote dumb things that you have been spamming online for weeks now. So yeah, I am not surprised by this. I actually didn't even know about this particular incident back in 06. So yeah, just to see that, like, we're what
they say shit, but then they do some other stuff. But they do something else entirely.
And it's still happening. I mean, what I mean, 18 years, and what can we even say, you know, about how we did not progress, and we're still complaining about everything, but you're still not doing what I would consider at this point to be a simple thing that would make these companies actually change their trajectory, and that's just don't buy into the thing that you don't like, or don't show all this attention to things that you don't like.
Self-control. Self-control.
Dude, I always will bring up and there'll be a lot more skins I can use as an example soon, but I'll always bring up the Faker Ari skin in League of Legends, which was like $500.
Right, I know that too. People were bitching about it, like, because it was $500,
in the
but
first
people still
hour
bought it.
when Faker was streaming the skin live on a platform. Now, this is like, there's different cultures approach microtransactions differently. Like, I know in China it can be seen as like you rolling up with a designer bag or something, because you're showing that you have money, and people are like, wow, that's so impressive. But there's no numbers on how much it made in North America, but if they can just make $2.3 million in an hour from one portion of the population, and this game is played by millions and millions of people, it's never gonna stop. And like, look at Monopoly, the Monopoly mobile game.
Right, yeah, I heard that too. That
that
money prints fucking. That game prints fucking money.
$3 billion in a year.
And I didn't even know that.
It's crazy.
It's
I didn't even know
insane.
Monopoly
Like,
fucking
there's
mobile game.
I'm honestly surprised that we see studios like the studio that made Stellar Blade make these games that are going to make them so much less money, because they make Nikke, which is a mobile game, makes a ton of money, and we're seeing that.
Piss off. It's
A lot now. People that make these mobile games are making these other games, but I'm surprised
That
because
make
if you
way
have
more
someone
cash.
in leadership behind those studios, they're never gonna make anything besides that stuff, because it makes billions of dollars.
It's 100% a self-control thing. People try, oh, they're manipulating us with the marketing. No, at this point, it's on y'all. And I'm gonna give you an example, because I just remembered now that you brought up that Monopoly mobile.
yeah, it's the same exact. It's the same exact shit with like people that tried to go trying to withstand fucking November.
Understand it. I'm working on a video.
They
about,
said
like,
they're gonna
the
do it, then
boxing
like day
games
two
and kinda like how
they
fell
lose
off
them.
after fight night. And
It's a
where
control
they win.
thing.
And before I lead into it later in the video talking about Undisputed, but before I get to Undisputed, I talk about the only thing after Fight Night that was still around was basically mobile boxing games. And I started doing some research on, I don't know if you guys ever seen the mobile game Real Boxing on phones. It's a shitty mobile game. I did some research on that. That game makes $60 million a year. Anybody who watches the show, if you know what I'm talking about, it's such a basic shitty mobile boxing game. Very simple, and it has a subscription service for $10 a month, which gives you extra, you know, skins for your gloves or trunks. It makes $60 million a month. I was like, what the fuck, bro?
Month?
I was like, oh yeah, this is a self-control issue, because I'm like, this is not even like a real AAA experience. You guys are doing this on your phone for a game that, I'm gonna be honest, most people probably never played before. So it comes down
Yeah, I don't
y'all,
really tend to
and I
play
don't know
that many
what the
fucking
solution is.
mobile
I don't
games,
know why
even
people
especially nowadays.
feel
I
the need
mostly
to
it's just
spend
like
so
with
much
fucking
on these
tapped out. But even
microtransactions.
that,
I
I
can understand
ended up
something
getting
like
porting
2K
I ended up porting
because
myself
they
out.
made it to where it's pretty
Mostly
much
just
pay to
because
win.
again,
Like,
there
you
was
have
nothing much to do in that
pay to
game.
upgrade your character, otherwise you're going to be a liability when you go online, unless you just want to grind the character for 3 months, and most people don't. Most people want to get
That's the thing
online
with
right
most
away. That I
mobile
understand.
games.
That is a form of
They're
manipulation,
basic
but most
enough
games,
where you can do some progress, but then not too much progress, because you then have to make them pay.
Nah, I got an
The worst example of that was probably like Vector or whatever.
Yeah, buy my
Like this
microtransactions.
parkour game.
Yeah, there's
You
really
have to
no
like get
solution. I don't think
stars
it really just
progressing
comes down to the consumer
with the
not
game.
doing it. Like, if
You
they
have to
keep
fucking
doing
farm
it, then
coins, so you
people
have
are
to
gonna
farm
keep
so
playing
many
the game.
fucking coins just
The
to buy
solution is
abilities,
take down
so you can like
capitalism.
actually progress
That's it.
the rest of the game,
That's
just
it, yeah.
replaying the same fucking levels over and over
Pretty
again.
easy.
Easy.
Yeah, it's not like some. It's not like something at endgame. No, it's something that you have to do at like World 2.
That's all you gotta do.
Well, what about this one? What about
or
what
even
this
end
former
of
PlayStation
World
executive
1.
was
You have to
saying about the
like constantly
collapse of
fucking farm
creativity in the
in older
industry?
levels, so like you can get the
Former
coins
PlayStation
to buy
exec
the
Sean
abilities and
Layden
get the
gave an
fucking stars to
interview
be able
recently
to
with
progress.
the
And
game industry biz, where he
yeah,
on record
after
saying
like
a couple interesting
middle
things, including
World 2 or
today,
whatever,
the
I
entry
stopped
cost of
playing the
making a
fucking
AAA
game.
game is in the triple
Just-
digit millions now.
just because
I think
how much I
naturally risk
realized the
tolerance
fucking
drops,
progress is
and
just
you're looking at
complete
sequels,
shit.
you're looking at
Because of fucking-
copycats, because the finance guys
just
who draw the
just
line
because of
say,
that.
well, if Fortnite made this much money in this amount of time, my Fortnite knockoff can make this an amount of time. We're seeing a collapse in creativity in games today, studio consolidation with high cost of production. And then he also went on to say, AA games can bring the new thing and can be developed far quicker than AAA games, said Layden. More importantly, though, they must seek unique ideas, not monetization. If you're going to pitch me a AA game and in the first 2 pages of your deck, it's your monetization and revenue and subscription scheme, I'm out. How we feeling about this one, Watts? What's up with the lack of creativity?
I mean, I think that's like spot on.
It's just
you know,
money.
We were kind of touched on it a little bit with like the
People see that
Chinese game development
you just put boobs on the
industry and
character
how
and
that's
that shit's gonna
where
print
if you
money.
were looking to make this single player story game, no one was interested in funding you at all because it doesn't make the money. And we've seen that in AAA, and it's going to just keep getting worse. The more expensive games get, the less likely they are to take risks on things that they don't know if it's going to pay off, because they don't know if they're even going to break even with that. And that's when like a couple years ago, I started playing a lot of indie games, because that is where you will find more iteration on genres and stuff if you go to indie games, because that's what they have to do. And it's like exactly what he said. You have to have a unique premise to get people interested in playing your like smaller, maybe worse looking, shorter game. You can't just have your mind on monetization, but the big studios absolutely will have to do that, because they have all of these people backing them and they have to make all of them happy. So it's they're not going to be taking any risks. Even that, like, the creativity is absolutely still there, and people who want to be creative. And that's talking about the other examples we have with like the Stellar Blade director, who said he always wanted to make the game that he made with Stellar Blade, like that's what he wanted to do, and he only felt he's been able to do that now. So you'll still
because he was
see it happen, but
he's
it
probably
kind of
busy doing
feels like, yeah, if
some
you're
mobile
a
shit,
studio
probably.
starting out and you want to get funding for your like AAA super expensive long development cycle game that people aren't sure if it's gonna pay off, it's just not gonna happen.
I think also too, if they go more AA games, that leaves you with more budget to actually advertise the game, because I think that's the issue. You're making these super expensive games and then there's no money to advertise. There was no money to, it seemed like, to advertise Concord. All they were meant to the trying to drop a new cutscene every week. So I think, yeah, they got to scale back on it. That
It needs to scale back, yeah, 100%. Like, I don't know about you, but I don't need to, in an action game, I don't need to zoom in on every texture and have it be like a 12K texture. I don't need that.
Or 4K or
I
whatever.
think they also need to understand that the consumer only has so much time
most
and
people
money.
nowadays, most people don't really give a shit about
generation,
fucking
they're dealing
4K.
with a unique problem that they created.
It's just
and they
more
don't even
about
understand it.
the game actually
And
being
that's- there are now gamers
playable
out there
and
that
running
have
well.
invested so much money in their Fortnite and Apex accounts. They're looking at it like, why would I go play another game when I put $1,000 into this game right here? Update this shit,
100%.
bitch. So there's a lot of, I think they've overestimated how many gamers out there are willing to even try some of these new games, because they're so
Because it's
invested in what they're playing.
I mean, like, think about just Destiny, right? That was like over 10 years ago where that first came out. You've had games coming out for many years now that people have been playing for many years, and you only have so much time in your day. So even if you wanted to play all of the live service games that come out, you can't. Like,
You don't
just,
have the time
physically
for that
cannot do
shit,
You
especially
can't
if you're
play
a
every single
grown-ass
game
adult.
forever for the rest of your life.
And you have a fucking 9 to 5 job.
I seen a TikTok the other day, because the new season of Apex is coming out, and somebody, it was just like a caption, and the dude was saying that, like, oh, I thought I quit Apex, but then I seen the new skin they dropped and I hopped right back on. That person's never leaving that. They're stuck in that ecosystem. Yeah, stuck in that ecosystem, so they're not even gonna try
You
it.
got
So,
the
like,
whale stuck.
I think it'd be smarter
fished
to
out a
release
whale.
4 more small scale games throughout the years with smaller budgets, instead of allocating that 200 million to just one game, because then it's like an all or nothing type of thing. You should never put your eggs in one basket. I don't understand why that doesn't apply to gaming.
Yeah. No, Sean Layden, he was on the money with this one. Like we literally just talked about like the different metas that we've experienced like in the last 10 years. We had a boom in the VR space and the mobile space and the hero shooter space, and now we're in the Souls-like space. So now everybody's trying to make them a Souls-like game. So yeah, you see one game pop off and you're a different studio and you're like, hey, like I want to make that similar type of game because I see what they're doing over there. You know, I see what you're doing. Like God, please make my game. You know that I just copy your homework bar for bar, word for word.
Yeah, look at fucking Riot.
You know,
they're always fucking making their own, copying other stuff, and they're making millions of it. They did it with League and they did it with fucking Valorant.
The big dogs in this industry. So, and now we have, you know, we're live service games too. We have over 90% of studios have a live service game in the tuck. Like it's ridiculous now. And yeah, you know, you could easily just look at the landscape now and say, hey, there's no creativity. But like Waz said, like there is creativity, but it's just that risk assessment, you know, why even take the chance of
it's very risky to
this,
this creativity is just they rather make more money.
Playing Fortnite, GTA, Call of Duty, 2K, those big dogs that people play year after year after year. So it's extremely tough right now. And then you're dealing with layoffs. You know, you have a company that tries to make a unique game, nobody plays it, it gets called woke, it gets put in this weird spin cycle, and then, you know, not even months down the line, then that studio gets laid off. They get totally obliterated. It's ridiculous out here. It's scary. So I understand. I totally understand why you wouldn't even want to take the risk, but making a live service game or making a clone also doesn't work either. So where do you go? And that's remakes. Now we're in a remake era too. So it's like he got all the remakes. Yep. Like this game 10 years ago. Oh, well, here it is again with upgraded graphics and some new controls.
And so maybe some extra shit or remove them if it's multiplayer. There's a lot of fucking remasters that where they remove the multiplayer.
Publishers releasing games without doing market research. It seems like they make these games and they throw a dart on the calendar. They say we need you to release it here. Listen, y'all gotta humble yourselves. When Kendrick drops, if you're not on Kendrick's level, get the fuck out the way, bro. If you're not on like Drake's level, get the fuck out the way. There's just like certain things you gotta move. And an example I can think of is, because like this goes back to the creativity conversation. That game that what's the name put out, it died right away. Shroud Shooter. That shit was creative. The one where you had the two characters, that shit dead as fuck.
That was creative.
Shroud doesn't even play the game. And you know why? That shit came out in between two other games, I believe. So it got completely lost in the shuffle. You have to make that conscious decision. All right, what are we up against here? Maybe we should move it back a month. So we can
Shroud's a big fucking FPS name though.
If you are gonna make something creative, because then what happens? It becomes a vicious cycle. You release something creative, nobody plays it, then the suits see it and they say, oh, see, don't nobody want this, make another Call of Duty. No, you need to set people up to win, because y'all didn't set up Titanfall 2, and I'm still upset about that.
Right.
But anyway.
So you said, oh, we're gonna release it at the same time as Battlefield. Like, just have them compete against each other. Like, I don't get it.
Shit is crazy.
Stop it.
Speaking of setups, Microsoft is trying to set up Halo to come back. Recently, 343 Industries announced that they are rebranding from 343 to Halo Studios, and they're now doing a soft reboot and basically relaunching Halo in the Unreal Engine 5. They released a whole 6-minute video explaining everything, but I already watched it. Basically, the gist of it is that they want to focus more on creativity and bring a quality product. So instead of using a proprietary engine, they decided to go with the industry standard, which is Unreal Engine 5, because not only it looks great, but when they hire new talent, it'll be easier to train them.
It depends on when they actually have like
content.
they know what the fuck they're doing with the fucking engine though.
You're the Halo guy, JG. What do you think? Is it back?
Hey, only time will tell. People do not like 343 Studios, man. It's been a rough go for them.
343 or whatever the fuck the name is. They haven't really been that good of a track record.
It's gonna take a lot for people to
my
be
understanding,
like, hey, 343
at least compared to like
doing a good job.
Halo 4, 5, and Infinite.
Studios. You could change the name, but the same people, the core is still there. So that will be the only thing that people are weary about. But I think this is a good thing though, if they can truly capitalize using this new engine, because I wasn't even aware, and I'm sure Ethos, you probably knew about this in the background, but a lot of these a lot of these dev kits and stuff that they were using are like pretty ancient at this point with some of these like old OG games and these game studios. So I wasn't even thinking about what engine that 343 Studios was using. And once they explained it in this video, I was like, dang, like I totally didn't even have that in my mind frame to think about that. So for them to move to this, I mean, if it does unlock a whole bunch of possibilities, then maybe we can see like an actual good Halo that overall people enjoy. So only time will tell. But
yeah, it looks like Infinite wasn't so infinite after all.
I'll say that it definitely looks impressive from a visual standpoint. So
your game dev, Ethos, give us some insight. How are we feeling about these switches up, the switch up in the studios?
I guess it's good. I'm a little bit worried that like if Unreal just becomes a standard across the board, that like no other proprietary engines will exist in the future, that it will just be majorly owned by Epic Games and
right, and just
Unreal
only using Unreal
so far,
Engine.
They've been pretty pro developer. Like, thank God it's not like someone like EA that owns this engine, because I can't imagine like a lot of people give shit to Epic Games a lot for Fortnite and other things. I like their Epic Games Store, but I do know that like a lot of developers though will tell you is that behind the scenes Epic has done a lot. Even things that I don't think a lot of people are aware of to like help games. Even games like on launch, like that were running their engine. Like Epic Games has done a lot to help games that even at launch, like if they had issues with their game or trying to get something working, they would loan their own like developers or try to help them to the system to get a game to work or to fix the problem that the game had. They were quintessential within like when Microsoft got hold of Gears. They ensured that like that relationship and partnership still existed. That's why like for some reason like that's why the coalition has always tends to create like the best looking Unreal games, is because a lot of them have that close partnership of years of experience with Epic Games. What's their name? CD Projekt's doing the same thing right now. They've moved away from their own engine. They've said now, like after Cyberpunk, they're just like,
I think I should still have enough time for maybe one of these.
Cyberpunk, we're going to move to Unreal because you know there's way more support there than kind of what they said. If we have our own engine and new people join us, there's this period of time that it just takes the person to translate and understand how does our engine work, how's it quickly. Kind of even in the Watts' backyard, which would be like Destiny is a great example of this. Like Destiny's engine was ancient. What they built Destiny off of was very old, and the way that you can use the engine, you can add these new components to the engine. Like you can.
Right, but it was Bungie, right? Yeah, they're probably an old engine from like the older Halo games or whatever.
Lighting system, stuff like that. But you know, the very foundation of the system might be very old. And this is what caused. I know there's that whole rumor that came out with that article about how Bungie employees were like saying like behind the scenes like Destiny 2 at one point, because they had so much tech debt, that for them to like update the game with like their newest update, like to push a brand new like build of the game, it would take them almost half a day because of like how some of the older systems would just take so long to like compile like all the different components. And then like looking at like just recent like Helldivers 2, like that game was built off of an older engine too. That's why there's no DLSS. The engine is, I guess, old. He said like DLSS just does not support our engine. Like, we cannot get it to work with our engine. That's why when people were begging for it, they're like, we want to put this in our game. Literally, the engine is just so old that it will not let us. And this is also why people keep begging about, please increase the player count. Let us put 20 people on the map. And they're just like, it's not just a simple we up the number and that's it. Like, there's a lot of technical things in the back end that maybe the engine just cannot.
Right. And also, maybe the engine just cannot handle that shit.
Like, Epic is probably the most forward-thinking or forward ahead of the curve, because Unity is a hellhole because of changing corporate decisions they've made. It's the only one that seems to be pro-developer, does a lot of things to help developers, gives them tools, a lot of free training tools. It's a very powerful thing that people that not necessarily need to go to school, and they can still learn how the engine works. There's just so many resources out there that can teach anyone how to use it. They're the best, I think, on the market to be able to handle that. But again, my fear always is when you put all your eggs in one basket, there's always a fear of, if that bellies up or there's a big problem that happens, it affects so many different areas. So that would be my concern. But I get, of all the evils, I think it's not the worst of them. So
The plus is definitely like hire people and get them working on it right away. It's like, we use Unreal. It's like, okay, I've been using Unreal for like 7 years. I know how to do this. I think like the negative can be like, actually talking about Destiny is a good example.
Why
Is
is
a
my
lot of
CPU
the
so high?
game
What the hell?
feel can be from
It's probably
them
some
working
background
in that
bullshit,
engine.
probably.
And it's not
Just-
saying that eventually they
Or
won't
even
be
the
able
look.
to like,
Because Unreal
Right.
games always have a certain look.
they're shiny. They need to figure out how to stop making them look shiny, because you can play like the darkest, grittiest game and it's like shiny. I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah, a good example of that is like
It's shiny.
the old Arkham
It's
Asylum.
not-
That game is
it's
very
not
fucking
epic.
shiny.
That engine has some very. It
shiny.
takes a lot to tweak the lighting engine for that. Don't
It
be
takes
wrong.
a lot, yeah.
Witchcraft. That nanite shit is witchcraft. I don't know.
Which is
how.
funny. It's funny you brought that up because that pertains to the last conversation we were talking about with just creativity. What Ethos was saying, if everybody in the industry starts using Unreal Engine 5, it is going to eat into the creativity because now we're talking about everybody's using this very similar art style.
And we've
Well,
seen that with
well,
Unreal games.
Yeah,
now.
but not necessarily because Unreal, like you can, art style isn't dictated by the engine. Like you can have an anime game. I'm trying to think of an anime game. Scarlet. What was the name of that game? It was an anime game called Scarlet.
Nexus.
Yes, I love that game, by the way. A lot of
game was
people
great.
stuck on the game. The game was great. That game I think was an Unreal
Right,
Engine.
then
and it has its
also-
own anime thing. That
good
looks
example
nothing
is
like,
also
it looks way
Cuphead
different
using
from, like,
Unity.
Fortnite. It looks way different from like whatever like Jedi Survivor, which I think was also in Unreal. They look three different. So like art style, art direction, all these things are independent from necessarily what your engine does, as long as like, except for like stylization. So if you're doing like anime games,
You're right. Sparking
Like,
Zero,
you're
I
doing,
think,
like,
runs on Unreal 5.
exactly, yeah, like those things require specific like types of shaders and back-end things that you need to build out in order to hit a certain art style. That's where you're talking about when it comes to creativity is it's not only just creativity, it's talent. It's people that can understand, translate like what you're visually trying to do. How do we, from a ones and zeros standpoint, an engineering standpoint, get the engine to display that type of thing visually so it fits that? The problem is that Unreal is very how do I describe it? If Frostbite is like a expensive sports car, like a Maserati, like a Ferrari, right? It's very good at making shooter games. It's as we've known from history, it's very difficult to make that thing make an RPG game, but it's very good at doing one thing very fast. Unreal is more like a Ford F-150. It's very good at doing a lot of things. It's a very good jack, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it is a master compared to like a proprietary engine that's like, we built this engine to do a specific thing very, very good. Like No Man's Sky, for example. They built that engine to work very good with procedural generation. That if they just translate that into Unreal, they would probably have some headaches because Unreal can do a lot of things. It can do procedural generation, but it can't do it as good as something that was built from the
can't do
ground
it
up
as well
to
as
do
like
that specific thing.
the
That's
custom
kind
made
of
one or whatever.
What I hear from my developer friends too is that like Unreal is great, but it really pisses me off sometimes.
Who's worked with it, trust me. Where we had to take it, rip it out, and actually rip into its guts to get it to do what we needed it to do. It is a pain in the ass, but because it allows us to at least go under the hood and do those things, that's what people like about it, is that you can still modify it to do what you want. It's just to make it do what you want, you have to like slap it around a little bit to make it work. When you can get it to work, you love it, but when it doesn't want to work with you, then you hate it. So
She like a woman. If you don't,
the one positive I'll take away from this is that bare minimum they recognize there is a problem and they need to improve, because Halo's been on the decline for the longest. In my opinion, 343 has not put out a good.
They were close with Infinite.
They were close. Infinite's multiplayer was good.
Yeah, I agree.
But the story was not. The story was not.
They were the multiplayer. They were so close, and it was just fuck.
Did you hear about controller for Infinite? Like they couldn't get it to work. Yeah, like we literally cannot get like the aim assist and everything to feel right and do what it's supposed to do.
They couldn't get aim assist, right? Are you kidding me?
Problem. The two red flags that I have though is you can change, like JG said, you can change your name from 343 to Halo Studios. If you listen to the video, the talent is still the same. This is the same studio, so I'm like, okay. I hope you guys
So what
change
the hell's
at least your mindset going into the next
name
game,
change gonna
because
do?
that's not giving me any faith. And then the second red flag that I have, and that's why I'm looking at this change, is kind of like a yellow, kind of wait and see. is the fact that they are changing to Unreal Engine 5. A pretty engine, but I've played more games on Unreal 5 that were unoptimized and run like dog shit than good. I think
That's
Sparking,
true.
I think Sparking Zero is like the first real optimized game on Unreal Engine 5 that I played. But like a lot of these games, very pretty, but they do not run well in comparison to Unreal 3 and 4. Those were great. But it's something about 5 has just been like, it's been very pretty, but it doesn't run well with a lot of different games that I've seen. So that's my concern. I would imagine the Halo studio is a little bit more talented, so they'll probably be hopefully better at optimization, but I am concerned about that because I've noticed a pattern with games running on Unreal 5 being unoptimized.
They need to talk to the coalition. They know how it works. They know how to optimize well. They have the talent. They know how to make that engine
they use a like Dead Island or some shit.
If they don't, that's the stupidest thing that something is done compared to like BioWare not listening to literally a studio that worked on an MMO for Anthem. It's the same concept. It's like you have
oh my god, don't get me started on it.
Understand how this thing works, and you don't listen to them. It's the same concept. You gotta listen to the talented people. You have to listen to people that have the experience.
It's really bad. They like for Anthem, they like banned people talking about Destiny.
They didn't listen to Austin, and Austin built Star Wars: The Old Republic. Why you didn't? That will boggle my mind to the end of time.
It feels like there's a lot of sometimes.
What the fuck, bro?
Dude.
Why don't you do that?
You should don't bring
Sometimes it
me
just feels
by
like an
stupid.
ego thing of like, no, we're gonna do it our way. We're gonna figure it out. We're gonna pave our own path forward. And it's like, why? When you can just look at like stuff that other people have done and learn from that and still do your own thing. I don't.
The thing people have to understand is
Work smarter, not harder.
You need talent, but I think a lot of people don't understand is that these studios are no longer the studios you grew up with. That's something that I think a lot of, like I've come to accept that with BioWare, but there's a lot of people who yet will not accept.
It's a reality of most studios nowadays. Just forget what happened with fucking Rocksteady.
Turnover rate at their job, but
that
they
is
don't
a
understand
fucking massacre.
Yeah, like they need to understand that like a lot of the old guard.
That's a fucking tragic story. What happened with fucking Rocksteady?
They're either in the ground.
Just pretty much right after fucking Arkham Knight, they just went downhill.
Just a pariah.
Because I think they were working on something with the Court of Owls, and then that just became Gotham Knights by a different studio or whatever.
And then they
quit. And then went on,
like I said, they
worked on
to make a new studio. This is why you see a lot of veterans
Suicide Squad,
making their own
and that
studios.
game just
And then they make
fucking
something
tanked
that's
like crazy.
not even close to what they originally made, like Dead Space, for example, with what was it called, the
Callisto Protocol.
That's a great example of it. Yeah, it's a great example of the same. This seems to be the pattern that seems to happen. But the thing is, man, I love I can talk about my Lions. It's very similar to what's happening with the Detroit Lions right now in football. For people who don't know what's happening, I'll just TLDR is that Lions are going crazy. And if you just even heard remotely of football, you know the Lions have been a joke for multiple decades. My entire life, I've never seen them win any Super Bowl. Have never even seen them go to the finals. Nothing like that. This year, they are literally the #1 in the league. They've been stomping everybody, and it starts at the top. It starts with the coach. They changed the coach, and the coach has this he's a very good leader. He has this very good mentality, and you can see it expressed across the whole team and how they want to like that man can speak to me. That man can speak to anybody, and if he wanted you to run into a wall, you'll do it. Like he's just that type of coach, and I feel like that's the same thing with game studios. Is you got to have someone who's leading who can motivate
it's
their
the higher
team
ups that
to
to
be the ones
fucking
to do that.
change.
And I think that with a lot of these teams, kind of what you said, TBH earlier,
I ain't gonna do
is
shit.
You got to be motivated to want to make that bigger thing. Like this is something that when I'm a DEI hire, when I talk to certain studios and I'm giving them like advice is that like it starts from the top. It really does. If the director the director can have the ambition, but if you don't feel the enthusiasm from him or from her or whoever, if they don't have that enthusiasm for whatever they're working on, you can feel it. Like you all say that thing we always say. I feel like the soul of the developer was put in this game. I can feel the soul of the developers put in the game. That's why you feel it, and why with other games you feel like this felt like tedious. This is why Ubisoft. All the last 5 Ubisoft games, this feels like it was a tedious task that they just needed to get done and get it thrown out.
Because it was.
Yeah, clock in, clock. It was a 9 to 5 for them. They just need to get it done. They got it out there, job done, and it feels like or it feels like this was terrible. But then for those games that feel really special, the games that we talk about from now on, whether it's like Elden Ring, Witcher, whatever games it was. Yeah, Baldur's Gate or something like that. Like even with the games that that fucked up and came back, all the redemption stories that we've had from time to time again, you can always say like even in through like, oh, there was a lot of problems, but deep down I can feel like there's something here. There's something, somebody cared. It's the same thing. And I think when we talk about like studios and they talk about the rebranding, just like JG said, the rebranding is nice. It's a whole cool marketing thing and and all this stuff.
Right.
But if you don't have that, if the core is rotten, if the soul of the studio is
ain't gonna
rotten,
do shit.
and you're not really
They're
in it
polishing
to
a
really
turd.
change and make something really special, it don't matter what you do. You can change the engine. You can hire the OGs from Halo, the original guys that made the Halo game. I promise you, that game will still be trash. It still won't be good enough.
Hopefully this kind of helps them do that, where it's like a studio wide, we're changing everything up, we're refocusing, and it kind of can bring them to have that. I hope. Because you're not going to be able to just keep renaming yourself or picking a different engine.
You need that magic. You need that studio magic. If you didn't follow what Ethos said, to give you translating basketball, think of JJ Redick with the Lakers. There you go. That's what he's talking about.
Well, now, hold on.
According to Lakers fans, according to Lakers.
That's still paid the AR by the we only you will.
They've been fucking up.
Yeah,
the first few games, they was looking good. They weren't looking good.
They lost the Pistons, and even I was shocked.
You know how the Lakers seasons go. I got a couple quick stories for you before we get into the SJW section.
Barely made it.
What's the name? The Valve announced that the Steam Deck 2 is not coming anytime soon, not until they're able to create a generational leap in performance. So we really want to wait for a generational leap in compute without sacrificing battery life before we ship the real second generation of Steam Deck. So if you're on the fence about picking one up because you think it's been a couple years late and they might put out a new one, then you're going to be pissed, i.e. me. Don't be afraid to cop a Steam Deck because it sounds like it's not coming out anytime soon. The Steam Deck 2, basically.
I like that. Yeah, put out a new one when there's like a reason to get the new one.
How long does the battery life last on y'all Steam Deck?
It depends on the game I'm playing. For like the games that I have been playing on the Steam Deck, I want to say it's about 5 hours.
Alright, that's not bad.
Any games.
Yeah, if you're playing like something like Elden Ring, it's probably going to be closer to like 2 hours, to be honest.
Dragon, that's about right. Yeah, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Do y'all just keep it on the charger most of the time when you're playing it? Like you just hold it with the charger?
Yeah.
I'll take it off the charger, relax, and go get the charger again, plug it back in.
Once it gets to like 50%, you put it. Okay.
Exactly.
Spider-Man fans, if you guys were expecting some DLC, Spider-Man 2 is not getting any DLC. It has been canceled, which is unfortunate because if you played the game, there were a couple open-ended storylines left.
Why?
But you are not getting any DLC. Word on the street is the fact that the game got nominated for 7 awards and it didn't win anything. That's why.
That's it. Okay.
This is better than Baldur's Gate 3. The crowd, guys. Sorry. Let me stop. So that's unfortunate because I actually did want to see that Carnage story play out.
Yeah,
that is unfortunate.
Then
Man,
also,
even Spider-Man
I mean, kind of
can't,
cool
like,
they
get some
did
DLC,
something with Venom though, because I think they managed.
What is
I did
happening?
probably
And then this one is
still
super
get some
Nintendo made a
voice
big
lines from
announcement
like Tony
couple
Hawk
weeks
before he
ago.
died, like a
They
few
still
days
haven't shown
ago.
off the Switch 2, but they did show off a new piece of hardware called Alarmo. It's a Nintendo alarm that costs $100, and it plays Nintendo music from Mario, Zelda, and Splatoon, and there will be constant updates as well as like ambient noise. Also, they just recently announced their own streaming service where you can stream Nintendo music and get custom playlists based off your vibes. What's this doing for you guys? You guys like that? Alarmo?
Alarmo.
You know, if it's a novelty, like, cute thing, if you want to buy it, that's cool. But I mean, ultimately, like, we all have phones, so we can just
Right,
create
yeah, Spotify,
with
you have
apps
YouTube that
and
pretty much does the same
stuff, but,
shit, but work for free.
It's actually I'll say I think it is. I guess it's nice that a studio or a company or whatever is still putting out something that's a little different. So I'll give them that.
It's definitely different. I'm just confused why it costs $100.
I will. Though you're paying to be able to have Nintendo music in your home and them not come in to arrest you.
Which by the way, is it the Alarmo or Nintendo Music? One of those two that they announced. You have to be a Nintendo Online member to get it. I want to say it's the Alarmo. You can't just buy it. So you got to pay the 20 a
There's
month,
always
and
fucking
then you
something
can
with
buy it.
Nintendo.
You got to be the Nintendo member. So you know,
That's crazy.
Luigi hat wearers out there, you know, that's something for you. That's something. But that's what I got for you guys in terms of news. We can move on to the social justice warrior news section. I don't know how long we're going to talk about this, but I just wanted to bring it up for shits and giggles. You know, being woke is the bread and butter of the internet right now for rage bait and farming impressions, and some anti-woke mind virus gamers out there are out there fighting the good fight, and they're fighting so hard that someone put together a definitive list of
I've seen this one. Yeah, I didn't take this shit seriously like at all.
There's been a spreadsheet that's been spreading around online, sharing some of them, and I thought, you know, I just share it with you guys. You can take a look at it, see if there's anything.
Give me the top hits. Of
I did not take this fucking list seriously.
Right
I think I saw
says
this from like
very woke.
How's it called?
It contains overtly pro LGBTQ messaging.
The Ackman, yeah, there we go. I saw this from the
character
Ackman.
creation. So basically, it lets you make whatever you want.
The main character is a trans character, right? She's a man and a woman.
It's crazy. What else we got here? Counter-Strike 2 contains overtly pro DEI messaging, features multiple female agents, including a female Navy SEAL.
Just have a woman in the fucking games. Yeah, I would be woke.
But that's silly, bro.
Female agent.
Female Navy SEAls and SWAT officers. Let's see.
Woman exists in your game.
There's
Woke.
some real, like, just crazy. If you look at this list, you'd be like, damn, what game am I allowed to fucking play? Let's see. Gary's Forspoken. We already knew they consider that shit woke.
Forspoken is super woke.
Forza Horizon 5 contains LGBTQ messaging, pronoun selections, uses unlabeled presets instead of clearly defined male and female options during character creation. Your racing game is woke.
A lot of those games got flagged according to this list because you can make your character and you have pronouns.
Yeah, here you go. Right here, Watts. Monster Hunter Rise is considered woke because it has LGBTQ messaging. Uses body types in place of biological sex during character creation. Basically, you're allowed to make whatever the fuck you want. They don't like.
You know what? Shout out to the Monster Hunter community because they announced that there would be no more gender locked armor in WoW. So like if you're a male character or a female character, when you make armor, it looks a certain way. In WoW, you'll be able to pick whatever you want. You can mix and match them. You can wear whatever you want. And that crowd tried to come after the game for that. And the Monster Hunter community was like, no. They were just yelling at them, calling them weird, telling them to go away. And I think Grums was like, guys, Monster Hunter's safe for now, okay? It's safe for now, but we have to keep an eye on it because it might not be safe.
This one's really good right here. Spyro the Dragon is considered woke.
Spyro the Dragon? The fuck?
Subtle pro DEI and overtly anti-gun messaging. Bobo was renamed Bob. Moneybags dialogue regarding spending money on flirtatious fawns was changed to guns and bullets have been replaced. So for those not following, that have never played the series, they're upset that in a children's game, you can't spend money on these hoes. Because it shouldn't have been there in the first place. That got adjusted. They don't want him doing that. Where's another funny one? Oh, here we go. Mafia 3 contains overtly pro DEI and overly pro LGBTQ messaging, features a black criminal organization instead of the mafia. Apparently these people aren't aware of the Black Mafia BMF. There's a whole TV show about it out right now, by the way.
Mafia is only white people. It's true.
The Malthusian, do not believe in. That's true, Italian.
Nope.
This is Italian Mafia.
No. But I mean, if you just keep reading through it, like it's mostly just they don't like black and LGBT shit. Like you can't play it. You can't play it.
I mean, dude, you really tell on yourself when you're like, there's a female operator. So when we're like, you don't like this game because there is a black character, and they're like, no, it's because of this, and that. It's like, well, hello, look at your list. It's like, look at the reasoning.
Like, for those who've never seen this list, by the way, it features 1,551 games, including NBA 2K25. Why? Because in the shop you can buy a Black Lives Matter T-shirt. It says.
That's it.
So don't buy the game. It's woke. They don't want you to play this shit.
Oh God.
If you ever get a chance,
God.
please Google woke content detectors curated list of games, and you'll be able to pull it up. If you find the link on Google, it's open to anybody, so you can check out the full list. If you're trying to get out there and just become a little bit more educated about what's woke and what's not, what's okay to play, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Or you can just, not give a shit
From all these good games.
and be a
You guys are
normal
missing out on
human
a lot
fucking
of
being.
quality content, man. A lot of quality content.
And then you wonder why saying gaming's dead and gaming's dead.
Gaming's dead. I can't find any non-women in my video games. There's women everywhere.
Sonic
Goddamn
Adventure.
women.
It contains subtle anti-colonialism rhetoric.
Huh?
Anything stand out here on this
God.
list for you guys? Anything? Jay, I see you smiling.
Man, dude, when I saw this list, I was like, oh my God, bro. Like, like the fact that people took the time and put all these
Fucking
games
make
here.
this shit.
And then I was
This-
like looking, I was like, dang, how far back did they go? They went back to like the 1980s. Like with some of the games, I was like, wow, like that's impressive. Like I'll give them that. That's impressive. But I mean, you basically gotta practice what you preach at this point. Are you going to willingly not play any game that's considered woke in 2024 going into 2025?
I have seen
You'll
it
see
all.
about that.
Like, are you going to look at this list and be like, dang, does this game contain any woke ideology, anything that would basically go against my morals, my whatever that compass is? Because I don't even want to go into whoever someone who doesn't want to play anything woke has as their moral compass. But would that go against my moral compass, my beliefs, if I played any game that's woke? Or would I just hide it behind, hey, I'm doing this for research purposes because I want to see if this game is woke or not? Yeah, that's what I want to see.
You guys
I want
won't
to
be
see if
able
they
to
really gonna stand on
play.
business. Yeah,
We're
you're not going to play
GTA
shit.
when it comes out, because like
It's too
GTA is
woke.
listed as being woke, so like you're not gonna be
If
able to
it's
play
too
GTA.
According to
woke
that
to
list, the only
play.
game you can play pretty much is Tetris. Bust a groove, like that's about them
And
three match type games.
it's woke. You can accidentally
Left
make
4 Dead, you can play some Final
a block with
Fantasies, you can play
multiple
6,
colors. That's
you can play
that could
6
be
and
that
13.
could show up like the pride
Shit
flag.
is nasty work. It's nasty work. I would love to see what the person who made this list does for a living. Like, how did you have this much time? Do you touch grass, my boy?
It definitely had to have been a collaborative effort.
You said
You
what's
guys are
up?
good. Lies of P isn't woke.
Liza P is not woke, apparently. It's got a woman in it.
Hey, y'all be alright. Monster Hunter World is not woke. You be alright.
Freaking and then last but not least for the SJW shit, I want to hear your take on this as our residential SJW news curator JG. Dr. Disrespect is back, trying to strive to make a name for himself in the gaming space, and just out of the typical playbook, he is now leaning into the right-wing grifter antics, and he has announced his new clothing line with the slogan "Make Gaming Great Again." What's that doing for you, Jay?
Nah, I think that money is about to
I
dry
think he
up.
went crazy.
I know he got
He knows
a lot,
that
but,
he knows that he ain't
still
gonna
does
get
not have his
the same
YouTube,
fucking popularity as
monetization.
before
He
because
gotta
of all
wait
the
another 60
fucking
days.
child shit.
So
now he's just doing whatever the fuck he wants.
Get fucked there. So he's trying anything that he can at this point. Like I heard he got a lot of donation though. Like there's still a ton of people who still support him. So it is what it is. We already knew it was gonna be like that. But yeah, he's trying to find other means to get some revenue since that YouTube money ain't coming in. At least for another
Right, because
60
they
days. We'll see,
demonetized
you know, what happens when he
the
reapplies.
channel
But,
for now.
yeah, I seen this coming, you know, when he came back and he and some of his comments to some of the people were talking about him definitely made it seem like, hey, I'm uncancelable now. Like I'm just going to lean far into this. And with these antics here, it seems like he's doing just that. He just doesn't care anymore. So, and he knows what's working.
This shit proves how stupid this audience is because how can you sit here and watch a man that streams
I'm
video
surprised
games
he
14 hours a
hasn't
day
gotten
drop a
divorced
clothing
yet or
line that says
whatever.
"Make gaming great again"? Gaming
Or
can't
maybe
be
he
that
has,
bad
it's
if you're
just-
streaming
but we just
28
don't
hours out
know.
the day. What the fuck are we talking about?
Well, man, when you can just lie and people are like, hell yeah, take all my money, I love you, then like, you know, it's so easy. It's like as soon and it's a pattern
Spreading
that we see all the
misinformation
time.
on the
as soon
internet,
as something
what?
happens that's bad, whether it's to do with children or something else, they end up leaning right because they get accepted no matter what and can make a ton of money. doing.
What I will say is, shout out to the people who still watch him just to hop in his games and troll. Because I don't know if you've seen the clips. There was a clip that went viral. Somebody was in his Call of Duty lobby, and then they was next to him, and they was on the mic saying, "Hey, I'm 14. Does anybody want to meet up at TwitchCon?" So shout out to the trolls. Stay on his ass. That shit was fucking funny, bro.
Oh my god, that shit's funny as hell.
Other than that, that's all I got on the show, though. Do y'all got anything else y'all want to add to this? Take that.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Cool. Ladies first then. You got the show floor. What's your closing statement for Gaming Illuminati episode 160? Watts go.
I'm gonna use this time to simp for Monster Hunter.
Cool.
If you haven't played before, there probably will be another beta or demo. It's totally free. No pre-order in order to get access to this game. You can just play it for free with the full character creator and a full first area of the game. And just give it a try. See what you think. It's free. They'll have a bunch of free stuff. There's also, if you're interested, you're like, I played the beta, that was pretty cool. I'm interested in playing some more. There's currently, and all the time, there are sales on Monster Hunter. You can get all of Monster Hunter World and Iceborne for like $15. It's easily 170 hours of content if you just do the very basics. It's one of the best companies for this stuff. They put out surveys every time they do stuff like this. They listen to their community. They do free updates for the game. It really is one of the best companies that you can support for actually respecting you as a gamer.
Interesting. All right, Ethos, closing statement for episode 160. Go.
Oh, Jesus, my mind just blanked. I don't really have anything, I don't think. Shout out to the Lions. That's it.
The Lions.
They used all the electricity in Detroit. That's why you couldn't show up last week.
Yeah, that's
in that stadium. Freaking
we wasn't even home. We've been on the road.
Damn, okay, catching bodies on the road. JG, what's your closing statement for episode 160? Go.
Man, I love how Watts is just so happy about Monster Hunter. It's like, I love that for her, but it's with the wrong company. It's still World War Capcom over here, man. Like, I'm still campaigning for Onimusha. We can do all that talk about Monster Hunter, I need Onimusha, man. Can we please campaign for that? That's all I'm asking.
I already see some coming job would be really really good friends with this dude.
You watch it?
Did it?
I have been watching it, yeah. I haven't been to it yet. I'm on the second episode now.
Is it good so far?
Watch it. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right.
It's a show.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's going to end up being like Onimusha though. I mean, literally, as I'm talking about, it's going to be like Onimusha in that series that they had on Netflix. Nobody talked about it. It didn't move. It didn't move the needle. It didn't do anything. So I assume more of the same for this Yakuza. It's going to be like the hardcore fans are going to watch it, but I haven't seen really anybody talk about it.
Okay.
Oh, and then RP Concord, man. So, you know, the Ethos got that in the background. We barely talk about that, but they're done. So, man,
they closed the studio.
Yeah.
If it makes you feel better, one friend that I had that was working at the studio already has another job. So.
Okay.
I know one person who has landed on their feet.
Can you say where they went?
I think it's a Sony-based studio somewhere in Sony.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good to see.
So they got relocated to another.
Yeah, Sony did mention that they were gonna relocate most of the employees into the other studio, so we saw was that.
For them in their studio, so that's one good thing.
And my closing statement for Gaming Illuminati episode 160 is: this past week I've come to the epiphany that I am officially washed. I have 17 hours on Metaphor and 15 now on Dragon Age. I've been jumping between both games. And out of those both games, about 90 to 95% of my time playing both games has been in the bed or on the couch. That's because I bought a backbone for my phone and I use it as a controller, and then I stream the games using either Steam Link or PlayStation Now, because there's like no latency because I got gigabit internet. So I just be playing in the bed now. I was like, I'm washed. I don't want to sit up and play games anymore, and I've been enjoying it. So I'm inching towards that Steam Deck. I'm itching. I'm just trying to see how December gonna play out, you know, depending on
Steam Deck's good. I really like mine.
I saved my life last week when my power went out.
Join us.
Still enjoying the games. I'm always gonna enjoy games, and I was just like, I don't feel like sitting up all the time anymore. Like, I'm just fucking. I think I'm old. Like,
I think my brother always has the good idea because he got a big ass fucking TV, so he can just lay on his bed.
Comment section #TVH is washed. Other than that, that's all we got on the show notes for you. I appreciate you guys coming through and listening once again. Make sure to rate the show 5 stars on Apple and Spotify. Leave a like at youtube.com/GI updates, and we'll see you guys on the next episode of the Game and Illuminati podcast. Peace.
Yeah, all right. Shut up. Okay, shut up. Let me just get rid of this. Fucking hands. Alright. I can do this shit while I'm trying to survive. Yeah, okay. I don't have another podcast, so I'll just put on the music while do this shit. Personally, maybe just clean up. There we go. All right. We'll finish off the stream with after we're done with this round. Whee! Where the fuck did he go? There it is. Why the fuck did the camera just spaz out there? Bitch. There you are. Bitch. How many more fucking kills I need? God damn. At least by doing this I get a lot of them. But it's still gonna take a bit. I should definitely be around like 30,000. Yeah, something like that. I remember getting a lot of kills while going through Chaos Invasion. Over here, fucker. Hey, where's the rest? There you are. Yeah, come on. Should be more than enough by now. I mean, what? This is like the second full stream that I've been doing this. I don't know. Maybe in the next session I'll finally get the trophy. I don't know. We'll see. Because I don't even know how many fucking kills I get just in one session. If I had to guess, maybe 5, maybe 6,000. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. I would have to go back and check. Yeah, because I tend to get around 700 every time I do this shit. Come on, fuck. Nope. Alright, footstep. Hope doing good. Hey, for hydration? Yeah, sure. Just cleaning up here. Maybe just deal with this big guy first. There we go. Thank you. Much better. How about you? I'm doing alright. Just chilling here. Although I went out yesterday and now I'm a little fucking sick. And you can, okay. I think you can kind of tell just because of how graspy my voice is. Yeah, all it took is just one night out and I'm already fucking sick. And I think it always happens to me during winter. I always get a little bit of a fever during winter or something like that around this time of the year. We had the podcast playing, but it had already finished, and we are pretty much almost done with the session for today. So I'll just need to finish off with this one match. I have no idea how many fucking kills I already have so far. It would have been nice if there's a fucking counter to know how many I have. But if my math is correct, I should probably have the trophy maybe next session. I don't know, we'll see. I think it takes me around, what, 20 minutes to go through all the waves, at least the first 5. And I get like 700 every time I do this. What's done here? There's gonna be another one. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Out of the way, bitch. Got rid of the rocket dudes. Oh boy, asshole. Gee, so many of them. This is definitely a good spot to farm kills. Just, again, it's still gonna take fucking forever. I'm pretty sure Space Marine 2 also has a trophy similar to this, where you just have to farm up 40,000 kills. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. At least that game is a lot more popular with more players, so at least with that, I should be able to actually find some people to farm the kills with or whatever. And by that I mean just the constantly doing fucking Exterminatus. Pretty sure Space Marine 2 also has Exterminatus. Pretty sure. Alright, all done. And still nothing. Unless the trophy popped and I just didn't notice, which I doubt it. Right, the trophy popped and there will be two notifications, one for the trophy itself and then one for the platinum. And I didn't see anything. $750. Alright, not bad. It would have been nice if I could fucking check how many kills I have. I don't think you can. Yeah, doesn't look like it. Whatever. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today though. Hopefully next session we should finally have this done. If not, then 2 more. Yeah, most likely. Then we can finally move back to Skylanders. But we'll save that for another time. Let me just change here. Then we'll see if the trophy did pop and I just didn't see it. I doubt it though. Oh, fuck, I have like 7 people online at the same time. Fuck me. I didn't even notice because I have the notifications off on my PS3. But yeah. That's gonna be it for today though. We did pretty well, I guess. Again, it would have been nice if the game kept track of how many kills you have in general. But I think we still managed to do pretty well. I'm gonna have to look back onto the stream to know exactly how many kills I got. Man, if my guess is probably around, let's see, probably 5,000-6,000, something like that. Yeah, because I get like 700 kills every time I do this shit, and I have to count how many times I redid that same arena over and over again. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today though. Next stream shall be tomorrow, where we are gonna be continuing on where we left off with more Professor Layton. Last we left off, we hit, I think, the halfway point of the game. Huh? Right, Ramon came back and he didn't remember much. So now we need to figure out what the fuck's going on with that. And hopefully the rest of the puzzles aren't gonna be too hard, but I don't know. It's already the second half of the game, they're probably gonna be a little harder to figure out. We'll see. So yeah, next stream shall be tomorrow at 9:30 PM GMT0, where we are gonna be continuing on with more Professor Layton and the Curious Village. And hopefully my throat's a lot better tomorrow. If you like to be notified when I go live or any other shenanigans I have mine, like stream schedules or video uploads, you can go to my Discord where you'll be notified as such. If you also want to keep track of any previous streams I've done so in the past, you can also go to my YouTube channel as well. Now with all that said and done, who are we gonna be rating today? Well, let's use on right now, shall we? Alright. Who do we have here? Let's see here. Yeah, so that's why Scrod didn't show up. He was streaming. Okay, gotcha. Alright, let's go and say hello to him, shall we? Here we go. So yeah, for this stream we are gonna be rating our mod, Scrod. Right now they're going through Mega Man. I think it's Mega Man 8. Yeah, looks like it. Didn't really specify. He's just going through all the Mega Man games. So yeah, you guys have fun with the Scrod. Have yourselves a merry rest of the day. As always, have a good one. Bye. Bye-bye. See ya. Have a good one. Bye. Bye-bye. See ya.